Heidegger. Through Phenomenology to Thought. William J. Richardson, S.J. Preface by Martin Heidegger. Dear Father Richardson, it is with some hesitation that I attempt to answer the two principal questions you posed in your letter of March I, 1962. The first touches on the initial impetus that determined the way my thought would go. The other looks for information about the much discussed reversal in my development. I hesitate with my answers, for they are necessarily no more than indications of much more to be said. The lesson of long experience leads me to surmise that such indications will not be taken as directions for the road of independent reflection on the matter pointed out, which each must travel for himself. Instead, they will gain notice as though they were an opinion I had expressed, and will be propagated as such. Every effort to bring what has been thought closer to prevailing modes of presentation must assimilate what is to be thought to those presentations, and thereby inevitably deform the matter. Point 2. This preamble is not the lament of a man misunderstood, it is rather the recognition of an almost insurmountable difficulty in making oneself understood. The first question in your letter reads, how are we properly to understand your first experience of the being question in Brentano? In Brentano, you have in mind the fact that the first philosophical text through which I worked my way, again and again from 1907 on, was Franz Brentano's dissertation, on the manifold sense of being in Aristotle, R86z. On the title page of his work, Brentano quotes Aristotle's phrase, 0 avji rock lr, ojjocxnc. I translate, a being becomes manifest, sc with regard to its being, in many ways. Latent in this phrase is the question that determined the way of my thought: what is the pervasive, simple, unified determination of being that permeates all of its multiple meanings? This question raised another: what, then, does being mean? To what extent, why and how, does the being of beings unfold in the four modes which Aristotle constantly affirms, but whose common origin he leaves undetermined? One need but run over the names assigned to them in the language of the philosophical tradition to be struck by the fact that they seem, at first, irreconcilable: being as property, being as possibility and actuality, being as truth, being as schema of the categories. What sense of being comes to expression in these four headings? How can they be brought into comprehensible accord? This accord cannot be grasped without first raising and settling the question, whence does being as such, not merely beings as beings, receive its determination? Meanwhile a decade went by, and a great deal of swerving and straying through the history of Western philosophy was needed for the above questions to reach even an initial clarity. To gain this clarity, three insights were decisive, though, to be sure, not yet sufficient for the venture of analyzing the being question as a question about the sense of being. Dialogues with Husserl provided the immediate experience of the phenomenological method that prepared the concept of phenomenology explained in the Introduction to Being and Time, 7. In this evolution a normative role was played by the reference back to fundamental words of Greek thought, which I interpreted accordingly: a6 yok, to make manifest, and pak, vecr6ocl, to show oneself. A renewed study of the Aristotelian treatises, especially Book 9 of the Metaphysics and Book 6 of the Nicomachean Ethics, resulted in the insight into and a.yj6euelv as a process of revealment, and in the characterization of truth as non-conceal meant, to which all self-manifestation of beings pertains. Only someone who is thinking superficially, or, indeed, not thinking at all, can content himself with the observation that Heidegger conceives truth as non-concealment. As if with and I6eot what is properly worthy of thought did not take merely a first approximate form. The situation is not improved by proposing the translation non-forgottenness in place of non-concealment. For forgottenness too must be thought in Greek fashion as withdrawal into concealment. Correspondingly, the counter-phenomenon to forgetting, sc remembering, must receive a genuinely Greek interpretation which sees it as a striving after, and attaining to, the non-concealed. Plato's and Vok Lvyjcrt, of the ideas implies, catching sight once again, hence the revealing, of beings, sc in that by which they shine forth. With the insight into and I6EOT as non-concealment came recognition of the fundamental trait of Ukrapoundoti, the being of beings, presence. But a literal translation, sc a translation that thought draws out of the matter itself, is expressive only when the heart of the matter, in this case presence as such, is brought before thought. The disquieting, ever watchful question about being under the guise of presence, present, developed into the question about being in terms of its time character. As soon as this happened, it became clear that the traditional concept of time was in no respect adequate even for correctly posing the question concerning the time character of presence, to say nothing of answering it. Time became questionable in the same way as being. The ecstatic horizontal temporality delineated in being and time is not by any means already the most proper attribute of time that must be sought in answer to the being question. Subsequent to this tentative clarification of and I6EOT and Ukrapoundoti, the meaning and scope of the principle of phenomenology, to the things themselves, became clear. As my familiarity with phenomenology grew, no longer merely through literature but by actual practice, the question about being, aroused by Brentano's work, nevertheless remained always in view. So it was that doubt arose whether the thing itself was to be characterized as intentional consciousness, or even as the transcendental ego. If, indeed, phenomenology, as the process of letting things manifest themselves, should characterize the standard method of philosophy, and if from ancient times the guide question of philosophy has perdured in the most diverse forms as the question about the being of beings, then being had to remain the first and last thing itself of thought. Point 4 Meanwhile phenomenology in Husserl's sense was elaborated into a distinctive philosophical position according to a pattern set by Descartes, Kant and Fichte. The historicity of thought remained completely foreign to such a position. See the too little observed work of Husserl, Philosophy as a Strict Science, which appeared Regros 2 in the Review Logos, pages 289 ff. The being question, unfolded in Being and Time, parted company with this philosophical position, and that on the basis of what to this day I still consider a more faithful adherence to the principle of phenomenology. What a few strokes can thus sketch, in retrospect that verges constantly on retractatio, was, in its historical reality, a tangled process, inscrutable even to me. 5. This process inevitably remained captive to contemporary modes of presentation and language, and was accompanied by inadequate explanations of its own intentions. Now if in the title of your book, From Phenomenology to Thought, you understand phenomenology in the sense just described as a philosophical position of Husserl, then the title is to the point, insofar as the being question as posed by me is something completely different from that position. The title is fully justified, if the term thought is shorn of that ambiguity which allows it to cover on the one hand metaphysical thought, the thinking of the being of beings, and on the other the being question, sc the thinking of being as such, the revealedness of being. If, however, we understand phenomenology as the process of allowing the most proper concern of thought to show itself, then the title should read Through Phenomenology to the Thinking of Being. 6. This possessive of being, then, says that being as such, being, shows itself simultaneously as that which is to be thought and as that which has want of a thought corresponding to it. 7. This indication already brings me to touch upon your second question. It reads, granted that a reversal has come to pass in your thinking, how has it come to pass? In other words, how are we to think this coming to pass itself? Your question admits of an answer only if first we make clear what reversal means, or more precisely, if one is ready to think through in becoming fashion what has already been said, instead of constantly circulating unwarranted assertions. The first time in my published writings that I spoke of the reversal was in the Letter on Humanism, 1947, p. 71, separate edition, p. 17. The inference has thus been drawn that since 1947 Heidegger's thought has undergone inversion, or even, since 1945, conversion. No allowance whatever is made for reflection on the fact that a good number of years are needed before the thinking through of so decisive a matter can find its way into the clear. Perhaps the text cited below will serve to show that the matter thought in the term reversal was already at work in my thinking 10 years prior to 1947. The thinking of the reversal is a change in my thought. But this change is not a consequence of altering the standpoint, much less of abandoning the fundamental issue of being and time. The thinking of the reversal results from the fact that I stayed with the matter forethought of being and time, SC by inquiring into that perspective which already in being and time, p. 39, was designated as time and being. The reversal is above all not an operation of interrogative thought, it is inherent in the very matter designated by the headings, being and time and being. For this reason, the passage cited from the letter on humanism reads: here the whole is reversed. The whole, this means the matter involved in being and time and being. The reversal is in play within the matter itself. Neither did I invent it nor does it affect merely my thought. Up to now I know of no attempt to reflect on this matter and analyze it critically. Instead of the groundless, endless prattle about the reversal, it would be more advisable and fruitful if people would simply engage themselves in the matter mentioned. Refusal to do so obliges one ipso facto to demonstrate that the being question developed in being and time is unjustified, superfluous and impossible. Any criticism of being and time starting in this fashion, however, must obviously first be set straight. One need only observe the simple fact that in being and time the problem is set up outside the sphere of subjectivism, that the entire anthropological problematic is kept at a distance, that the normative issue is emphatically and solely the experience of their being with a constant eye to the being question, for it to become strikingly clear that the being into which being and time inquired can not long remain something that the human subject posits as it is rather being, stamped as presence. By its time character, that makes the approach to their being. As a result, even in the initial steps of the being question in being and time, thought is called upon to undergo a change whose movement corresponds with the reversal. And yet, the basic question of being and time is not in any sense abandoned by reason of the reversal. Accordingly, the prefatory note to the 7th unrevised edition of Being and Time, 1957, contains the remark, "This way still remains even today a necessary one, if the question about being is to stir our their being." Contrary to what is generally supposed, the question of being and time is decisively fulfilled in the thinking of the reversal. He alone can fulfill who has a vision of fullness. This fulfillment likewise furnishes for the first time an adequate characterization of their being, sc of the essence of man as thought in terms of the truth of being as such, cf. Being and Time 66. Accordingly, the first draft of the lecture course for the winter semester of 1937-38, which tries to analyze the necessity of the question of truth in the perspective of the question of being, reads in part: over and over again we must insist, in the question of truth as posed here, what is at stake is not only an alteration in the traditional conception of truth, nor a complement of its current presentation. What is at stake is a transformation in man's being itself. This transformation is not demanded by new psychological or biological insights. Man here is not the object of any anthropology whatever. Man comes into question here in the deepest and broadest, in the genuinely fundamental, perspective, man in his relation to being, sc in the reversal, being and its truth in relation to man. The coming to pass of the reversal which you ask about is being as such. It can only be thought out of the reversal. There is no special kind of coming to pass that is proper to this process. Rather, the reversal between being and time, between time and being, is determined by the way being is granted, time is granted. I tried to say a word about this is granted in the lecture Time and Being which you heard yourself here in Freiburg on January 30, 1962.10. If instead of time we substitute, the lighting up of the self-concealing that is proper to the process of coming to presence, then being is determined by the scope of time. This comes about, however, only insofar as the lighting process of self-concealment assumes unto its want a thought that corresponds to it. The process of presenting, being, is inherent in the lighting up of self-concealment, time. The lighting up of self-concealment, time, brings forth the process of presenting, being. It is due neither to the merit of my questioning nor to some arbitrary decision of my thought that this reciprocal bearing reposes in a mutual appropriation and is called event. Cf. Identity and Difference, p. 30 ff. LL. The fact that what we thoughtlessly enough call truth the Greeks called aaeoc as well, indeed, in poetical and non-philosophical as in philosophical language is not a result of their own invention and caprice. It is the richest endowment of their language, in which that which comes to presence as such attained non-concealment and concealment. Without an eye for the granting of such a gift to man, without a sense for the emitting of such an emittance, one will no more comprehend what is said about the mittance of being than the man born blind can ever experience what light and color are. 12 The distinction you make between Heidegger I and II is justified only on the condition that this is kept constantly in mind. Only by way of what Heidegger I has thought does one gain access to what is to be thought by Heidegger II. But the thought of Heidegger I becomes possible only if it is contained in Heidegger II. Meanwhile, every formulation is open to misunderstanding. In proportion to the intrinsically manifold matter of being and time, all words which give it utterance, like reversal, forgottenness, and mittance, are always ambiguous. Only a commensurately manifold thought succeeds in uttering the heart of this matter in a way that corresponds with it. This manifold thought requires, however, not a new language but a transformed relationship to the essening of the old one. My wish for your work, for which you alone bear the responsibility, is this: may it help set in motion the manifold thinking of the simple business of thought, which, by reason of its very simplicity, abounds in hidden plenitude. Freiburg I. B.R. Anfang April 1962. Martin Heidegger. Writer's Preface. If anyone takes the introduction of this book as his first plunge into Heidegger, he will find the water rather cold. These pages do not pretend to be a propedeutic to this difficult thinker. They attempt rather to formulate in as concise a statement as possible the essentials of his entire problematic. The statement is coherent but compressed. Its density may make it, for the uninitiated, obscure. The introduction was the last part of this work to be written, perhaps it is the last part to be read. At any rate, the neophyte would be well advised to start with chapter I. And yet a few prefatory remarks are in order. That the time has come for a study of the problem of thought in Heidegger seems clear, for none of the interpreters has given the matter the treatment it deserves. Henry Birald's lucid article in 1950 promised a full-length analysis to follow, but unfortunately it never appeared. L.J.B. Lotz's review of the problem in Heidegger's recent publications makes no pretense of being a complete study, too, and Heinrich Ott's fine book on the bearing of foundational thought upon theology leaves room for a purely philosophical treatment that examines thought precisely inasmuch as it evolves out of the early Heidegger. 3. Methodologically, the research began with a general orientation in Heidegger's thought through the secondary literature of the most authoritative interpreters, then proceeded to make a close textual analysis of all of the author's published work according to the order, not in which these works were published, but in which they were written. The result was a typewritten manuscript of more than 90 pages, which, however abundant in detail, were tediously repetitious. Yet the method of following the author's order of composition proved so illuminating that it seemed unwise to discard it in favor of a mere synthesis of the results. In editing the original manuscript, then, we took as a working principle simply to avoid unnecessary repetition, and restricted synoptic treatment to 2 chapters of a more general nature, Introduction and Conclusion. The study itself we divide along the simplest lines possible. Part I treats the early Heidegger, Part 2 deals with the so-called reversal in manner and method of the early Heidegger, Part 3 examines the later Heidegger. As for the rest, the effort to eliminate repetition forces us sometimes to collate texts that come from different periods, but we have done the best we can to keep the different moments of the development in their proper place. The original research continued until Hegel and the Greeks, rg 604, but in the present redaction we stop with what evokes thought. 1952.5 The reason is not that Heidegger has said nothing of importance about the problem since 1952, but for our purposes we reach with the university lectures of that year the point of diminishing returns. For the years between 1952 and rg 60, we have sifted out what properly concerns us and fitted it into the analysis wherever it could be accommodated best. The author's massive work on Nietzsche's Six, giving in 2 volumes the full text of a series of university lectures delivered at Freiburg between 1936 and 1940, together with certain essays that date from I-94 rg 46, appeared, rg 6r, after these researches were concluded. It was upon these same texts that Heidegger's other Nietzsche interpretations 7, which were published earlier and hitherto had served as the basis of our own analysis, were based. This new publication, then, imposed a reconsideration of Heidegger's Nietzsche reinterpretation but effected no essential alteration in the writer's understanding of it. Minor revisions have been made, however, for the sake of completeness. Scope and style of the exposition have been determined by the writer's desire to do something scientifically sound, yet in a language intelligible to discerning students of the English-speaking world who approach Heidegger with some philosophical background but no specialized familiarity with his manner or his milieu. This imposes the following canons: to supply certain explanations that specialists would find superfluous, to sacrifice all embellishing subtleties for the sake of clarity and conciseness, to keep clearly in view the basic perspectives by frequent repetitions of the argument. Heidegger's language, of course, presents a special problem of translation. We have tried, however, to avoid neologism. Except in 1 or 2 cases, the translations pretend to be nothing more than approximations, and readers who can suggest still closer approximations would render the writer a service in doing so. Even orthography is a problem, since the German uses capitals for all nouns without discrimination. On principle, we have decided to reserve capitalization for being itself and for words that stand in its place. One exception, we capitalize their being, Dasein, as one way of suggesting the unique relationship to being that for Heidegger this word comports. As far as the critical attitude is concerned, we are trying to understand Heidegger's notion of thought and nothing else. In analyzing his interpretation of specific phenomena or of other thinkers, we make no attempt whatsoever to judge whether the interpretation is satisfying or not. We try simply to let Heidegger be and thus throw light on himself. 8. What critical position we ourselves take we reserve for the closing pages. The writer feels that he should apologize for the impression of pedantry that the abundance of footnotes may give. Originally, textual references were intended to explain to the director of the research and recall to the writer why he said what he said. We have eliminated many of them, to be sure, and combined others, but because of the dreadful difficulty in reading Heidegger, many a patriotic German has despaired. We felt that anyone desirous of facing for himself the rigors of the original might welcome here and there a few friendly spots of blood that would show him how someone else made his way over the rocks. The reader will notice very soon that the entire work suffers from chronic hyphenitis, and purists may find it annoying. With little heed for the canons of syllabification, this purely mechanical device sometimes transposes the German original, v.g. Existenz, sometimes is the writer's own invention to express by several words what in German is a single idea, v.g. Anwesen, coming to presence, sometimes calls attention to an unfamiliar meaning for a familiar word, v.g. recollection. It is really not very often, then, that we do it out of sheer malice. One final word. The altogether central place of foundational thought in Heidegger's endeavor forces us to treat in one way or another almost all of his principal themes. There is one problem, however, that we resolutely avoid, the problem of God. This is not because there is nothing to say about God in Heidegger's thinking. On the contrary, it is because there is too much to say for it to be said merely by indirection. Besides, any study of this problem presupposes, if it is going to be serious, the very analysis that we are attempting here. We reserve the matter, then, for another day, and content ourselves for the present with the modest task of watching a thinker follow his star. And now, the pleasant task of acknowledging, at least, the debts that one can never really pay. Accumulated over many years, they are in fact beyond number, and we must be content here with mentioning only the very heaviest of them. The writer wishes to express his profound gratitude to Professor Martin Heidegger for the criticism, encouragement and help so graciously given, and especially for the honor he does the writer in contributing to this book its preface, to Right Reverend Monsignor Louis de Rademacher, President, and to the entire professorial corps of the Higher Institute of Philosophy, Louvain, who by both precept and example during the writer's student years inspired him with the ideals that, however unattainable, served as model for these pages, to Professor Albert du Ndeyne, of this same institute, for his critical suggestions, and especially for the lecture course on Heidegger and the problem of finitude, 1956, which helped the writer at a critical time to see more clearly the essentials of this difficult problematic, to Reverend Herman L. van Breda, OFM, Director of the Husserl Archives, Louvain, who from the very beginning made accessible to the writer the immense resources of this World Center of Phenomenological Research, to Professor Max Muller, Munich, who not only by his teaching helped form significantly the writer's philosophical attitudes but first made possible his personal contact with Professor Heidegger, to Professor Eugen Fink, Freiburg, and Professor Bernard Welt, Freiburg, who directly and indirectly both in lecture and seminar helped the writer to a deeper understanding of the contemporary German mind, to the Bollingen Foundation for the Fellowship Award that made it possible to bring this study to a conclusion, and in the last place, because in the first place, to Professor Alphonse de W. Ilhens, of the Higher Institute of Philosophy, Louvain, director of this investigation from the beginning, who, although placing his own vast erudition and critical penetration entirely at the writer's disposition, encouraged nevertheless a most complete liberty in the research, and thus knew how to be at all times and in the very best of ways the ideal pedagogue. Eventide on Reichenau. Over the waters flows a silvern glimmer. Forth to distant, darkened shores. And in the summer weary, dew-damp gardens. Falls, like a lover's word withheld. The night. From moon-white gabled prison. 'Neath the ancient tower's roof. A bird sings one last song. And the yield to me of shining summer day. Rests like heavy fruit. From long eternities. A burden beyond sense. For me in the grey desert. Of a great simplicity. Martin Heidegger, I9I7. There is a long and winding way that leads from Reichenau to Tottenauberg. It is Martin Heidegger's way. Past the moor and through the fields it wends its way over the hills, only to wander now this way, now that, along uncharted forest trails. Yet for all its meandering, it moves in a single direction, it is but a single way. The purpose of these pages is to trace in some measure that way in order to raise the question if others may walk it t2.l. A. The problem of being. I. The grounding of metaphysics. From the very beginning, Heidegger's exclusive preoccupation, hence the unique sense of his way, has been to lay a foundation for metaphysics. By his own account, it all began on a summer day in 1907 when, as an 18-year-old gymnasiast in Constance, he received from Dr. Konrad Grober, later Archbishop of Freiburg, 1932-48, but at that time pastor of Trinity Church in Constance, a book that was only gathering dust on Dr. Grober's shelf. It was Franz Brentano's dissertation, on the manifold sense of being according to Aristotle, R862, and it served not only to open Heidegger's eyes to the problem of being but to introduce him into the philosophical world of the Greeks. In recalling the fact now, he likes to cite Hölderlin's line, in Rhine hymn, as you began, so will you remain. To more precisely, the problem of being arose as soon as Heidegger began to meditate with Brentano the meaning of the word being, ilv, for Aristotle. Here he became fascinated by is, the little word that applies to everything, that enjoys an inconceivable polyvalence, makes world to be world and man to be man, without detriment to the marvelous unity of itself. 3 Yet what of this unity? This must be being itself, that which renders possible all is. Well, then, what about being? What meaning does it have? If it is true, as Aristotle says, that the function of metaphysics is to ask what are beings as beings. RTROISVISV, then, on the supposition that being gives beings there is, should we not first ask about being itself? For such was the beginning of the way. Our only task is to watch its progression. Aristotle's question was, to be sure, a metaphysical question. Whatever the post-Aristotelian origin of this word in the libraries of Rhodes, clearly the question about beings as beings was of passing beyond beings to that which makes them be, their beingness, OC. 5 Hence even if Aristotle called such an interrogation first philosophy, we see with what justice may be attributed to the word metaphysics itself an interpretation that has become common currency since Simplicius in the 5th century, a going beyond, el-Iraq, the physical rock. Puelksak. This going beyond the Latins would call transcendere, so that metaphysics always comports in one way or another the process of transcendence. 6 The pua xc% must be understood as toc puevt 9, beings which are by reason of puac, where puac must not be taken to mean what we would call physical nature but must be understood in the sense that this word had for the pre-Socratic thinkers, as that by which all things emerge into presence as what they are, sc. being itself. 7 Briefly, metaphysics means the transcendence of beings to their being in such a way that beings are thereby considered as beings. If metaphysics be understood thus, however, is Aristotle, in finding the formula, thereby its genuine founder? No, metaphysics as we understand it here emerged initially, Heidegger claims, with Plato, when he made the distinction between the beings of experience as a world of shadows and the being of these beings as a world of ideas. In the metaphor of the cave, Politia 7, 514a, 2-517a, 7, for example, he speaks of going beyond the shadows and over to the ideas, 516c, 3.8 For all practical purposes, then, the sense of metaphysics, if not the formula, is here clearly disengaged. Yet with this all is not said. For if it is clear that metaphysics thinks beings as beings, it must be equally clear that they appear as what they are only by reason of some strange light that renders them unconcealed, unverborgen, before, to and in the metaphysical gaze. Furthermore, this light as such, in rendering beings unconcealed, remains itself concealed, verborgen, within them, for it is itself not a being but merely the light by which they shine forth. 9 What is this light, the concealed source of non-concealment? This is the question that metaphysics has never posed. But it is a question that must be posed, and, indeed, for the sake of metaphysics itself, since it is only by reason of this light that metaphysics can go about its task. The lighting process by which beings are illumined as beings, this is what Heidegger understands by being. Let us pause for a moment and savor this. Being, indeed, what is being? Writes the author in the famous formula of 1947. It is not God, nor some ground of the world. Being is broader than all beings, and yet is nearer to man than all beings, whether they be rocks, animals, works of art, machines, angels, or God. Being is what is nearest to man. Yet this nearness remains farthest removed from him. 10. Being is not a being, because it is that which enables beings to be present to man and men to each other. It is nearest to man, because it makes him to be what he is and enables him to enter into comportment with other beings. Yet it is farthest removed from him because it is not a being with which he, structured as he is to deal directly with only beings, can comport himself. From the point of view of beings, being encompasses them all, just as a domain of openness encompasses what is found within it. This domain is not, of course, space but rather that dimension out of which even space and time themselves come to presence. Being is the domain of openness, because it is the lighting process by which beings are lighted up. And if these beings be subjects or objects, then the light itself is neither one nor the other but between them both, enabling the encounter to come about. 12 It is from being, then, that metaphysics derives all its vigor as from its proper element. 13 The author makes much of the metaphor suggested by Descartes in his letter to Pico, according to which all philosophy is as a tree whose roots are metaphysics, whose trunk is physics and whose branches are all the other sciences. 14 But what, Heidegger asks, is the ground in which metaphysics is rooted? The unequivocal answer, being. Being can be called, then, the ground in which metaphysics, as the root of the philosophy tree, is held fast and nourished. To interrogate the ground of metaphysics, we must pose the ground question, the question about the sense of being. 15 Now the sense, sin, of anything for Heidegger is the non-concealment by which it appears as itself. Non-concealment, however, is the literal meaning of OCAAE at SC. Truth. Sense of being and truth of being are but one. 16 So it happens, then, that the ground question of metaphysics becomes the interrogation of being in the light of itself, being in its truth. The being question must, indeed, be posed, but it is not the task of metaphysics as such, concerned only with beings as beings, to pose it. To be sure, metaphysics talks about being, but only in the sense of the total ensemble of beings, or of beingness, with all of the ambiguity which, as we shall see, this implies. The fact is, however, that metaphysics cannot pose such a question. As long as its gaze is fixed upon beings, it profits from the light of being by meditating these beings as they appear. Metaphysics always presents beings, /sv, in that dimension which as beings, tj/sv, they themselves have manifested. 17 But cannot meditate the light itself, simply because the light does not appear by itself as a being but only in the beings it enlightens. Metaphysics, however, never pays heed to precisely that dimension of 15v which, to the extent that 15v becomes unconcealed, is by that very fact concealed. 18 There is no way, then, that metaphysics can get being, the lighting process as such, in focus. That is why, metaphysics as such is excluded from the experience of being by reason of its very essence. 19 As Heidegger goes about meditating the process of end.6e law, this strange paradox, hidden from the metaphysician, that being contracts into the beings it makes manifest and hides by the very fact that it reveals, never loses its fascination for him. He interrogates being precisely inasmuch as it is hidden always in /sv, yet different from 15v, for it is upon the hidden dimension of 6v that metaphysics remains grounded. 20 We find striking confirmation of this in the inaugural lecture at Freiburg, 1929, when, in posing the question that gives the lecture its title, What is Metaphysics?, he meditates the sense of non-being, nichts. The hiddenness of being, in beings, is, then, for Heidegger as essential a part of his experience as being itself. 21 What we call here the hiddenness of being, in beings, may be understood in terms of a knot that contracts being in beings and at the same time differentiates it from them. Since the function of being is simply to enlighten beings, then this contracting knot is intrinsic to its very nature. For want of a better word, let us call the knot character of being negativity. Then the manifestive power that shines forth in beings as beings we may call positivity. 22 Once we comprehend this fusion of positivity and negativity into the unity of a single process, we begin to grasp what Heidegger understands by being as the process of truth. For truth, understood in the radical sense of A-LJ6ELCX, is literally non-dash, and concealment, I and RJ. 23 Being as the process of non-concealment is that which permits beings to become non-concealed. Positivity, although the process is so permeated by not that being itself remains concealed. Negativity. To think being in its truth, then, is to think it in terms of both positivity and negativity at once. In the simplest of terms, Heidegger's whole effort is to interrogate the positive-negative process of OCA6ELCX, insofar as it gives rise to metaphysics. The full import of this can be appreciated, however, only when we watch him at work. He meditates, for example, the formula, Rho6v6v, and endeavors thereby to disengage the interior structure of metaphysics. Now the formula, he insists, is essentially ambiguous. To be sure, beings as beings means the whole ensemble, XCX66I.OV, of beings, considered in terms of that which makes them be, SC their beingness, OOA_CX. The beingness of the ensemble of beings, however, may be understood in at least two ways. It may mean the common denominator of all beings, AVXCX66I.OV, Cow6V, hence being, as we say, in general, or it may mean some ultimate ground which lets the ensemble of beings be, where this is understood in the sense of some being, supreme among the rest, AVXCX66I.OU and XP6CXOV, and, because supreme, often called divine, 6EOV. Insofar as the task of metaphysics is to make affirmations, A6 about beings, 6VOC meditated in this way, it is of its very nature ontology. When this word emerges in the 17th century, however, it is usually reserved for metaphysics in the first sense, sc the interrogation of being in general, whereas metaphysics in the second sense, the interrogation of a supreme being, however this be conceived, is properly speaking a theology, or, as we might better say, a theology. The term transcendence shares the same ambiguity. It can mean the passage from beings to being in general, from beings to the supreme being, or even the supreme being itself. Point 24. What is capital, however, is to note that, since the formula 6VTJ6V itself is ambiguous, metaphysics necessarily compasses both these modalities. Its innermost structure is onto theological. Point 25. 2. The ontological difference. But the problem lies deeper still. Why is it, after all, that 6V phi 6V gives rise to the confusion in the first place? The reason, we are told, lies in the nature of 6V itself. Grammatically, it is a participle and as such may be used either as a noun, vg can a human being live on the moon, or as an adjective with a verbal sense, vg being curious, we want to know. More precisely, ov, when taken as a noun, means that which is, sc a being, scenes, taken as a verbal adjective, seeing, it designates that process by which a being, as noun, is, sc its being, sen. Point 26. The word itself, then, comporting both senses, is intrinsically ambivalent, and it is because lsv itself can mean either being, or beings, or both, that the interrogation of ovtjov can evolve as a meditation on either being in general, ontology, or on the ultimate ground, theology. Point 27. In other words, the onto-theological structure of metaphysics is rooted ultimately in the intrinsic ambivalence of 6V. It would be a grave mistake, however, to think that this ambivalence of OV is something peculiar to Aristotle. The fact is that it characterizes the entire history of Greek thought. The primitive form of OV, Heidegger claims, is most probably MV, as the word is found, for example in Homer, vg Iliad, I-70, or even in Parmenides and Heraclitus. The E would indicate the stem eo, hence otlv, est, ist, is, in whose dynamic power the participle shares in double fashion. Point 2s. What is more, in Parmenides and Heraclitus, mv can mean, in addition to the ambivalence we have mentioned already, the ultimate and unique process that we know as one in many, evid and vtot. That is why the author, in a much later expose, 1957, of the onto-theological structure of metaphysics, feels free to meditate the ambivalence of GV under the guise of Heraclitus ev, which in turn is identified with asixia, conceived as the process of grounding beings. Point 29 ev, the grounding process, is correlative with it and vtot, the ensemble of beings that are grounded, and the correlation is so intimate that one correlate cannot be without the other. Ev can no more serve as ground. Unless it and vtot be grounded, then it and vtot can be grounded without Ev. This intimate correlation between Ev and it and vtot, intrinsic to the Heraclitan asyxia, corresponds precisely to the duality of being and beings that we call the ambivalence of GV.30. What is more, out of the ambivalence in asyxia, arises even for Heraclitus the same ambiguity that we find later in the structure of metaphysics. Ev is unifying one in the sense of the absolutely primary and universal. Ev is that unifying one in the sense of that being, supreme among the LL and VTOT. 4. Heraclitus, Zeus, which grounds the rest because it is in some way or other the fullness of Ev in the first sense. 31 Coming again to Plato, we can see that the distinction between sensible and supersensible, sc between physical and metaphysical worlds, derives from the same ambivalence. In this respect it is instructive to recall that this ambivalence is expressed when we call GV a participium. For the old grammarians, this meant that the word participates in two meanings at once, that of a noun and that of a verb. The conception of participation, however, is not a grammatical but a philosophical one. The Latin grammarians took it from the Greek grammarians, Lct Ojloge, who took it, Heidegger claims, from Plato. For Plato, the word describes the relationship between beings and being, sc the ideas. A table, for example, is what it is because it offers its visage to us as a table. To the extent that an individual being offers the visage of a table, Plato maintains that it participates, L6 in the idea of table. In other words, between being, idea, the participated, and beings, the participating, there is a XWFWJ, 1.6 SC. Being and beings abide in different places, SWPOC, and what bridges the difference between the two places is the process of participation. For Heidegger, however, what accounts for the conception of being and beings as abiding in two different places is precisely the ambivalence of I.Lv. It is this that gives rise to XWP law. LK participation presupposes ambivalence. 32 Clearly, then, metaphysics is rooted not merely in the ambiguity of the formula I.Lv but more profoundly still in the ambivalence of I.Lv itself. It follows that the process of and A6 LOC must be conceived somehow as the coming to pass of I.Lv in this peculiar duality, and therefore if we are to ground metaphysics, we have no other choice but to think being as the process through which this ambivalence takes place. But we must go one step further. What is this ambivalence, after all? Nothing else but the correlation in a single word of being as noun and being as verbal adjective, hence of that which is, manifest, and the process by which it is, manifest, of beings and being. Now we could not speak of ambivalence, of duality, or, for that matter, of correlation at all, unless we experienced some difference between the correlates. The ambivalence in I.Lv, then, names a difference between being and beings, and from the very beginning Heidegger has called it the ontological difference. 33 It follows, then, that whenever we have spoken of the duality of I.Lv, we could have used the term ontological difference just as well. The being, then, whose sense, sc whose truth, Heidegger seeks in order to ground metaphysics is nothing else than the emergence of the ontological difference, and conversely, the forgottenness of one is equivalent to forgottenness of the other. The forgottenness of being is the forgottenness of the difference between being and beings. 34 Out of this forgottenness, metaphysics is born. Nor need the forgottenness be conceived as a deficiency in the metaphysician. Rather it is inherent to metaphysics as such, because metaphysics interrogates beings as beings, it remains with beings and never returns to being as being. 35 As the word is used in the context of the citation, metaphysics is still conceived as arising with Plato, and, thus understood, it is in the strictest sense a going, lnta apodxic. That is why it emerges first with Plato's distinction between sensible and supersensible. When we recall, however, that metaphysics in this sense is no more than one manner in which the ambivalence of LV comes to pass, we realize that its roots go deeper than Plato, reach down, as we have seen already, to the very origins of Greek thought. Hence if we think the essence of metaphysics in terms of the duality of beings and being, which derives from the self-concealing ambivalence of OV, then the beginning of metaphysics and the beginning of Western thought occur together. If, on the other hand, we take the essence of metaphysics as the distinction between a supersensible and a sensible world, then metaphysics begins with Socrates and Plato. 36. In probing the ground of metaphysics, Heidegger meditates its essence, sc that which lets it be what it is, in both these senses, and since in each case, though in different ways, the ontological difference goes unthought, he poses as well the question as to why it has been forgotten, indeed, necessarily. This proposal to ground metaphysics by interrogating the sense of being as the process of and.a6 elix through which the ontological difference breaks out has been Heidegger's unique preoccupation since the first pages of Being and Time, 1927. One must admit, of course, that the focus on the difference as difference becomes sharper in the later years than we find it in the beginning, and the evolution in clarity will warrant very special attention. But the fundamental position is made sufficiently clear as early as the inaugural address of 1929, when the author formulates the ground question with Leibniz' formula, why are there beings at all and not much rather non-being? 38 For Leibniz, of course, the formula asks effectively about a supreme being that grounds all other beings, is therefore eminently a metaphysical question. For Heidegger, the question means, how is it possible that beings, independently of where they might have come from, who or what may have caused them, as metaphysics understands these terms, can be manifest as beings? In other words, it is a question about the coming to pass of the lighting process of and.a6 elix, which we now understand as the emergence of the ontological difference. What is more, it is a question about this process as permeated by negativity. Heidegger himself expands the question thus. How does it come about that everywhere about us beings have the primacy, while that which is not a being, which is thought of as non-being in the sense of being itself, remains forgotten? 39 The ground question meditates not only being but obliviousness to being, the forgottenness of the ontological difference. One last word, since metaphysics by reason of its nature cannot meditate the being process which is its ground, then to ground metaphysics we must pass beyond it. This is the sense of overcoming metaphysics. By overcoming it in this way, do we vitiate or destroy it? Of course not. If we leave metaphysics, it is only to return to the ground from which it draws its vitality. Heidegger explicitly does not wish to tear the roots of philosophy out, he will simply dress the ground, till the soil wherein it finds its strength. 40 This effort to lay bare the foundations of ontology was called in the early years fundamental ontology, 41 but after 1929 the word disappears completely. In 1949 we are told why, the word ontology, even with the epithet fundamental to explain it, makes it too easy to understand the grounding of metaphysics as simply an ontology of a higher sort, whereas ontology, which is but another name for metaphysics, must be left behind completely. 42 The essential is to realize that whether we speak of fundamental ontology or the ground of metaphysics, the sense is identical, we are talking about the ultimate process out of which metaphysics arises, the essence, Wesen, of metaphysics. Conversely, to meditate metaphysics in terms of its essence will mean always to leave it in order to return to its ground, sc to think upon the truth of being. b. The problem of thought. If anyone wishes to assess Heidegger's philosophical effort, one would think that the best way would be to measure the success or failure with which he has been able to answer his own question about the sense, sc truth, of the being process. But such a project is unfeasible, not only because he has not yet said his last word about being, but because it becomes increasingly clear that for him a last word probably cannot be said, insofar as the sense of being lies in the fact that it is eminently questionable. If he has an importance for his contemporaries, then, this importance must be measured not by the question as answered but by the question as asked. It is in terms of the very posing of the question, therefore, that one might seek to assess the originality of his work. The question about the sense of being remains through Heidegger's entire work an indefatigable effort to think the being process. The question, then, about the sense of Heidegger ultimately may reduce itself to this: what does it mean to think? Such is the question that we wish to pose in these pages. What does Heidegger mean by the thinking of being? We propose to trace the development of this notion in the published work. It is a notion that becomes thematized only in the later work, so we shall examine the shift from the problem of fundamental ontology in the early period to the search for authentic thought later on, as a metamorphosis that is as much controlled by an internal unity as it is dictated by an intrinsic necessity. We have, then, a privileged opportunity to watch the interior dynamics of the so-called reversal, care, in Heidegger's thought. In order to know what we have to look for as we begin our examination of SZ, let us sketch out in very bold lines the nature of the thought that thinks the being process. To begin with, what shall we call it? The author himself speaks of it in many ways, but we settle on one of them for reasons of clarity and consistency. The thought which interrogates the foundations, Wesen, of metaphysics we call simply foundational thought, das wesentliche Denken. Point 43. How is it to be understood? Negatively. We gain best access to the notion of foundational thought, if we first determine what it is not. The thought that overcomes metaphysics is not a metaphysical thought. But what is metaphysical thought? Only a Heideggerite view of metaphysics in its history can give us an understanding of it. 44. However oblivious the pre-Socratics may have been to the ontological difference as Heidegger himself thematizes it, they had a profound sense of the being process, for they conceived being as poel. Whatever it is that spontaneously emerges, or opens up and unfolds, and, having unfolded, appears in abiding self-manifestation, this is poel. It is not simply what we call nature, which is a being like the rest, only one form of emergence. Rather it embraces all manner and types of beings, heaven and earth, gods and men. By reason of poel, beings arise and stand forth as being what they are, they become constant and observable, able to be encountered. Puel is emergent abiding power. Whence does it emerge? From concealment. Recent philological research finds a relation between the stem CPU and the CPCX of CPCX _VE is 6CXL, suggesting that poel is an emerging into light, a shining forth, an appearing. Hence, by reason of poel, and LF, 6ELCX comes to pass. Point 45. With Plato, this early Greek conception of poel and A6ELCX, SC truth conceived as non-concealment, undergoes a transformation, for, although on the one hand the ideas retain the original sense of N-16ELCX, insofar as they are conceived fundamentally as a source of light by reason of which, through participation, the beings of experience shine forth, nevertheless the ideas become at the same time something to be seen, E80. T8EV, and truth comes gradually to mean the proper viewing of the ideas, the conformity, Op 66 T1, between the being that views and the ideas, conceived as beings, that are viewed. Here the ideas are transformed from a source of light into that which is viewed. In other words, being is reduced to a being. The confusion will mark the entire subsequent history of metaphysics. Token of the confusion will be the domination henceforth of the conception of truth as conformity and a disregard of the original sense of truth as non-concealment. Since truth as non-concealment is what Heidegger understands by being, it is easy to see in what sense he understands metaphysics as the perennial forgetfulness of being. But if metaphysics begins with Plato, it reaches its term in the subjectism of Descartes and the entire modern period. With the liberation of man unto himself that characterizes the epoch, Descartes seeks some fundamentum inconcussum veritatis, by which man himself may become the arbiter of his own truth. Truth, then, becomes not only conformity but the verification of this conformity, sc certitude. This fundamentum will underlie all truths, hence will be the subject of truth, which for Descartes himself is, of course, the cogito sum. The fundamentum veritatis becomes the one es, subjectum, cogitans, where cogitatio is to be understood as the presenting, or proposing, of an object to a subject, in such a way that the presenting or proposing subject can itself guarantee its conformity to the object in a manner analogous to the way in which the subject guarantees to itself its own existence. 46 Since only that is true which is certifiable, beings are true only insofar as they enter into the subject-object polarity, SCR. Either subjects or objects. Hence the being of beings becomes that by which they are subjects, subjectivity, or objects, objectivity. Their only presence is found not in their own non-concealment but in the order of presentation by a subject. With Descartes, then, the transcendence which characterizes all metaphysics becomes not a passage unto something specifically non-human, whether an idea or God, but rather unto a subjectum which in one way or another is related to human nature itself. It is, then, less a going beyond the human orbit than an exploring of it. Hence for the epoch of subjectism Heidegger suggests that we speak not of one ascendance but of one ascendance. 47 However this may be, the subject for Descartes is an individual human ego, but Leibniz extends the notion so that it can apply to every being. For every monad is endowed with the power of presentation, sc perceptio et aptitus. Kant's transcendental philosophy is an attempt to discern the conditions necessary to render possible the presenting of objects to the subject. But the culmination of subjectism, hence of all meta-physics, arrives with Hegel, for it is he who explores the absolute character of the certitude in which Descartes' quest for the fundamentum inconcussum terminates, sc the certitude of self-awareness. Culminated in Hegel, subjectist metaphysics reaches its ultimate consummation in Nietzschean nihilism. On the one hand, Nietzsche sees that the old supersensible, metaphysical, values have lost their meaning for 19th-century Europe, and, to the extent that he takes God to be the symbol of these values, God is certainly dead. On the other hand, his own effort at revaluation remains itself a metaphysics, for the will unto power, posing as it does new values, truth and art, is eminently a subjectism. The only change is in the way in which the presentative subject is conceived, now it is universal will. Nietzsche fails, then, to overcome metaphysical nihilism. In fact, he adds to its momentum, for to the extent that his Superman responds to the exigencies of being conceived as will unto power, he seeks, and must seek, domination over the earth. This he achieves principally through scientific progress. Such is the meaning of the technicity which crystallizes for contemporary society the forgetfulness of the being dimension in beings, of the ontological difference. The measure of Nietzsche's failure is his inability to escape the subject-object polarity. This can be done only by a type of thinking that can transcend subjectism, meditate the essence of metaphysics by going beyond it to think that which metaphysics invariably forgets, the sense of being itself. What is said here of metaphysics may be said for the science of logic as well, for this formulates the rules of presentative thought. Like metaphysics, logic, too, is chained to the conception of truth as conformity. In similar fashion, Heidegger interprets the traditional conception of humanism. Interpreting the essence of man as a rational animal, all traditional humanisms, he claims, either spring from a metaphysics or found one. Foundational thought, then, is of such a nature that it can overcome metaphysics, technicity, logic, humanism. It must be a process that is non-subjective, better, presubjective, therefore non-presentative, pre-presentative. By the same token, it is non-logical, pre-logical, and as long as we remain in the perspectives of logic and metaphysics, we will be able to think of being only as non-being. If rational, ratio, means the same as logical, myo, then this thought must be called non-rational, not irrational, but pre-rational. As opposed to the tendency to dominate the objects of thought, the attitude of foundational thinking will be simply to let beings be, hence render them free tinto themselves. 2. Positively. More positively, foundational thinking tries to meditate being as the process of truth, sc the coming to pass of the lighting process in beings. What is the fundamental structure of this thought? It is brought to pass by the nature of man conceived as ekasistence, sc endowed with the prerogative, unique among beings, of an ecstatic openness unto the lighting process of and-t-ers. Ekasistence thus understood may be called the there, of being, because it is that domain among beings where the lighting process takes place. Since the there comes to pass in a being, sc man, this privileged being is the there being, Dasein, and, conversely, their being must be understood always as the there of being among beings, nothing more. To understand thought, then, we must first see more precisely the relationship between being and its there. It is, in fact, a COR relation. For on the one hand, being maintains a primacy over its there, throwing it out and dominating it at all times, revealing and concealing itself through its there according to the necessity of its own nature. Yet on the other hand, it needs its there in order to be itself, sc the coming to pass of non-concealment, for unless non-concealment comes to pass in a there that is found among beings, it does not come to pass at all. To think being will be to think the truth of being in which their being is ekasistent. Being discloses itself to and in its there, but since it is being that holds the primacy, being is conceived as sending itself unto its there. We may speak of the self-sending as proceeding from being and call it a self-emitting, or, if we may be permitted a neologism to designate a completely new concept, a mittance, Geschick, of being. We may speak of it, too, as terminating in there and therefore call it a committing or commitment, Schicksal, of there to its privileged destiny as the shepherd of being. In any case, one thing is certain, intrinsic to the mittance of being is a certain negativity, by reason of which being withdraws even as it bestows itself, conceals itself even in revealment. The reason is that even though being reveals itself in revealing beings, it can never be seized for itself and by itself, since it is not a being, therefore conceals itself in the very beings to which it gives rise. To think being, then, will be to think it as a mittance, not only in its positivity but in its negativity. We must go one step further. Since the mittance of being is intrinsically negatived, no single mittance exhausts the power of being to reveal itself. Hence being discloses itself to the nature of man by a plurality of mittances, which we shall call intermittence, Geschichte, and it is this that constitutes history, Geschichte. Foundational thought must think being as historic and therefore is a profoundly historical thought. All this describes, however, the relation between being and its there. What is the precise R6LE of thought in the process? It brings this relationship to fulfillment. If we consider this fulfillment with reference to being, thought completes the process of non-concealment by bringing being into that form of manifestation that is most proper to the nature of man, language, through which he says is. If we consider this fulfillment in terms of the there, thought is that process by which ekasistence assumes, therefore achieves, itself as the there of being. From either point of view, the fundamental attitude of thought will be one of acquiescence to being, of responding, Insprechung, to its appeal, Anspruch, of letting being be itself. The structure of this process will take the form of a recollection, Andenken, the tridimensional process by which being comes, future, to the thinker in and through what already has been, past, and is rendered manifest, present, by the words that the thinker himself formulates. Such, too, is the structure of the thoughtful dialogue. Profoundly a temporal process, future past present, foundational thought is by this very fact historical, sc thinks being as history in continual advent to thought through its dialogue with the past. Furthermore, thought thinks not only being as history, intermittence, but thinks every mittance of being in its negativity, as well as in its positivity, endeavoring to comprehend and express not what another thinker thought/said, but what he did not think/say, could not think/say, and why he could not think/say it. But when all is said and done, the function of foundational thought is to help being be itself, to dwell in being as in its element, the way a fish dwells in water. Thought, as the fulfillment of the there, proceeds from being and belongs to it, for the there is thrown out by being. On the other hand, thought attends to being, inasmuch as by it the there assumes itself as the guardian of being. This thought that belongs to being and attends to being is what Heidegger in his later period, let us call him simply Heidegger II, means by the thinking of being, das Denken des Seins. Briefly, foundational thinking is the process by which human existence responds to being, not only in its positivity but in its negativity, as the continual process of truth as history. Our first task is to see how all this finds its roots in the early Heidegger, Heidegger I, as he reveals himself in SZ and the perspectives characteristic of this work. Before we conclude this general survey, it is worthwhile calling attention to the fact that an authentic response to the appeal of being is precisely what Heidegger understands by philosophy. He develops the point in an address to the philosophers of France in 1955.48. The word appeared for the first time, the author claims, in Heraclitus, and there as an adjective rather than as a noun, describing the man who cpla.ei, toac 6v. wla.ei, is interpreted to mean respond, and aac 6v to mean eviac tot, sc. Being a 6 ya, ev, insofar as it gathers together beings, iac tot, unto themselves and lets them be. During the era of sophistry, both appeal and response took different forms. Then the mystery of being in beings disclosed itself to the true thinker as threatened by the crass charlatanism of the sophists. In such a situation the authentic response was to try to salvage being from this fallen condition, hence to strive after being in beings beyond the level of everydayness. The fundamental drive was in poor. To Aristotle, the being to be sought disclosed itself as the beingness, o6a, of beings, and responding to it he posed the question. Now Heidegger's thesis is that what the Occidental man traditionally has called philosophy is precisely that striving after the being of beings that implies a passage beyond the sensible, physical, to the supersensible and begins with Plato. We can see, then, that for Western thought philosophy, as we know it, is identified with metaphysics, so that when Aristotle comes to define philosophy, the result is the classic definition of metaphysics, MLA, JJ, LLJTWV7TP6LT6VCKP, LWV COT LWV6E6PLJTLL. Paraphrasing in Heidegger's sense, we take this to mean, philosophy is that endowment in man, ML, LLL, by which he can catch and hold in view, 6E6PL, TLX, beings in that by which they are as beings, and PXWV, A.TRLWV. No one will doubt, least of all Heidegger, that this conception of philosophy is a legitimate one. What makes it so, however, is not that it crystallizes once and for all the meaning of metaphysics, but that it is an authentic response by Aristotle to the address of being to him. The Othoff insists, however, that the historic formula is only one way of conceiving the correlation of address-response between being and man. It is helpless, for example, to express this correlation as it came to pass in Heraclitus and Parmenides. Why, then, absolutize it? Being remains after Aristotle, as before, eminently free to address itself to man in some other type of mittance, articulated in some other way. So if we, for our part, remain docile to being, which in the Aristotelian tradition imparted itself as metaphysics, are we not after all indeed in a very original way still philosophical? During the course of Heidegger's development, he uses the word philosophy sometimes in the narrow sense, by which it is identified with metaphysics, sometimes in the broad sense, as a response to being's appeal. In the first case, it shares the same destiny as metaphysics and must be overcome. In the second, it is a consummation devoutly to be wished. 51. We make no attempt to retain the problematic beyond calling attention to it here. Let it suffice to say that in disengaging the sense of foundational thought, we delineate Heidegger's conception of philosophy as well. For there is only one philosophical question that interests him, the question about being and its truth. This is the one star, the only that remains constant along the way. S2 it is, one might think, the evening star that must have caught his eye when, in the gathering darkness of Reichenau, he watched the light go out of the west. Part I. From there to being. Forever falling night is a known star and country to the legion of sleepers whose tongue I toll. Dylan Thomas, Vision. Chapter I. Being and Time. I. The problem of fundamental ontology. A. Antecedents. When the young philosopher started his advanced studies at Freiburg after a brilliant abitur in Constance, Neo-Kantianism was in full command of the German universities. This meant that only two problems were philosophically acceptable, the critical problem of knowledge and the critical problem of values. The being problem, and with it all ontology, metaphysics, had long since been dissolved, indeed by Kant himself. Of course there were reactions against the trend, two in particular, both strongly influenced by Brentano. One of these reactions was Husserl's Phenomenology, which, despite its transcendental idealism, gave nevertheless to ontology a place of honor. The second reaction was the movement of Neo-Scholasticism, which could claim Brentano as its own, and with him, after the example of St. Thomas, essayed a return to Aristotle. Both these tendencies found in Heidegger a sympathetic audience, and Neo-Scholasticism helped him find his way in medieval and ancient thought. Phenomenology opened up for him what was contemporary. Traces of the latter are discernible in the habilitation thesis of 1915, two traces of the former in the emphasis, during the early teaching years, on ancient philosophy as far as Augustine. Meditating Aristotle in these years, Heidegger probed deeper the problem of tltoov. Augustine, however, gave him a new insight, that man is not a being like other beings but enjoys a prerogative all his own by reason of which his own being is not from the beginning a fait accompli but something that he himself must achieve, a task in which he can default. During this time, too, Heidegger saw more and more clearly that the dichotomy between realism and idealism was thoroughly inadequate. Realism, as a philosophical tendency, assumes, with an appeal to the example of ancient and medieval thinkers, that the beingness of beings can be discerned without further ado in the beings themselves which lie before man as simple entities, Vorhanden. Idealism, as a philosophical tendency, sees the origin of all beingness in thought, or consciousness, which alone supplies a unity for the multiplicity of beings, thereby allowing each individual the sense it has in relation to the whole ensemble. Heidegger saw that the problem had to be posed on a different level in terms of an intimate correlation between the being process and man, by reason of which the sense of beings was something more than mere entity, yet also more than the fabrication of consciousness. This would demand, however, an analysis of man in his relationship to being that would shatter the realist-idealist dilemma by overcoming the subjectism that lay at its roots. The need for a study of the ontology of man was underscored by the researches of Max Scheler, who, starting from Husserl's Phenomenology, insisted that philosophical anthropology must be the fundamental discipline of all philosophizing. Finally, there was Wilhelm Dilthey. He had undertaken in effet a critique of man's historical reason after the manner of Kant's critique of pure reason, raising the question as to how the historical transformation of the world may be the consequence of transformation in the worldview of man's essentially historical consciousness. These were the major influences, who can count the minor ones? Beginning, no doubt, with Kierkegaard, that crystallized in the remarkable synthesis of SZ, 1927. As means of access to this difficult work, we choose not the book's own introduction, admirable though it is, but the closing section of the Kant interpretation, km, and for more than one reason. Published subsequently to SZ, 1929, it was conceived beforehand, 1925-26, and intended as the first section of SZ, Part 2, the first salvo. In the destruction of metaphysics, which as such was never fired. Point 3 For clarity and conciseness, these pages are unsurpassed by anything in SZ, and it seems perfectly legitimate to let Heidegger introduce Heidegger, as long as both are contemporaneous. This much would justify our approach, but we have a better reason still. Letting KM guide us through SZ lets us see how Heidegger's entire effort strikes at the roots of Neo-Kantianism, which had dominated so completely the philosophical world of his youth. For the whole function of KM is to show that Kant's purpose in the critique of pure reason is by no means to construct a theory of knowledge, as the Neo-Kantians assumed, but precisely to lay the foundation for metaphysics. Hence, Heidegger's problematic is nothing else than a retrieve of Kant's point. For this helps us to see that, more than anyone else, the unannounced adversaries throughout SZ are the Neo-Kantians, and that KM, because so profoundly a complement to SZ, is therefore the best propædeutic to it. For Kant, metaphysics in the proper sense is the metaphysica specialis of the tradition which preceded him, theology, cosmology, psychology, but the laying of the groundwork for such a metaphysics quickly becomes the problem of grounding a metaphysica generalis, SC ontology. The reason is simple: a knowledge, ontic, of those beings with which metaphysica specialis is concerned would be impossible, and this the example of scientific research make 5 clear, unless the metaphysician Alfidi possessed some previous comprehension of the structure of those beings, ontological knowledge. This, according to Heidegger, is the proper sense of the famous Copernican revolution, SC, that ontic knowledge is rendered possible only by an ontological comprehension that precedes it and resides in the very structure of the knower. 5. How Kant's effort to thus lay the groundwork for ontology becomes a critique of pure reason will appear, if one recalls that pure reason is Kant's term to describe that capacity by which man knows according to a priori principles. The ontological knowledge which he wishes to explain, however, must be of such a type. As a knowledge, it would consist in judgments. Kant does not dispute here the Leibniz-Wolff tradition, and, indeed, synthetic judgments, since it would be a knowledge of beings other than the knower and must achieve the union of knower and known, synthesis. Yet because these judgments are ontological, pre-ontic, they are prior to all experience, a priori. The grounding of ontological knowledge, then, will involve the study of synthetic a priori judgments, principles, and, more radically, it will involve the delimiting and delineating, therefore critique, of the essence of that power in man which forms them, pure reason. Fundamental ontology for Kant had to be a critique of pure reason, and such a critique is essentially an analysis of transcendence, SC, the transcendence of the human mind. Insofar as this ontological comprehension of a being precedes the ontic cognition of this being, rendering this cognition possible, it is such an orientation of the knower towards the known that it constructs not only the term of this orientation but the horizon itself within which this being can be experienced in the empirical synthesis. Such is the a priori synthesis of ontological knowledge, the passage of pure reason beyond itself to the beings to be known in such a way as to comprehend the being that makes them what they are prior to any experience of them. The examination of the conditions which render such transcendence possible will be itself transcendental, Kant's fundamental ontology a transcendental philosophy. 7. Now what characterizes the transcendence of the human reason is precisely its humanity, SC, its finitude. Hence the human reason, because finite, cannot create the object of its knowledge. If human knowledge is composed both of immediate intuition, Anschauung, and a universalizing judgment, Denken, both of these are profoundly finite. The intuition is essentially receptive, the universalizing judgment attains only mediately an object that it can represent only as universal, diskursivität. Intrinsically limited within themselves, both of these elements are all the more limited by reason of their dependence upon one another in order to constitute the complete act of knowledge. Human knowledge, and human reason, then, are completely finite, non-creative. Consequently, the problem of transcendence for Kant is this: how can finite, non-creative, reason, essentially dependent upon the presentation of an object for its act of knowledge, nevertheless so transcend itself that it comprehends the being of its object prior to any experience of this object? Briefly, how is the ontological synthesis possible? Heidegger's task is to retrieve this problematic by probing deeper into its origins, Ursprünglicher. With Kant, and this is decisive for SC, he maintains that fundamental ontology must investigate what Kant calls the natural propensity, Naturenlage, of man for metaphysics. 9 He concedes, then, the justice with which Kant adds to the three basic questions which give rise to the traditional disciplines of special metaphysics: what can I know? Cosmology, what must I do? Psychology, for what may I hope? Theology, a fourth, what is man? But this involves more than an anthropology, even a philosophical one, for it must explain the very ontological structure of man, which is the source of the propensity to pose the first three questions, and still more to pose the fourth. Lo, briefly, it involves a fundamental ontology. Notice, however, that Heidegger shifts the emphasis from an investigation of man's reason, Kant, to an investigation of man in his totality. Heidegger endorses, too, and this is capital, Kant's insistence upon the finitude of man. The very questions that give rise to special metaphysics betoken the finitude of the being that poses them. To ask what can I is to ask what can I not, hence to betray an essential limitation. To ask what should I implies not only a what should I not, therefore negativity, but also an intrinsic incompleteness. To ask what may I implies hope, therefore expectancy, therefore indigence. Each of the questions, then, and still more their ensemble, reveals the basic finitude of the one who by these questions gives rise to metaphysics. Furthermore, what interests the questioner is the finitude itself, not in the hope of being able to dissolve it, but simply in order to verify it, that he may comport himself accordingly. So it is that finitude is not simply a mere accident of the human reason, but characterizes this reason in its depths. SC reason's finitude consists in a way of being finite, wie Erendlichung, in its concern for itself as an essentially limited power to be, Zarge das endlich sein können. Hence, one may say that the human reason is not finite because it poses the first three questions, but rather it poses these questions, and gives rise to metaphysics, because it is finite, so finite that it is concerned about its own finitude. The questions which give rise to metaphysics, then, are not only related to man's finitude but spring from it and from man's concern about it. If one is to lay the groundwork for metaphysics, one must first pose the question: what is the interior ground of the finitude of man? It is the special function of the Kant interpretation to bring to light the necessity of such a question. 12 But this is not all. The task of fundamental ontology does not consist merely in posing the question about the finitude of man's being, but must ask how it happens that this finitude is the source of the metaphysical questions, and therefore what is the relationship between human finitude and the origin of metaphysics. Now the origin of metaphysics is the being process as the coming to pass of the ontological difference. The task of fundamental ontology here becomes more sharply den km, pages RG 6. Clearly the author, in using the word reason, Vernunft, intends the entire man, endlich sein können. Note intimate correlation between finitude and concern, Zarge. Find, to bring to light the intrinsic correlation between the being process, SC. Being as such, and the radical finitude of man. 13 Reducing the matter to its simplest terms, then, we may put it this way. Fundamental ontology attempts to lay the foundation for ontology. The research is controlled by a double polarity: on the one hand, to found metaphysics one must interrogate the being process; on the other, the very posing of the question betrays the finitude of the questioner. To succeed, then, fundamental ontology must explain the dynamism which unites these two poles, hence not only pose the being question but explain why it is raised by man precisely as finite. The status questiones, for Kant, what are the conditions which render possible the ontological synthesis, transcendence, of finite reason? For Heidegger, what is the relation between the radical finitude of man and the comprehension of being as such? See Heidegger and Fundamental Ontology. Let us begin with an initial fact. Even before posing the question, man has some comprehension of being. No matter how dark or obscure being itself may be to him, still in his most casual intercourse with other beings, they are sufficiently open to him that he may experience that they are, concern himself about what they are and how they are, decide about the truth of them, etc. He comprehends, somehow, what makes them what they are, sc their being. Again, every sentence that he utters contains an is. His exclamations, vg fire. Suppose the is. His very moods reveal to him that he himself is in such and such a way. He must comprehend, then, no matter how obscurely, what is means, else all this would have no sense. This radical comprehending of being, however, even if undeniable, is not for that reason seized by any clear concept. It is preconceptual and for the most part undetermined, therefore inevitably vague. If one maintain that all knowledge is conceptual, then though beings may be known, the being by which they are what they are, and which man comprehends, remains unknown. Finally, this preconceptual comprehending of being is unquestioning, for the being that thus yields itself is so obvious that it calls no attention to itself, raises no questions, appears as if it were not. Vague, undefined, unquestioning, the comprehension of being is nonetheless an irreducible fact, which the research accepts in order to begin point 14 as a matter of fact. It is this preconceptual comprehension of being, though itself unquestioning, that renders the being question possible. For to question is to search, and every search is polarized by its term. One could not ask, then, what being means, unless one comprehended somehow the answer. The task of pursuing the being question, then, reduces itself to this: what is the essence of the comprehension of being rooted so deeply in man? 15. It is this comprehension of being that for Heidegger most profoundly characterizes man. Man is a being who is immersed among beings in such a way that the beings that he is not, as well as the be, ng that he is himself, have already become constantly manifest to him, manifest, that is, in their being. Point 16. Such a conception of man is momentous. Above all, it explains why Heidegger prefers to designate the questioner of being by a term which suggests this unique privilege that distinguishes it from all other beings, sc its comprehension of being as such, the their being. 17. Henceforth we shall use this term exclusively, reserving for later the explicit question as to the precise relationship between their being and man. We are in a position now to understand some of the characteristics which Heidegger ascribes to their being in virtue of the comprehension of being as such, which characterizes, or rather constitutes, its very ontological structure. The comprehension is not simply a theoretical knowledge but a manner of being in such a way as to comprehend being. As a radical comprehension of being, their being's own being, sc that by which it is what it is to be concerned about being. Hence the relationship to being, the comprehending, constitutes the very ontological structure of their being. Further, this comprehension of being embraces not only its own being but the being of all other beings as well. Hence, as a being it is not just one more mere entity among many others, but it enjoys a primacy among the rest. The ontic excellence of their being lies in the fact that it is ontological. 18. Furthermore, this manner of man's being we call existence. It is only on the basis of a comprehension of being that existence is possible. 19. Existence for Heidegger, then, means to be in that relationship to being which we have called comprehending. Only this. It is comprehension which constitutes the inner possibility of existence, so that in tum existence constitutes the interior possibility, Wesson, of there being. 20. Now human existence, thus understood, Heidegger also calls transcendence. For us the word is disconcerting, because we have seen already that it is profoundly metaphysical in its implications. But we were viewing the matter in retrospect. In the period with which we are dealing now, I 927, the author had nothing else but metaphysical words to work with in grounding. Metaphysics. Point 21. How profound a problem this poses we shall see in time. For the moment, let us be content to see that his use of the term is legitimate, even if not wholly satisfying. For the word means, as we have seen, to pass over. According to the different senses that are given to the being that achieves the passage, to that over which the passage is made, to the manner of passage and to its term, the word may assume any one of the numberless meanings that successive philosophers have given it. For Heidegger, the term is analyzed most closely when interrogating their being as the in the world being, where their being, considered as a being, passes beyond beings, even its lf to the world. But the sense of their being as transcendence appears at the very starting point of fundamental ontology, where we are engaged at present. For their being is a being whose structure is such that it comprehends the being of beings. By this very fact, their being passes beyond, therefore transcends, beings to the being process as such. Thus, with the transcendence of their being comes to pass, the comprehending of being of beings as such. Again, transcendence achieves the comprehending of the being of beings. 23. Note, however, that transcendence is the coming to pass, Geschihen, the achieving, Vialzihen, of ontological comprehending. This comprehending of being, then, is not simply a domain that has been captured once and for all, to be retained henceforth as a permanent possession. Much more is it a coming to pass that dynamically continues, therefore an occurrence which is always in the process of being achieved. The there being, constituted by ontological comprehension, is essentially not a thing but a happening, and this happening is transcendence, better, transcending. Besides this dynamic character of transcendence, remark, 2, its profound finitude. In the first place, the there being, in the original situation in which we first discover it as a problem, dwells in the midst of beings, engaged in continual comportment with them, because they have become manifest to it in virtue of its radical comprehension of their being. Their being is, then, essentially referred, angewiesen, to beings. Essentially referred to them, hence referentially dependent upon them, it can never become either by culture or by technicity completely their master. The first testimony to finitude. Point 24. Again, if their being's referential dependence makes it powerless over other beings, it is no less powerless with regard to itself. Their being is not the source of its own being but rather finds itself as an already existing fact, immersed in its original situation as a comprehension of the being of beings, and its origin and destiny are equally obscure. 25. Heidegger will later describe these two elements of the original situation, their being's non-mastery of its own origin and its referential dependence on other beings, by the single term, thrownness, Geworfenheit, which must be understood in a purely ontological sense as wishing to signify the matter-of-fact character of human finitude. Point 26. Furthermore, this thrownness is not simply a characteristic of their being's coming into existence, but permeates the their being as such, the entire coming to pass of its transcending comprehension. Heidegger will describe this abiding character of thrownness by another term, their being's fallenness among beings, Verfallenheit. By this he means that their being's comprehending of being always comes to pass in and through its comportment with beings, for by being, after all, is meant simply that by which all beings are. Their being, then, although comprehending being in itself does not seize being by itself, as separate from beings. We should understand, too, that fallenness implies a certain ineluctable drag toward comportment with beings, hence an innate tendency to forget the being process as such. In any case, fallenness does not have here an axiological sense, it is simply another characteristic of the innermost transcendental finitude of their being. 27. But we may articulate this finitude still further, if we consider the obscurity of the being that is comprehended. It is so self-evident that it is unquestionable, comprehended but not conceived, obvious but nonetheless forgotten. 28. It defies those thought patterns or language structures that are geared to the conception and expression of any being, because this is exactly what it is not. Being, as that by which all beings are, is not a being, nor the collection of beings, it is non-being, das Nichts. The being of beings is, however, comprehensible only under the condition, that their being, by reason of its very nature, thrusts itself into non-being, and Heidegger interrupts the sentence to remark, and herein lies the profoundest finitude of transcendence. 29. Because their being in its comprehending of being is so profoundly finite, its prerogative of existence hides within itself a need of its own, i.e. the need for continued comprehension in order that it be itself, therefore in order to exist. This internal indigence of their being, grounded in finitude, is the innermost core of its dynamism. Because their being's comprehension is finite, its structure compels it to continue to comprehend being in order to remain, therefore to be, and to become, itself. So by reason of its very being, then, their being is still an incomplete seizure of being, propelled by its own indigence toward an unattainable completeness. This is why the author affirms as one of his first principles, the essence of this being lies in its to be. Where the to dash connotes not only the power to be, sein können, but the compulsion dash, or drive to be, and the be implies not only entity but the comprehension of being. Taken in its ensemble, to be is synonymous with existence, and the author adds, the essence of their being lies in its existence. 31. Once one understands their being's already begun still to achieve dynamism, one will find no difficulty with Heidegger's insistence upon the essentially static character of their being, later emphasized by the spelling existence, so central to his conception of time, history, truth, and being itself. Likewise we understand in what sense being does not have potentiality, Möglichkeit, but is its own potentiality, its power drive, to be. 32. It is clear, then, that human transcendence is finite in the very roots of its being, and that this finitude, or rather the indigence which is its consequence, is the interior source of its dynamism. It should be understood, however, that this dynamism is not just a property of transcendence but the structure by which it is what it is, its being. So it is that existence, as a manner of being, is itself finitude, and this finitude is possible only on the basis of the comprehension of being. 33. Hence it becomes clear that the innermost ground of their being's finitude is the comprehension of being itself. This permits us, however, to answer the first question of fundamental ontology as to the relationship between the finitude of the questioner and the comprehension of being, or, more precisely, to understand that it need not be asked, the comprehension of being itself is the innermost essence of finitude. 34. One final word. If eventually we distinguish several different components in this process of transcending, they are nevertheless all synthesized into a profound unity, the single process of their being whose unique concern is to salvage itself, to continue to be. This unity Heidegger calls concern, Sorge, a term which, like fallenness, has for him not an axiological but only an ontological sense, the structural unity of the intrinsically finite transcendence of their being. 35. The broad lines of Heidegger's problematic are now clear, and we are almost in a position to examine being and time, which ambition to develop a fundamental ontology such as is here described, without permitting the luxuriance of its trees to obscure the unity of the forest. Fundamental ontology, itself only a preliminary analysis to expose the horizon necessary for the analysis of the sense of being itself, will prepare to interrogate the being that is comprehended by first interrogating the comprehending itself. The prelude to the question of being is the question of their being. 36. We have seen already a rough draft of Heidegger's answer to such a question. Their being is transcendence, a being in which the comprehending of being comes to pass in a radically finite way. If, by pushing further to discover the sense of such a being, one discovers that the ultimate foundation which renders it possible is time, Then we add to the first two characteristics of their being, transcendence, finitude, a third, sc temporality. We will have achieved, 2, the program proposed by the author in the imposing title of SZ, Part I, the interpretation of their being in terms of temporality and the explanation of time as the transcendental horizon of the question of being. 37 We will also have laid the foundation for metaphysics by achieving a fundamental ontology. D. Pre-notes. Before we proceed to the text proper of SZ, let us pause for several remarks which may serve as transition. I. Presuppositions. That Heidegger has certain presuppositions as he begins his task no one will deny, least of all Heidegger. In the first place, he presupposes that in man there is already a comprehension of being. Out of this he develops, as we have seen, the notions of their being, existence, transcendence. To the extent that the analysis of their being to follow permits him to discern the sense of their being's being, the result of his analysis is itself based on the original presupposition. Is this not to argue in a circle? Heidegger sees the difficulty and formulates it himself. The idea of existence and of being altogether is presupposed and the there being interpreted accordingly in order that from this the idea of being can be gained. 38 His answer is to admit the circle but deny any warrant for reproach. He maintains, for example, that the comprehension is presupposed in that vague, preconceptual, self-evident seizure of being which he holds to be an irreducible and indisputable fact. It is not, however, the explicit concept of the sense of being which Heidegger ambitions as the end of his research. His effort at clarification has nothing to do with a vicious circle in the logical sense. 39 Yet a circle it is, to be sure, if one prescinds from the passage from vague to precise and considers only the passage from comprehension to comprehension. Such a circle, however, lies in the nature of the comprehension of being, and the circle expresses the a priori structure of their being itself. The philosopher's task, then, will not be to deny, to conceal, or to break the circle. On the contrary, the effort should much rather be to seek to leap into the circle in an original and thoroughgoing way, in order that from the very beginning of the analysis of their being one gain the full view of the circular character of its being. 40. Notice that the task involves effort, and this effort involves an initial leap, Springen. The necessity of a leap will explain at once the difficulty of the analysis which follows, and its importance should be emphasized from the start. There is no gradual pedagogy in Heidegger. To fail to make with him the initial leap into the circular structure of their being is to render any sympathetic understanding impossible. Briefly, then, Heidegger feels that the concept of their being as a comprehension of being is a fact. It warrants no justification beyond itself, it needs only to be accepted and understood. Is this to proceed on a presupposition? So be it. This is a commentary on the nature of philosophy itself. Philosophy will never want to deny its presuppositions, though it may not simply concede them. Rather, philosophy grasps clearly these presuppositions and, together with the analysis for which they are presupposed, brings the presuppositions themselves to a more penetrating elucidation. 41. This much Heidegger explicitly concedes. If, however, we must presuppose that their being is endowed with a comprehension of being, must we not also admit as presupposed what is comprehended? It would certainly seem so, but the author is less explicit here. Heidegger presupposes a conception of being that not everyone will find as self-evident as he. How are we to understand it? If being is that which determines a being as a being, sc that by which a being is what it is, what is the most fundamental characteristic of beings? 42 The fact that they are revealed, offenbar, to their being as being what they are. Being, then, is that by reason of which beings are revealed to their being. As impenetrable as is the obscurity that enshrouds being and its meaning, so certain remains the fact that in the entire domain of the manifestation of beings we continually comprehend some such thing as being. Furthermore, this revelation of beings is somehow correlative with their being's existence, sc its antecedent comprehension of being, with existence, comes to pass an eruption in the totality of beings of such a nature that now for the first time beings, in themselves, as beings, become manifest. 44 Being, therefore, is that by reason of which beings become manifest not for their own sake but to and for their being. The point is capital. Being for Heidegger is always correlative with their being, that by reason of which beings are accessible to man. Furthermore, from this point of view it becomes easy to understand why he can say, above all, only so long as their being is, i.e. the ontic potentiality of the comprehending of being, is their being. 45 Furthermore, if being is understood as that by reason of which beings are manifest and truth is essentially the process of non-concealment, then there is being, not beings, only insofar as truth is. And truth is only insofar and as long as their being is. Being and truth are simultaneous. 46 All of this, we say, rests on a supposition. It is not our task to question this conception at present, in the strictest sense a preconception, even to ask if it is the only conception of being that is legitimate for finite man. We wish only to call attention to the fact that this is a preconception, even if, for someone whose approach is phenomenological, an inevitable 1.47. To their being. What is the initial conception of their being? We have seen how their being is conceived as a comprehension of being that is radically finite. It is, then, a completely ontological, not anthropological, phenomenon, whatever may be its relation to man. Whatever is to be said of it will be a consequence of this ontological character. Existence, thus understood, is conceived as an eruption, Einbruch, into the totality of beings, by reason of which these beings as beings become manifest. On the basis of his comprehension of being, man is the there through whose being the manifestive eruption among beings takes place. 48 In other words, their being is the there of being among beings, it lets beings be, manifest, thereby rendering all encounter with them possible. It follows, then, that, correlative to the referential dependence of their being on beings, there is a dependence of beings on their being that they be, manifest. In letting beings be, manifest, however, their being obviously does not create them but only discovers, entdecken, them as what they are. What about beings before their being discovers them? The question cannot be asked, as long as one restricts oneself to the focus of sheer phenomenology. In any case, this mutual dependence between beings and their being is in fact only an explicitation of what we said before about being as a correlate of their being. 49 If it is by the eruption among beings of existence that these beings become manifest, then there is no difficulty in understanding how their being lets these beings be, senlassen. In letting them be manifest, it liberates them from concealment. Hence renders them free. We are prepared for Heidegger's notion of liberty, at first so disconcerting. Liberty is liberation, letting be, hence not primarily an act of the will but a purely ontological process of the same order as, in fact identical with, their being as transcendence. 50 But what is the precise relationship between their being and man? To be sure, the relationship is intimate. The entire problematic of fundamental ontology arises out of an attempt to explain the ontological structure of man which renders possible his natural penchant for metaphysics. We have seen how their being is a comprehending of being which is intrinsically finite, and which is the source of unity between the being question and the finitude of man who poses it. If fundamental ontology is not an anthropology, it is and remains an interrogation of their being insofar as this is the ontological structure of man in his intrinsic finitude. It will be easy, then, to see why their being is spoken of so often as the equivalent of man. 51 It is perfectly understandable, too, why the author insists so strongly that their being is always mine, to the extent that he will designate mineness as the second, after existence, fundamental characteristic of their being. 52 But it could be exceedingly misleading to reduce this intimacy between their being and man to the simple identification of their being and the individual, still more to consider the ontological dimension as a property of man, more precisely of his intellect. Rather, the there being is the ontological structure of man, ontologically prior, ursprunglicher, to man, and it is the finitude of their being as an intrinsically finite comprehension of being that is the ground of the finitude of man. More original than man is the finitude of their being in him. 53 Hence the there being, rather than a mere synonym for man, is essentially a coming to pass that takes place in man. Of course, this poses problems. If their being takes place in man, what is the precise relation between the two? For that matter, what man are we talking about? There is an obscurity, then. Not only concerning the relationship between their being and being, but concerning the relationship between their being and man all the more, then, between being and man. If one retains a purely ontological, versus anthropological, interpretation of their being, one can see that Jean Beaufret's question becomes plausible, even inevitable: how give a sense to the word humanism? 54. 3. Method, Phenomenology. We have seen that the task of fundamental ontology is to discern the being of their being. Given the fact that being is that by which beings, their being, manifest themselves as what they are and how they are, then how else will fundamental ontology discern the being of their being than by letting it manifest itself for what it is? Such, says Heidegger, is the genuine task of phenomenology. J. and Ya LV Rock CPCXW6, LEVCX, where A and Ya LV has the sense of 81JA.oi3V, to make clear, or more precisely OCLTOPCXTVE6CXL, SC to permit something to appear of itself, make itself seen, and CPCXW6, J.Fx means that which shows itself as it is. Hence phenomenology means OCLTOPCX_VE6CXL Rock CPCXW6, LEVCX, SC. To permit that which of its own accord manifests itself to reveal itself as it is. 55. But what precisely is it within a being which of its own accord manifests itself that phenomenology lets be revealed? Obviously that which first of all and for the most part does not show itself, that which alongside of what first of all and for the most part does show itself is concealed, yet at the same time is something that essentially belongs to what first of all and for the most part shows itself, in such a way, indeed, as to constitute its sense and ground. 56. In other words, phenomenology lets be seen the being of beings. Now to let be seen, sc to investigate thematically, the being of beings is the classical function of ontology. It is clear, then, why Heidegger claims that ontology is possible only as phenomenology. And reciprocally that phenomenology is effectively ontology. 57. In the present case, the phenomenon with which we are concerned is their being itself. The task is to let be seen the being of their being, being that is concealed, or that was once revealed and has slipped back into oblivion, or that is revealed but in a distorted fashion so that their being seems to be what it is not, briefly, being that in one way or another is negatived. And it is precisely inasmuch as being, because negatived, is not seen that phenomenology is so necessary. 58. To permit the there being, then, to reveal of its own accord what it is and how it is, as ontological comprehension, existence, finite transcendence, Heidegger will submit it to a phenomenological analysis and thus lay the being of their being out, Auslegung, in full view. Such a laying out, sc interpretation of their being, Heidegger also calls hermeneutic, but the full import of this fact will not appear for some time. 59. For the moment, let us be content with remarking that their being is in the strictest sense a self-interpretation, sc something that their being must achieve in, for, and as itself. It would be hard to exaggerate the importance of Heidegger's conception of phenomenology for the evolution of foundational thought. Clearly it is not simply one method arbitrarily chosen from among others equally possible. It is imposed by his conception of the being process itself as that which renders beings manifest in a negative way. If phenomenology is the method chosen for the meditation upon their being, which is to prepare a way to interrogate the sense of being itself, this means that it is the way that the Heidegger of RG 27 goes about the thinking of being. Trinsically finite comprehending of being. One of the consequences of this finitude is the fact that their being takes its prerogative so completely for granted that it forgets the prerogative and thus forgets itself. Let the analysis of finite transcendence, then, start with their being in that condition where it is most victim to its finitude, thrown down among beings and immersed in them. Their being's unique prerogative lies lost in forgottenness. This is its everyday condition. Let it be called everydayness, Alldaiglichkeit. By everydayness, Heidegger wishes to designate that condition in which their being first of all and for the most part finds itself in its day-in day-out contact with beings. First of all indicates the manner in which their being is initially disclosed to itself by reason of its coexistence with others, in the comings and goings, the constant superficial exchanges which constitute daily intercourse. For the most part indicates the manner in which their being usually, though not always, shows itself for every man. It is consummate ordinariness. 60. In this ordinariness, their being's great prerogative lies forgotten. The phenomenological analysis of everydayness is not concerned, of course, with describing how a man handles his knife and fork, but how underneath all commerce between their being and other beings, there lies the coming to pass of transcendence. Let this transcendence be designated by a term more congruous with the context of everydayness. Let it be called to be in the world, in der Welt sein. 6l. The term does not change its nature, it remains the coming to pass of being comprehension, sc existence, by which the their being is what it is. Henceforth, their being, finite, transcendence and to be in the world are synonymous. But in the multiple engagement of everydayness, this transcendence is obscured. Such is the forgottenness that follows upon finitude. Finitude. The propensity to forgetfulness, then, is as inevitable and as abiding as everydayness itself. It cannot be dissolved. It can only be overcome. It is the task of fundamental ontology to overcome it, to tear their being away from the forgottenness of its authentic self. Hence the principal act of fundamental ontology is recollection, Wiedererinnerung, which, to be genuine, must collect within itself all over again, in the innermost springs of its possibility that which is recalled. 62. In the present case this will mean that the entire analysis will be controlled by its fundamental ontological purpose, to discern in everydayness the ontological structure of finite transcendence, whose ultimate sense is time. 5. Terminology A. Existential vs. Existential. We are examining the ontological structure of their being, whose essence lies in existence. Let the analysis be called, then, existential. But the term must be understood. Since existence for Heidegger is that structure by which their being, thrown among beings, comprehends their being, only that is existential which pertains to their being's comprehension of the being structure of beings, hence to the primordial constitution of their being itself. 63. The term pertains to existence in its ontological dimension. It is to be distinguished carefully from what is called existentiell. For existence, as a finite comprehension, is thrown among beings and remains always fallen among them with the need of achieving transcendence only through comportment with beings. Hence, if by reason of its being comprehension their being exists in an ontological dimension, then by reason of its finitude it exists simultaneously in an ontic dimension as well, sc in continual engagement with beings, whether this engagement be imposed upon their being by circumstances, the result of unconscious adaptation to milieu, or the result of a free choice. This dimension of existence and all that pertains to it is called existentiell, and is synonymous with ontic. 64. It is worthwhile insisting on the fact that although existential and existential in their being are distinct, they are not separate. They are different dimensions of a unique and profoundly unified phenomenon, finite transcendence. The function of the existential analysis as a recollection of forgotten transcendence will be to discern the existential dimension which structures existential everydayness. It must respect the unity of the phenomenon that it analyses. The existential analysis must be rooted in the existential, sc unless it discerns the existential within the existential, it remains groundless. 65. One begins to see more clearly what the phenomenology of their being as a process of transcendence will imply. It must be itself brought to achievement in some existential, antic, comportment through which their being recollects the existential dimension of itself. b. Authenticity. And in authenticity the author never defines explicitly what he means by authenticity. But he offers the following ingredients for a definition: their being is its own potentiality. As its own potentiality, it can choose itself in its own being, i.e. assume itself. It can also lose itself, or rest in only an apparent assumption of itself. If their being achieves itself, it is authentic, eigentlich. If it fails to achieve itself, it is inauthentic, unagentlich. Hence both authenticity and inauthenticity are fundamental modes of being, sensmodi, and have their basis in the fact that their being, as existential, is a to be achieved there. 66. At this point, how much do we know about the self of which there is question of choosing or not choosing? As its own potentiality, it is a being so structured that it is to be, it is an already begun still to be achieved process of transcending beings to being. This process is the very essence of the their being, its existence. As such it distinguishes their being from all other beings. But this existence, as its process character already indicates, is profoundly finite, thrown and fallen among beings. Its structure is characterized by two dimensions, simultaneous and inseparable, ontic existential and ontologico-existential. But the ontological dimension, and this is another mark of its finitude, in ordinary everydayness lies in forgottenness. To choose such a self, what else is it than to recollect the unique prerogative which in all the poverty of its finitude constitutes the primacy of this being among all others? Such a choosing achieves their being for what it is. For their being, to fail to recollect its prerogative of comprehension is to lose itself by letting its unique prerogative lie in forgottenness, by restricting its interest to the merely ontic existential. 67. Yet this achieving or not achieving of the authentic their being is a choosing, hence is accomplished by some spontaneous orientation that lies within the competence of their being to elect or fail to elect. There is here, then, a decision, a deliberate engagement, a willing to be faithful to itself which, though of course structured by being and admitting of existential interpretation, lies nonetheless in the ontic dimension of their being and is one of its existential possibilities. Eventually this choice will receive the designation resolve, Entschlossenheit. 68. We come now at long last to the text of SZ. We have no intention of offering a complete summary of the book as such, for our purpose is only to discern the first traces of what later emerges as foundational thought. If even so limited a focus forces us to examine most of the major themes, the examination is admittedly selective. From the beginning, we know that their being is finite transcendence whose ultimate meaning is time. We let these 2 points polarize our resume, reserving for special treatment in a separate section 2 remarks of a more general nature which are of special importance for us. 52. From there to being 2. The existential analysis. A. The world. Their being is the coming to pass of finite transcendence, which under everyday circumstances is first discernible as a being whose nature is to be in the world. In analyzing it, we follow the author's order by first attempting to disengage the sense of the world into which their being transcends and subsequently the sense of what it means to be in such a world. We cannot begin, however, without anticipating the second part of the analysis. When we say that their being is in the world, in here has by no means a purely spatial sense, for example as water is in a glass, but rather the sense of to be at home or to sojourn in, to be entrusted with a privileged familiarity with the world about. Again, it is to be immersed somehow in the world, senbei, into which their being has entered and with which it has intercourse. This immersion in the world is obviously more than mere juxtaposition of their being and world, as if they were two entities placed alongside of each other but mutually inaccessible. It is a profound intimacy of their being with the world, by reason of which other beings that are within the world may be encountered, reveal themselves for what they are when they come in contact with their being. 69. This contact, however, is not in the order of knowledge in the usual sense of the term, but of the nature of a having to do with these things and a dealing with them that is found simply in daily intercourse. In this sense, the familiarity with beings is nothing theoretic, if this be understood as mere contemplation, but a thoroughly concrete dealing with them. 70. The author enumerates 4 senses in which the term world may be taken, are as the totality of beings that are encountered by their being within the world, 2 as the being of this totality of beings other than their being, 3 as a complex which is not opposed to their being, wherein their being itself lives, 4 as the being, Weltlichkeit, of this wherein it is the third of these senses that Heidegger intends where he speaks of the world in which their being is and which he will seek to analyze. To understand world in this way is to take it in an ontic sense, sc as the wherein of an ontic engagement with beings which renders this engagement possible. For the same reason, world has an existential meaning. This sense is pre-ontological, sc. Here, pre-thematic, hence prior to any reflective distinction between ontic and ontological, therefore in the initial stage of everydayness. It is the world of their being's matter-of-fact situation, sc of its facticity. It is the task of this part of the analysis to make this world thematic and discern what it is that constitutes the world as world. 71. The first fact of the phenomenological analysis of the world about, Welt, is that it is filled with beings other than their being. With allusion to the Greek sense of 70 pcxy, j.oc rock. As that of which one makes use, 70 pilt, in one's daily preoccupation, the author chooses to describe them as instruments, zug, or tools, thereby indicating an inherent usefulness in them by reason of which they are intrinsically adapted to a certain purposeful pattern which characterizes the preoccupation itself. They are beings that are ready at hand, Zohandines, for their being's intercourse with the world about. To discern the being of these instruments will be to discover what makes them to be instruments, hence their instrumentalness, or what constitutes them as capable of revealing themselves as ready at hand. 72. Let us examine more closely the being of these instruments with which their being is preoccupied. Every instrument is essentially for the purpose of, doing something, sc purposeful, vg the pen for writing, and this purposefulness has within its very structure a reference, to that for which it serves a purpose. Referred beyond itself to a task. To be accomplished, the instrument, vg pen, in company with other instruments, vg paper, ink, desk, etc., resides in a pattern of references which constitutes the instrument as purposeful, therefore as an instrument. It is the task to be achieved which constitutes the unity of this pattern, and the task itself becomes an instrument inserted into a still broader pattern which constitutes the total unity of preoccupation, Besorgen. 73. The ontological structure of the instrument, then, is characterized by its reference beyond itself by reason of its insertion into a total purposeful pattern. This pattern, or complex, of references, always latent and taken for granted by the very fact of preoccupation, becomes apparent the moment that the pattern is disturbed, as occurs, for example, if an instrument, when broken, becomes useless. The very fact of disturbance, however, indicates that the total pattern itself was always somehow in view, even if taken for granted. This totality which was always in view is what Heidegger understands by world. 74. Every instrument, then, is encountered within the world which renders possible its purposefulness, and, conversely, every instrument has an ontological relation to the world. So it is that once an instrument has been discovered, the world itself, by a certain ontological priority, already has been discovered, even if not yet thematized. 75. This totality, within which instruments are encountered and which is the ultimate term of their reference, is not foreign to their being but intimately associated with its ontological structure. Recall that the instruments we are analyzing are those with which their being is engaged in its daily preoccupation with the world about and under the control of their being's view of the world about, Umsicht. The world is profoundly their being's world. More precisely, We have already seen that the ontological structure of the instrument is characterized by its reference beyond itself. Its very being, therefore, consists in its being destined, bewandtness, sc. Its ontological structure includes a double character, a being that is destined and a being whereunto. It is destined. 76 That whereunto the instrument is destined will depend, of course, upon the pattern into which it is inserted, bewandtnisgenst, and this pattern will in turn be inserted into a larger one. For example, the hammer will have its immediate destination in a hammering, the hammering in a nailing, the nailing in the building of a house. But the process does not continue indefinitely. The house is destined for their being. Their being is the term of all destinations, and this, not because of a banal egocentricity of its own, a purely ontic conception of their being, but because of its ontological structure, sc. The being of instruments is to be destined to another, but the being of their being is to be concerned with its own being and cannot therefore be referred beyond itself. 77 We have said that when their being discovers an instrument, it does so in virtue of its view of an already pre-discovered whole which we have called the world. Now let us ask, what is the nature of this pre-discovery? The whole which lights up for their being on the occasion of a disturbance of the order of the whole is not itself an instrument, much less a simple entity, voorhandiens, but rather a there, de, which precedes all affirmation or contemplation. The whole which lights up is not even accessible to the view of the world about, insofar as the latter always focuses on the totality of beings with which their being is preoccupied, yet it is prior to this view of the world about and for such a view that the there is already disclosed. 78 Hence, the there in question is not in the ontic dimension of beings at all, since it precedes both the being instrument, for it is the total pattern which renders the instrument purposeful, and their being's view of the world about, for which the there is already disclosed. Furthermore, the there is not thematic but remains undisclosed as long as the pattern is not disturbed, and it is precisely in this unthematic form that it constitutes the being of the instrument in everyday intercourse. Since it is already predisclosed to the preoccupied their being. This there, the world, is that within which their being, if considered as itself a being, already was and to which, in any explicit, thematic, approach, it can only return. 79 The world, then, is a non-antic, non-thematic, predisclosed there wherein their being encounters the purposeful beings with which it is preoccupied in its everyday commerce with the world about. The world is a wherein. This is not to be understood spatially but as a horizon within which an instrument is encountered by their being. Hence it is a wherein in which both their being and instruments reside. For the instrument, the world is a matrix of relations, bezugssammenhang, into which the instrument is inserted, whereunto it is referred, which renders possible the instrument's purposefulness, hence constitutes it in its being. But the unity of this matrix is their being itself, since their being is the ultimate whereunto of all references, worum willen. Their being, then, comprehends the matrix insofar as it comprehends itself, and is referred to the matrix in the same way that it is referred to itself in the radical comprehension of its own being. So it is that the horizon of their being's own self-comprehension is likewise the ultimate term of reference of an instrument, and its disclosure is ontologically prior to any antic encounter with an instrument. One sees, then, in what sense the being of the world is an existential component of their being as finite transcendence. So it is with this matrix of relations, which constitutes the world, within which their being comprehends both itself and other beings, that their being enjoys a radical familiarity. In fact, this familiarity with the world constitutes their being's radical comprehension of being, seinsvarstendness. Are we to infer that familiarity with the matrix and the comprehension of being are but one? Certainly the author's thought is moving in that direction, for their being's comprehension of its own being is at once its comprehension of the world, but the identification is not yet as explicit as eventually it will become. Let us examine more closely this matrix of relationships which their being comprehends in a disclosedness that is prior to every encounter with other beings. The relational character of the relations within the matrix will be said to give meaning, bedeuten, Sc. It is the relations which constitute the purposefulness of the instruments. The entire matrix of these relations will be called meaningfulness, Bedeutsamkeit, and it is this which constitutes the structure of the world with which their being, as to be in the world, already enjoys familiarity. But their being's familiarity with total meaningfulness does more than enable their being to comprehend itself. It enables their being to comprehend other beings, instruments, with which it is engaged, and therefore makes it possible for them to be discovered as instruments, possible for them to announce themselves for what they are in themselves, and sick. So it is that the ontological dimension of their being, sc. its radical comprehension of meaningfulness, renders possible the discovery of purposeful patterns I and their being's antic engagement. 82 More precisely, the discovery of a purposeful being as purposeful implies that their being in its encounter lets the instrument be destined toward its purpose, bewenden lassen. This occurs on two levels. Ontic, sc. the individual instrument is permitted to be according to the suchness of its individual particularity, v.g. as a hammer or a chisel. Ontological, sc. the instrument, considered simply as a being, scenes, is permitted to be. This ontological letting be is prior to the antic, for an instrument, v.g. hammer, must first be before it can be a hammer. It is a liberation, Freigabe, of the instrument in its being, for it permits the instrument to be, not in the sense, of course, that it creates or produces the instrument, but simply that it renders possible its discoverability, thus permits it to be encountered. Now this pre-antic letting be of the instrument as a being is a condition of the possibility of the encounter with the instrument as such and such a being, v.g. hammer. It is just such a pre-antic letting be which is the result of their being's intimacy with total meaningfulness. 83 Let it be noted, however, that their being exists in both dimensions simultaneously. The ontological dimension, though structurally prior to the antic, is not disclosed until after some instrumental complex has been discovered on the ontic level. Conversely, insofar as their being is, sc. exists in its ontological dimension, it is already orientated toward a world of beings in its ontic dimension. The orientation toward, and therefore referential dependence upon, an ontic world belongs to the very being of their being. Both the world of their being's ontological dimension which is disclosed, and the world of its ontic dimension which is discovered, are revealed together. 84 What, then, are we finally to understand by the world into which their being transcends? It is the existential dimension of their being by reason of which is pre-disclosed the matrix of relations which constitute total meaningfulness, within which their being may encounter beings under the guise of purposeful instruments. But if it is an existential component of their being, may we still say that their being transcends to it? Yes, provided we understand the terminus aequo of the transcendence as the ontic dimension of their being, the terminus ad quem, world, its ontological dimension. We may say that their being is transcendence, sc. transcending, simply because, the ontic excellence of their being consists in the fact that it is ontological. 85. We have just seen how world is disclosed in their being prior, ontologically, not temporally, to any ontic engagement of their being with other beings. This disclosedness of the world pertains to the very being of their being. In fact, the term there expresses this disclosedness of the world. The there of being and the disclosedness of the world are but one. Translate this into terms of the metaphor of light. The tradition has spoken of the lumen naturale in man. This is an effort to express by what Heidegger considers an image of the ontic order what is in fact the ontological structure of their being. Sc. that it is in such a way as to be their. 86 To say that their being is lit up, or locatet, means that, insofar as it is to be in the world, their being is illumined not by some other being but rather is itself the lighting process, Lichtung. This luminosity of the there, disclosedness of the world, is not something added to their being but it is its innermost constitution. Without it, their being would simply not be what it is. Their being is its own disclosedness. 87 This identity of the disclosedness of the world and the there, luminosity, of their being is precisely what constitutes their beings in being in the world. 88 Furthermore, This disclosedness of the world is at the same time the disclosedness of being. Hence the constitutional luminosity of their being is not only the in-being of their being in the world but its radical comprehension of being as well. 89 Heidegger's task now will be to examine in detail the constituent elements of the there of their being. We must insert an important prefix, however, which we can only mention without development. Their being is not an isolated being, existing in complete separation from all other their beings. It is in the world with other their beings. It is by reason of this with being, too, that their being is what it is. For the same reason, the world is always a with world, sc. Their being is tobe in the world with others. And since this with being is constitutive of their being, then in their being's comprehension of its own being lies the comprehension of others. 2.90. I comprehension. Let us begin with the component of disclosedness for which we have received already a certain propaedeutic, the comprehending, v. Erstigen, that constitutes their being and differentiates it from all other beings. 91 By reason of this comprehending, the being of beings, itself included, becomes accessible to their being. This is possible, however, only insofar as comprehending is of the nature of a project, Entwurf. To project means to throw forward. In German, the word is commonly used in the transferred sense, which implies that what is thrown forward is already somehow possessed by the one who throws it forward. By this prepossession, the structure of the project ed precedes itself in the project or, this preceding structure of the project ed in project or is an anticipation. The anticipation is the bringing to pass of this precedent structure as precedent. Thus far goes the natural understanding of project. For Heidegger, the meaning of project is apparently clear enough to dispense him from the necessity of an explanation. Let us try to determine how he understands it from his use of it. The clearest indication of the sense in which he accepts the term is to be found in a citation from Kant. In explaining the development of the Kantian problematic, Heidegger indicates how Kant wished to transpose into terms of metaphysics the discovery of the physical scientists that, the reason discovers only what her own projects educe. 92. The projects of reason for Kant in this case are the structure, s, which anticipate what will be discerned in the object, and determine the basic concepts and fundamental principles of the various sciences. Heidegger, in indicating Kant's application of this observation to the problem of metaphysics, expresses Kant's thought process in terms more properly his own. Accordingly, what renders comportment with beings, ontic knowledge, possible, is an antecedent comprehending of the being structure, sc. ontological knowledge. 93 We have here the Heideggerian formula antecedent comprehending correlated with the Kantian use of project to signify that structure of the reason, Heidegger speaking for Kant, in virtue of which the reason is so constituted that in comportment with beings their being structure is discerned. We have, then, a first sense for project, as a structure that ontologically precedes the comportment. This project is already a prepossession, an anticipatory seizure of that being to be encountered. 94 There is a second sense which Heidegger adds, the explicit achievement of the projecting must necessarily be a construction. 95 The construction, however, is not arbitrary but is determined previously and assured. We understand this to mean, prior to the encounter, their being is so constituted as to seize by anticipation the structure of the being to be encountered. During the encounter, the seizure which was anticipated is explicitly achieved according to the predetermined plan as dictated by the primordial constitution of their being. The achievement, then, is the actual process of discerning, the laying in the open of the structure of the being encountered, so that by the encounter the structure is built. In this sense, there is a construction. To project, then, taken in its totality, means, to seize by anticipation the structure of a being still to be encountered, to bring to pass the seizure of this structure in the coming to pass of the encounter. It is with this double sense of project that Heidegger describes fundamental ontology itself as the project of the inner possibility of metaphysics. 96 This inner possibility, we know now, is the coming to pass of finite transcendence, which in achieves the project of the being of beings. To project thus is to comprehend. 97. With this orientation from Km, the cryptic treatment of comprehending in SZ as one of the existential components of the there will be less enigmatic. Precisely what does their being comprehend? Km answers, the being of beings, but SZ works toward this conclusion phenomenologically. Let us begin with an ordinary sense of comprehend, vg. To know. To know is frequently used to signify to be able to handle or deal with, et was kaonen, vg to know a language, jujitsu, stocks and bonds, etc. Comprehending in the existential analysis retains this nuance of potentiality for what? For being, in the sense of existing, hence for its own being. 98 Their being's power to be, sane kanon, consists in the fact that existence, by which being structures become manifest, has already begun but is still dynamically propelled toward the achieving of itself. It is a drive toward being. 99 Of course, since their being exists in two dimensions, ontic existential as well as ontologico-existential, the existential power to be of which there is question here will be articulated in all the existential potentialities, mo-glycogen. 100 Now such a comprehending as the power to be of their being is clearly a project, for it is the power to discern being structures, including its own, in the still to be continued encounter with beings. As a power to discern, it is an antecedent seizure of these being structures. As an antecedent seizure, it is a project of these being structures in the sense of an anticipation. Comprehension, then, as a component of the luminosity of there, is a project. In the perspectives of SZ, what is projected? Firstly, their being itself as the ultimate whereunto of all referential patterns. From another point of view, however, one may say that their being in its comprehending also projects the world. For by world now we understand the complex of relations which we call total meaningfulness. This, however, finds its basis in the ultimate whereunto. Thus the project of comprehending extends to the total phenomenon of to be in the world, so that in the comprehending of world, in being will likewise be understood, and, vice versa, the comprehending of existence as such is always a comprehending of the world. Lol More fundamentally still, being itself is disclosed. In the fact that their being has projected its own being as the ultimate whereunto and the being of the world as total meaningfulness lies the disclosedness of being altogether. 102 Briefly, comprehending projects the entire transcendence of their being. Before we conclude, it will be instructive to mention another formula that the author uses to express the projective character of comprehension, sc the metaphor of seeing or viewing, sicht. Comprehending, characterized as project, constitutes in the existential dimension what we call the seeing of their being. 103 Obviously, there is no question here of understanding the seeing as a sense perception, nor even as an intellectual apprehension. Rather it corresponds to the luminosity which we have seen to characterize the disclosedness of the there. Since the tradition of philosophy from the very beginning has been orientated toward explaining the approach to beings and to being as to see, Heidegger will accept the metaphor insofar as its sense is broad enough to signify any approach to the being of beings whatever. Hence all of the traditional formulae for seeing beings, such as Kant's intuition and Husserl's intuition of essences, are for Heidegger derivative forms of the primordial seeing which is the existential comprehension of being. L04. The everyday there being is a fact. We are simply trying to analyze this fact. Before it begins to analyze itself, or even to pose the being question, their being finds itself whether expressly or not, already there, luminous. This already having found itself there-ness, Befindlichkeit, of their being is not simply a datum which its own luminosity reveals, but itself is one component of this luminosity. More precisely, what is disclosed by this already having found itself there-ness of their being? The author discerns three data. The first datum is the fact that their being is as it is. Here distinguish the fact of their being and its how _los both its origin and destiny remain obscure, but this much is clear, the irreducible fact that their being already is, Facticity. Already is. Hence is not itself the author but the recipient of this facticity. It has been given to their being to be as it is. Furthermore, as well as the sheer fact of their being's existence, there is disclosed, too, something about the nature of this existence, sc that its facticity is not the matter of factness of a mere entity. Rather, their being, by reason of its very structure, is opened up upon being in such a way that its own being is not a fait accompli but a task still to be achieved, Zeusen. It has been given to their being to be. Both of these aspects, already a fact, being to be achieved, are to be understood when Heidegger unifies them into the single concept of the thrownness, Geworfenheit, of their being. L06 The second datum that is disclosed by the already having found itself there-ness of their being is that there is a disclosedness not only of their being's being as existence, but also, and with absolute simultaneity, of the world, for their beings. Existence is to be in the world. Hence it is the totality of a tobe in the world that is here disclosed. The third datum disclosed is that their being is essentially referred, Anwesenheit, to the world. That component of the disclosedness in the ontological dimension which renders possible the approach to their being by other beings in the ontic dimension is precisely the basic reference to the world which constitutes their being as to be in the world. This component is precisely the world openness of their being. 107 Yet if all this is disclosed in the already having found itself here-ness of their being, what is the nature of this finding? Certainly it is not a type of knowing, erkennen, for the finding has a depth and richness which the processes of knowing are incapable of grasping. Rather it is an awareness of the affective order which in the ontic dimension may be described as mood, Stimmung, or attunement, Gestimmtsein, completely spontaneous and unreflective, that renders apparent to their being not so much what it is but how it is, and thus brings their being before its own being as a there. Lob But if in the ontic dimension this finding takes the form of moods, how describe the ontological dimension which has been designated as a component of the disclosedness of the there? One must avoid such terms as affection or feeling as already clothed with ontic connotations. L09 Let us call it the ontological disposition. This connotes a certain affectivity, v.g. he is in a good disposition this morning, and at the same time, if analyzed in its etymology, ponera, positum, to place, having been placed, might suggest the thrownness of there. The qualification ontological will emphasize the fact that disposition is a structural component of the there. In any case, the formula will be taken to express the more precise but somewhat muscle-bound expression, the already having found itself effective literalness of their being. 3 Logos The third component of disclosedness is less emphasized in SZ than it will become in the later Heidegger, when it will play an essential R6LE in the evolution of foundational thought. Equally fundamental as comprehension and disposition, it is that existential component of their being by reason of which the latter is capable of bringing to expression that which it comprehends. How shall we designate this existential? Heidegger's term is read, which in purely formal translation would mean speech, language, discourse. But in this case, the word does not mean language as spoken but that ontological constituent of their being which renders spoken language possible. No one could in justice render it by articulateness, sc. Their being's constitutional capacity to articulate itself, and call spoken language, sprach, the articulation itself. We would prefer to render it still otherwise. It is with read that Heidegger translates the Greek maic. Good English usage permits simple transliteration of the Greek. Since the word maic assumes ever increasing importance through the whole evolution of Heidegger, let us use logos from the beginning so that we may see the later development in its initial stages. We know already that Heidegger understands the Greek A.6 yak to mean originally a process of making manifest or letting be seen. If a third existential component of their being be called logos, the reason must be that it lets something be seen. What is this something? The author himself is very obscure in this, the least satisfying section, perhaps, in all SZ. The reason is that he himself is still very much in the dark at this point and is groping for some way to express an experience that still defies formulation. Point 112. But we must make the best of what elements SC offers, and we propose to understand him as follows. Finite comprehension projects the world, SC the complex of relations that constitutes total meaningfulness. The relations are so intimately joined one to another that we may speak of total meaningfulness as a jointed, and in that radical sense an articulative, whole. Their being always exists in a given concrete situation, hence total meaningfulness, as also its articulativeness, das Artikulierbar, must always be explicitated according to the demands of the situation, SC concrete meanings, Bedeutungen, must be disengaged. Point 113. The process of explicitating their being's antecedent comprehension of total meaningfulness, world, Heidegger calls interpretation, Auslegung, which, as we have seen, he in Tum designates as hermeneutic. Now correlative with this process of explicitating the original project is the process by which their being brings the articulativeness of total meaningfulness to concrete articulation in some form of human expression. That element in their being's structure by reason of which it brings the articulativeness of the world to concrete expression in articulation is what we call articulateness and what we understand Heidegger to mean by the existential component of logos. Through the articulateness, SC logos, of their being, total meaningfulness, comes into words. 114. We distinguish, then, articulativeness, the world as total meaningfulness projected by the existential component of comprehension, articulateness, the power of articulating total meaningfulness by letting be seen meanings in existential situations, SC the existential component of logos, articulation, the concrete expression, SC language, Sprach. But is this not a little too facile? Perhaps. What is the precise relation, after all, between comprehension of world, being, and logos? Let us admit the obscurity and move on, noting only the fact that both must be conceived as equally original, therefore mutually complementary, in their being. The difficulty is locked up inside the conception of hermeneutic interpretation, which the author certainly experiences but cannot formulate as yet. Point 115. Understanding logos, as an existential, to mean the power to let be seen what comprehension projects, we can understand how Heidegger can propose as two possible modes of logos, keeping silence, Schweigen, for this, too, can be revealing, and attending, Hören. Point 116. The latter is more important, as the subsequent development will show. It will suffice for the moment to mention two types of attending. The first type of attending consists in listening to others, Hören auf. Recall that for Heidegger their being is never solitary, but to its being pertains a with being, SC with other their beings, in such a way that the being of others helps to constitute the being of their being. It is this with being that is the existential dimension of all existential dealings with others. Without it, all dialogue, all community would be impossible. This with being, since it pertains to the being of their being, is disclosed in the primordial luminosity of the there which illumines itself as well as the world. Hence, the disclosedness of the world comes to pass in their being with others. Logos, too, as the power to let be seen what is comprehended, will be characterized by the essentially communal character of the comprehending. It is a letting be seen that essentially comes to pass together with others, and it is thus that it is ontologically always a communication, Mitteilung, even though in the ontic dimension of a particular individual comportment there may be no one around to see. It is for the same reason that, when, by attending to others, their being lets be seen the project which it shares with others, this attending is a mode of logos. Attending to, is the existential openness to others of their being as a with being. 117. We see here, then, the existential analytical foundation of so central a theme in foundational thinking as dialogue, Gespräch, in the many forms that this will take. The second type of attending of which there is question here takes place when their being attends to itself. there is a letting be manifest of their being which comes to pass as if it were listening to the voice of a friend hidden within its depths and telling it of its own most proper self. Such an attending as this is an openness to, a letting be seen, a logos. It constitutes, indeed, the primordial and authentic openness of their being for its own most proper power to be. Ns how this will develop as an attending to the call of conscience in achieving the totality of finite transcendence we shall see shortly. We conclude this discussion of the three existential components, comprehension, disposition, and logos, by insisting on the fact that they are all equally original in their being and that the principal task now is to bring to light their essential unity. 119 But the author himself never explains how this unity is to be conceived. We are left once more to our own resources and, with the necessary reserves, propose the following hypothesis. Their being as the disclosedness of the world, sc as the process of transcendence, is a profoundly finite unity. What role does comprehension play in this unified process? It projects the world as total meaningfulness. This is the disclosure of something eminently positive. To be sure, the project is itself a finite project, but the role it plays in disclosure is apparently not to disclose finite transcendence precisely as finite but as transcendence. What role does disposition play? It discloses their being's thrownness and also its referential dependence on beings encountered in the world. We shall soon see that under the guise of anxiety it discloses the world in terms of non-being. What disposition discloses, then, seems to be a crushing testimony to their being's finitude. It would seem, then, that if in the unified process of disclosure comprehension discloses their being precisely as transcendence, disposition discloses it precisely as finite. Hence, both are necessarily compatible. For fallenness we have insisted often enough on the finitude of transcendence. Evidence of this finitude thus far, thrownness, taken in the large sense as including, together with thrownness in the strict sense, non-mastery of own origin, dynamic incompleteness, also the referential dependence on other beings. This finitude, however, does not simply characterize the beginnings of their being but permeates the entire process of transcendence. Considered as an abiding characteristic, this finitude, as we have seen, is also called fallenness. Before proceeding to examine the unity of their being, Heidegger pauses to underline the abiding finitude of fallenness. We thus regain the perspective of the starting point, the everydayness of their being lost in a forgottenness of itself. 121 By fallenness, Heidegger does not imply a negative value in their being. He means simply that their being is first of all and for the most part preoccupied with the world of its ontic experience, sc that totality of beings opposed to itself with which it is continually engaged. And inevitably so. For it is bidimensional, ontic as well as ontological. It is only through an existential engagement that the existential prerogative can come to pass. If, however, their being is so absorbed in the ontic as to be oblivious to the ontological being, it has forgotten the very prerogative that constitutes its uniqueness, it has fallen from, taken flight from its authentic self, it is lost in inauthenticity, Unagentlichkeit. 122 Such is the condition of their being first of all and for the most part in the intercourse of every day. The author analyses this condition in detail. Its basic characteristic is that their being, forgetting its ontological primacy, becomes simply one of the crowd, it loses itself in what we may refer to as people, man. 123 Their being talks the way people talk, loquacity, gawks at things, not in order to comprehend but simply for the sake of gawking, the way people do, curiosity, comprehends things not according to their inmost structure but the way people generally do, ambiguity. 124 Yet people is not a universal subject. Rather it is a manner of being of their being that has been caught in the vortex of onticity. 12 People is their being's inauthentic self. Yet how can their being be delivered from its ontic entanglement? To achieve authenticity, their being need not withdraw from the ontic, it need only recall the ontological. This would suffice to permit their being to recollect itself. Authentic existence is not something that hovers over everydayness in its fallen condition, but in the existential sense is simply a modified fashion of apprehending it. 126 How this will come to pass, how their being can be faithful both to its transcendence and to its finitude, this can be explained only when we understand how the various elements of the structure of their being are woven into a unified totality. Let this be the next step. See the unified totality of finite transcendence. A unity. A unified totality. Let us consider their being first in its unity, then in its totality, noting how finitude permeates both. To begin with, recall that their being, as still to be achieved, is constantly in need of being in order to be itself. To alleviate this need is for their being its unique concern. A unique concern is unifying. It integrates into a oneness the multiple elements of a self whose being is such that it is concerned about its own being. Let this structural unity of intrinsically finite transcendence, this transcendental unity of finitude be called concern. 127 We must inspect, then, the structure of concern. Furthermore, since our method is phenomenological, this structural unity of their being must be discerned in some analyzable phenomenon. What phenomenon shall it be? Is there a comprehensive disposition in their being in which their being in its unity is in some exceptional fashion disclosed to itself? 128 The author replies, yes, in anxiety, angst. Anxiety is to be distinguished from fear. Both are forms of the ontological disposition of their being by which its situation is effectively disclosed. Fear, however, is always the shrinking from something, or someone, from some being that is found within the world, always of a clearly determined nature, imminent, injurious, inescapable. Distinguish here that which of their being is afraid of, wover, afraid for, worm, and the process of fearing itself. 129 For example, a little boy, or a big boy, in the dentist's office, he is afraid of the drill, a determined being, for himself in a process of fearing. Anxiety differs from fear principally in the first of these three elements. That about which their being is anxious is not any being within the world at all, nor is it injurious in any determined or determinable way, nor is it here nor there nor anywhere. It is no being and nowhere. 1 So it is about non-being that their being is anxious. And yet this non-being is not an absolute nothing. It is grounded in a something. What is the nature of this something? Heidegger answers, the world as such. 131 That is to say, in the phenomenon of anxiety, which may occur, to be sure, only briefly and on rare occasions. 132 The manifold beings which preoccupy their being in the dissipation of everyday fallenness slip away into insignificance, and there is disclosed to their being, not conceptually but by effective disposition, the dark horizon wherein beings and their being meet and which is the existential dimension of their being. To be anxious, however, implies not only anxiety about but anxiety for. For what or whom is their being anxious? Itself. Yet just as their being is not anxious about any being in particular but about the complete intermination of the world as such, so it is not anxious for itself as modified by any existential potentiality in particular, but rather as it is when stripped of all modifications and association with others, left to the empty individuality of a being whose only characteristic is to be in the world. Their being is anxious for itself, then, insofar as it is the disclosedness, luminosity of the world, hence in its own dynamic drive toward being. By reason of this drive toward being, their being is its own potentiality, a potentiality, indeed, and the uneasy disquiet of anxiety is the proof of it, for its own authenticity. Iaa Now the phenomenon in its completeness is the welding of anxiety about and anxiety for into the unity of a single process. Their being is anxious about itself as, to be in, the world, it is anxious for itself as to be in, the world. Their being is anxious about and anxious for the same identical self. The phenomenon of anxiety brings their being before itself as to be in the world, as the coming to pass of transcendence. Hence, Anxiety is the comprehensive disposition by which their being in its unity is disclosed to itself. 134 The unity is a synthesis of three elements, all disclosed by anxiety taken in its completeness. Anxiety discloses their being as to be in the world, a being already constituted as concerned with being. Better, it is a drive toward being, essentially an inexhaustible potentiality to transcend beings unto being. As such it is always in advance of itself, if self be understood in the sense of a mere entity. From the viewpoint of authenticity, of course, one would not say that their being is in advance of itself but that the self is its own potentiality. But our language is geared to the everyday world of fallenness, so let us designate the essentially potential character of their being as anticipation, Sich-Vorwegsen, understanding it to signify the ecstatic nature of existence. 135 2. Anxiety discloses their being in its thrownness into the world. It is a process which is not its own source, which is already begun, Shansen in, and still to be achieved. This is its facticity. In other words, existentiality is always determined by facticity. 136 3 Finally, anxiety discloses their being in its referential dependence on the world, Senbaderwelt, and, indeed, as caught by the drag of the ontic, fallenness. For it is to their being lulled into the complacency of everydayness that anxiety brings disquiet, and through the consequent uneasiness suggests that the dwelling places of the ontic are not their being's true abode, Unheimlichkeit. 137 Consequently, anxiety, as a single concrete experience of their being, has disclosed the being of their being. We fashion it into a single awkward formula by saying that their being is an anticipatory drive towards being, thrown down as still to be achieved in the world, and fallen among the beings it encounters within the world. 138. 2. Totality. We are trying to comprehend finite transcendence in its unified totality in order that we may understand how their being, even though lost inevitably in everydayness, may nevertheless recollect itself. In concern, we examine this process in its unity. Now we consider its totality. For to speak of unity is not necessarily to speak of totality. To be sure, in concern something is said, even if negatively, of their being's beginning, it is thrown, it is not the author of itself, it has been given over, überantortet, to itself to be. As a process still to be achieved, their being apparently has a not. Yet that must still come to pass, but nothing has been said yet about the end of the process. It is only when we add to the analysis of concern an examination of its term, that point beyond which it does not exist, nicht mehr sein, that we shall have laid bare the process as a whole and have revealed the completeness of its finitude. Heidegger examines the process of their being in its term by his existential analysis of death. 139 For their being ends, who will deny it, in death? What, then, is the authentic sense of death which is their being's end? One would be tempted, perhaps, to say that in death their being is simply at its end, understanding end to mean perfection, cessation, disappearance or the like, but this would be to interpret their being as a mere entity and therefore misinterpret it completely. 140 What characterizes their being is existence, the ecstatic drive toward being by reason of which it is its own potentiality. It already is what it can be, hence what it not yet is, its end. Since the potentiality of their being includes already interior to itself in existential fashion its end, then the death of their being must be described not as a being at its end, sen, but as the being unto end, end, of their being, indicating thereby that the end always penetrates the whole existence. So it is that, death is a manner of being which their being assumes just as soon as it exists. 141 For being unto end and being unto death, tod, are but one. Death, then, as being unto end of their being, is inscribed within that potentiality which their being in its existential dimension is. Death, as the end of their being, is in the being of their being unto its end. 142 We have every right to translate das End here as limit. Hence, being unto death in their being means for Heidegger that the limit is not simply the term of the process but permeates every part of it and makes the potentiality, which their being is, limited through and through, thoroughly and irretrievably finite. It is when we consider death, however, in the ontic dimension as one potentiality of their being among countless others, that death enjoys a certain preeminence. Death is the most proper, exclusive, and ultimate potentiality of their being. 143 most proper, because their being's own substitution is impossible, every their being must die for itself, exclusive, because their being not only dies for itself but by itself, stripped of all relationship to others, isolated completely, ultimate, because it cannot be surpassed, inasmuch as beyond death there is no more their being, nicht mehr sen, no more potentiality. Death is the potentiality for the absolute impotence of their being. 144 It is the potentiality of their being for a negation of itself, hence for a non-being, nix, a negativity, Nichtigkeit, intrinsic to the being of their being itself. 145 It is the ultimate seal of their being's finitude. Obviously, their being in its fallen condition is oblivious to the authentic sense of death, sc that itself is a concern that is ineluctably unto an end, finite. How is it to come to such an appreciation? This poses the entire problem of authenticity. Now that we have considered the process of their being in its unity, concern, and totality, being unto end, we are in a position to pose the question, how does authenticity come to pass? 3. Authenticity A. Existential. Heidegger considers the problem of authenticity on two levels. As a recollection, it is an antic comportment of their being, hence an existential potentiality. As existential, this potentiality is structured by an existential dimension that renders it possible. The author considers first the ontological dimension of authenticity in terms of the death problematic as authentic being unto death. This done, he considers authenticity as an existential potentiality by an analysis of conscience, guilt, and resolve. The intimate correlation of these procedures will appear in the notion of an advancing resolve. We try to trace the essentials. We examine first the ontological dimension of authenticity, insofar as this can be done without reference to the antic comportment of which it is the structure. If one will, we are proceeding by constructing an hypothesis, based upon the data supplied by what precedes, without considering how this hypothesis is to be verified, besuchten. 146 Therefore, if the being of their being is concern, and if this concern is essentially unto an end, sc finite, then how would be achieved in authentic fashion the coming to pass of their being? In answering the question, the author proceeds by discussing the authentic nature of each of the constituents of concern, comprehension, disposition, fallenness. What would be existential comprehension, if it were to be completely authentic? Would it not be to comprehend, project, the potentiality of their being as the potentiality that it is? This would be to reveal their being not as an actualization of its own potentiality but this potentiality itself as such, in all its wealth and in all its poverty, sc as the potentiality of immeasurable impotence that marks its finitude. 147 More precisely, if their being were to comprehend itself authentically, it would reveal by its project its own potentiality in what is most properly, exclusively, and definitively characteristic of this potentiality, its imminent ending. To comprehend itself according to the potentiality which is most properly its own will be the first condition of all propriety, Eigentlichkeit, in their being, sc all authenticity. This potentiality is their being's end, death, and if their being in the process of concern comprehends itself as imminently ending, this comprehension would reveal to their being its de facto aberration in the ontic, tearing it away from the forgottenness of itself. Thus an authentic comprehension of the most proper potentiality of their being would reveal in concern not only itself, comprehension, but fallenness as well. 148 To comprehend its imminent ending as not only properly its own but exclusively so is for their being to comprehend that the achieving of its authenticity is its own exclusive task, to be brought to pass by itself alone, without the complicity of the world, or the collaboration of other their beings. Their being can only then be authentically itself when through itself it renders this possible. 149 Finally, that potentiality which is most proper and exclusive to their being is also an ultimate, definitive potentiality. In authentic comprehension of itself, then, their being would comprehend that the ultimate potentiality of its existence is to relinquish itself. 150 The their being would reveal to itself its potentiality for non-potentiality. If their being comprehended that this is what it is, it would no longer flee from the definitiveness of this end, death, but would accept it as constitutive of its finitude and thus, render itself free for it. 151 This process of becoming free for its own end, death, for its own ineradicable finitude, would liberate their being from its ontic perdition, to be sure, but the fundamental sense of such a gesture is and remains acquiescence to finitude. Free for that potentiality which is properly its own, determined by its limit, i.e. comprehended as limited. 152 Their being would be ready to accept existence in its finitude. 153. Yet in our efforts to determine the conditions necessary for the achievement of authenticity in concern, we have spoken only of two of its constituent elements, comprehension and, by indirection, fallenness. What of that other component of disclosedness which is integrated into concern, the ontological disposition? What type of ontological disposition would characterize the achievement of authenticity? Heidegger's answer: anxiety. We have already distinguished the about which and the for which of anxiety, and added that in the process of concern the about which is non-being and the for which is their being as drive towards being. In achieving authenticity, the non-being, nix, to occasion their being's anxiety would be the non-being of its own finitude. In other words, their being is certain of its own imminent ending, for this is disclosed to it in the authentic comprehension of itself. Yet at the same time, the death of their being is always undetermined, for it does not come to pass at a when that is determinately known but is always imminent to a potentiality that is imminently ending. Constantly imminent, their being's end, death, is an abiding menace. It is in the presence of this abiding menace that their being experiences the uneasiness which we call anxiety before its own internal limitation. In anxiety their being finds itself before the non-being of the potential impotence of its existence. 154 The for which of their being's anxiety would again be its own potentiality, but determined in the present case by its own inescapable finitude. Taken in its totality, the process of anxiety would disclose by the way of effectivity the authentic nature of their being as concern unto end, as finite. That is why being unto death is essentially anxiety. 155 All of this Heidegger puts into a famous formula, but in reading it one must keep clearly in mind the expressly existential purpose of the research and the existential sense that Heidegger has given to each of its terms. Advancing in potentiality reveals to their being its submersion in people and brings it primarily, without the support of the world and other their beings, before the potentiality to be itself. This self, however, delivered from the illusions of people, is a passionate, self-assured, anxiety-tempered freedom unto death. 156. b. Existential, that which we have just described is what would be the ontological structure of authentic existence, if their being in its concern were to achieve itself properly. Under what existential circumstances, however, will this come to pass? Heidegger's answer: when their being listens to the voice of conscience. L. 57 How, then, is the phenomenon of conscience to be understood? Certainly there is no question here of analyzing a faculty of the soul, understanding, will, feeling, etc., or any of the popular interpretations of the term. Nor are we interested in conscience in the moral sense, although as a matter of fact the structure in question renders a moral conscience possible. For Heidegger, the existential conscience is that which in the state of everydayness gives their being to understand what it is and thus calls it to authenticity. Insofar as it gives to understand it lets be seen, and therefore the call of conscience is a mode of logos. In this call to authenticity, who is it that is called? Their being in its everydayness, lost in ontic dissipation. And where unto? Unto its authentic self, sc unto its own proper potentiality. And the call comes not with cry or sound, but in stillness and silence out of their being's interior wellspring. L58 More precisely, however, who is it that calls? One cannot simply say their being, for in that case, how would their being as called differ from their being as calling? Besides, the call of conscience is not subject to the whims and moods of their being, hence it is marked by a certain imperiousness, almost an alterity, which, however, does not come from another their being but out of their being's own depths. L59 How is the apparent alterity of the caller to be understood? Heidegger answers by recalling the analysis of anxiety. As an ontological disposition, it discloses to their being both the non-being of the world and its own drive towards being, hence the fact that their being in the ontic preoccupation of everydayness is somehow an expatriate. The world of everydayness is not its true abode. It is their being as expatriate, claims Heidegger, that calls the inauthentic their being to itself. The one who calls is their being in its state of expatriation, the original, thrown forth to be in the world as homeless, the naked that in the non-being of the world. 160. What wonder, then, that to their being lost in everydayness the call to return to the homeland seems like the voice of a stranger. With this we achieve a certain clarity as to the structure of the existential conscience. Who is the called? Their being, victim of the consequences of fallenness. Whereunto is their being called? To their being as authentic existence, sc as the anticipatory drive towards being by which it is its own potentiality. Who is it that calls? Their being in its sheer thrownness as disclosed by the disposition of anxiety. But existence, facticity, and fallenness are exactly the constituents of concern, so that now, conscience manifests itself as the call of concern. 161 Thus it is that the third of the existential components of the disclosedness of the there, sc logos, is incorporated now into concern as the call of conscience. Through conscience, the unity of their being becomes complete. But we must go further. What is it that this call of conscience gives their being to understand? Experience and philosophy are unanimous, somehow or other their being's guilt, should. In determining the existential sense of guilt, the author analyses various senses that the word can have and concludes that the common denominator would be the notion of lack or absence of what can and should be. In this sense, there can be no guilt in their being, which already is what it can be, sc it is its own potentiality. However, more radically still there lies within the idea of guilt somehow or other a not, nicht, sc a limitation. Furthermore, in some cases, guilt implies the ground for a not, lack, in another, as when a crime has been perpetrated. Heidegger fastens the existential notion of guilt, then, thus, to be the ground for being that is determined by a not, i.e. to be the ground of a negativity. 162. If in their being there is the ground for a negativity, sc limitation, their being is in the existential sense guilty. How often have we seen that their being is determined by a negativity? Their being is thrown, sc it is not the origin of itself, and it never overcomes its primitive helplessness. If its essence is to exist, sc if existence is the ground of the potentiality that it is, then this existence as permanently thrown is permeated by the not of its origin. It never is and never becomes master of itself but must continually take over, übernahm, itself. If there is a not in its origin, then there is a not in its achievement. Furthermore, if existence as its own ground is permeated with negativity, so too is existence as project. All project will also be tainted by a not, for the project, too, is thrown. This not belongs to the existential sense of thrownness. Being its own ground, their being is itself the negativity of itself. Negativity means a not that constitutes the being of their being in virtue of its thrownness. 163. And it is this radical negativity, penetrating their being to its depths, which renders it possible to fall into the negativity which constitutes inauthenticity. What more need be said to prove that their being as such is guilty? 164. The guilt consists in its finitude. The structural unity of the intrinsically finite transcendence of their being, concern, consequently includes within it a logos, conscience, that by a word uttered in silence gives the everyday their being to understand its finitude and at once invites it to achieve its authentic self. The achievement of authenticity for their being is not, of course, a suppression of its finitude. On the contrary, it consists simply in accepting itself for what it is, a drive towards being that is constitutionally limited. For their being to accept itself as such is to let itself be called, to become free for the call, to attend to the voice which tells it of its finitude. It is this readiness to be called that constitutes their being's choice of self. 165 And in this choice is achieved authenticity. Such a choice Heidegger will henceforth designate as Resolve, Entschlossenheit. But is it really a new phenomenon? It would be more exact to call it a special mode of disclosedness of their being. 166 It implies, after all, a comprehension, a disposition and a logos, comprehension, because by Resolve their being comprehends itself as a drive towards being that is thrown forth and still to be achieved, disposition, because by Resolve their being becomes willing to accept the disposition corresponding to such a comprehension, anxiety, that uneasiness born of their being's discovery of its own expatriate condition, logos, because in Resolve their being attends in silence to a voice that speaks without sound, and the attending itself is a mode of logos that draws out of the superficial loquacity of everydayness a deep resounding word. This modality can be called new only insofar as it comes to pass as an existential comportment of their being, which lies somehow in their being's power to choose or not to choose. And even in the choosing, their being is not delivered from the referential dependence upon beings but only enjoys a transparency to itself as itself in its situation, a being plunged into a determined context of potentialities, some bequeathed, some imposed, some chosen, through which, nevertheless, it brings to pass that transcendence unto being which is proper to itself. 167. See existential and existential. What is authenticity for their being? We have been given two answers, to advance, for Laufen, in the comprehension of its own most proper, exclusive, definitive potentiality, its end, death, to let itself be called to a comprehension of itself in all negativity. Is there a discrepancy between the two? Let us think the notion of Resolve through to the end. Here, their being by an existential comportment assumes itself in all of its negativity as long as it is, up to its very end. But the end of their being in the existential sense is always immanent within it, their being is being unto end. So it is that Resolve becomes completely itself when it comprehends their being as being unto end. Resolve, then, as an existential potentiality, includes within itself the existential dimension of being unto end. Their being's guilt consists in the fact that its being is permeated by negativity, limitation. Their being's death, considered in the existential sense, consists in the immanent potentiality for non-potentiality, in the absolute negativity of their being. 168 Both formulae bespeak an essential non-being, nix, in their being that is disclosed in anxiety. The non-being which anxiety discloses reveals the negativity which characterizes their being in the ground of its being which is itself as thrownness unto death. 169 Resolve, that, ready to accept this anxiety, chooses to assume itself in all its negativity, becomes inevitably freedom unto death, for death is the seal of its ineluctable finitude. If there are two formulae for authenticity, then not only is there no discrepancy between them but the two are correlative, insofar as they express the same phenomenon in two dimensions. In the existential dimension, authenticity consists in their being's choice to achieve itself in its situation. This is structured in the existential dimension by the comprehension of itself as concern that is immanently unto an end. Briefly, their being comes to its achievement in authenticity, insofar as it permits a strange uneasiness that steals upon it from time to estrange it from the ontic distractions that fill its everyday, chooses to hearken to a voice that comes from within itself to tell it that it can transcend these beings unto being but can never transcend its finitude. D. The sense of finite transcendence. I. Temporality. We are endeavoring to construct a fundamental ontology by discerning the ontological structure that renders possible the natural propensity in every man to metaphysicize. Thus far we have seen that this structure is the process of concern. But it is only a partial answer, for one still may ask, what is the radical sense of concern? Only when this question is answered will the analysis be complete. Let us indicate more clearly what Heidegger understands by the sense of a being. It is the comprehensibility, Verständlichkeit, of this being, not as grasped by an explicit concept and thematically understood, but as illumined by their being, which in its fundamental project comprehends this being as that which it is, sc in the being structure which makes the being to be what it is. Briefly, the sense of any being is its being, insofar as this is comprehended by their being. The question we are posing, then, is this: if the being of their being is concern, what is the being, sc the ultimate ground of possibility, of concern? Heidegger answers, Temporality, Zeitlichkeit. 170. We reach here the most original element of Heidegger's thought, and with it we begin to understand the title of the first part of SZ, the interpretation of their being in terms of temporality and the explanation of time as the transcendental horizon of the question of being. For if we can determine the sense of being as such only by first discerning the sense of the being of their being, whose ultimate sense, however, is time, then time becomes the horizon of the question of being itself, and the further problem of grounding metaphysics becomes not so much the problem of being, sen, nor of time, Zeit, but of the relation between them. For Heidegger, this correlation of being and time is not an invention of his own but is seized vaguely and indeterminately in that preconceptual comprehension of being out of which arises all metaphysics. Indices of this comprehension of being in the perspective of time may be culled from the philosophers of antiquity. By way of example, how else explain the fact that the Ilverkut, Ilv, sc that being which is a being to the highest degree possible, is the end. Et Ilv, where end. Et implies a permanence and stability in time. Similarly Ooa Eoc and 7 Tokpoa, Oc. Again, would not Rove, Vok, taken according to the letter, imply a dimension of time? The task, then, for fundamental ontology is to thematize this correlation of being and time that appears in our spontaneous comprehension of being and endeavor to see its relationship to the problem of finite transcendence, so that temporality becomes visible as the transcendental structure of their being as such. 171. For the popular mind, time is an indefinite series of nows, where the future consists in the nows that have not yet come but some day will be, the past consists of the nows that once were but no longer are, and the present is the now which at the moment is. This conception, to be sure, has its justification, which the author will not deny, but such is not the temporality of their being. For their being is not a mere entity, as such an interpretation would suppose, but, as transcendence, it is in the midst of other beings essentially an anticipatory drive towards being by reason of which it is its own potentiality, sc it already is what it can be. Such a structure, when comprehended in its authenticity, implies a future, a past and a present, but of a sort that is proper to their being alone. As drive towards being, their being is constantly coming to being, sc to itself. This coming of their being to itself, and therefore of being to their being, is their being's coming, sc its future, Zukunft. By reason of this coming, future, their being comes to itself but to a self that already is as having been thrown. The self that already is as having been is their being's past, Joessenheit. Note the reciprocity between future and past. Their being's coming is to a self that already is as having been to such an extent that its coming is a type of return. On the other hand, their being is what it has been only as long as the future continues to come. How conceive the present? Remember that their being exists in two dimensions, ontic and ontological. It is engaged in commerce with other beings whose being it comprehends. By reason of the authentic comprehension of its own transcendence, their being renders possible the encounter with these beings as beings. It renders them present. This rendering present of beings is the authentic present, Gegenwart, of their being. So it is that, in the structure of their being's transcendence, existence consists in the coming, future, of being to a self that already is, past, rendering manifest the being of beings with which it is concerned, present. Such is the authentic situation of their being which Resolve discloses. This unified phenomenon we call temporality. 172 And it is only insofar as their being in its very being is characterized by such a temporality that authentic existence is rendered possible. It is for this reason that temporality reveals itself as the sense of authentic concern. 173 More precisely, concern consists in existentiality, the anticipatory drive toward being, facticity, already thrown forehand still to be achieved, fallenness, referentially dependent on and dragged toward other beings. All of these elements are rendered possible by their being's temporality. The anticipatory drive toward being is grounded in the continued coming of their being to itself, so that the primary sense of existentiality is the future. 174 On the other hand, the primary existential sense of facticity lies in their being's past, for the already character of thrownness is rendered possible only insofar as their being has been. And it is only because concern is grounded in their being's past that their being can exist as the thrown forth being that it is. 175 Finally, fallenness, too, has its sense in the present insofar as an authentic their being presents, sc renders possible the encounter with the beings of its ontic experience as beings. This rendering present of beings is interior to the coming of being, future, to the self that is, past. The present, then, is included in future and past, whose reciprocity constitutes the unity of temporality. Temporality is not a being so much as a process which temporalizes, its constituent moments not three parts so much as three different directions in which this process comes to pass, a direction toward being, existence, a direction of return toward what is as having been, facticity, a direction out toward other beings, fallenness. Temporality is, then, by reason of these directions in which it comes to pass, essentially outside itself, the exerat Rx6v. Each of these directions will be called an ecstasis of temporality, and temporality itself, is not first of all a being that goes out of itself, but its essence is the process of temporalizing in the unity of the ecstases. 176 This unity of three ecstases in temporality, then, renders possible the unity of concern. Concern, however, is the structural unity of transcendence, sc. Their being as to be in the world. With the there of their being the world also is disclosed. Now if the ultimate sense of concern is temporality, the world, too, must find its ultimate explanation in terms of time. Precisely how? Let us return for a moment to the notion of ecstasis as a direction of their being. Direction implies a term, or horizon, toward which it is orientated. Each ecstasis, direction, of temporality, then, has its proper horizon and the unity of the ecstases a unified horizon. The unified horizon of the triple ecstasis of temporality is what Heidegger understands by the temporal sense of the world. The existential temporal condition of possibility of the world lies in the fact that temporality, as an ecstatic unity, has such a thing as a horizon. 177 The unity of three ecstases does not exclude, of course, a differentiation among them. This in turn permits us to note a certain ontological priority in the ecstasis of coming, future, over the other two, for it is the coming which precedes the self that is and renders other beings present in their being. It is for this reason above all that temporality is essentially finite. For the ecstasis of coming, future, renders possible that constituent of concern which we have called the anticipatory drive towards being. This potentiality, however, is essentially unto an end. It does not have an end at which it merely ceases to be, but it exists as always ending. 178 Consequently, the authentic future which primarily characterizes the temporality which renders possible this potentiality, reveals itself, then, as itself finite. 179 And if this essential finitude, sc negativity, characterizes the temporality of their being, must we not conclude that it permeates the world as its horizon? At this point, Heidegger proposes to repeat the entire existential analysis in the perspective of the newly thematized notion of temporality. Point 1 So specifically, this will mean a reinterpretation of everydayness which will emphasize the temporal dimension of the various aspects of the inauthenticity in which their being first of all and for the most part finds itself. We may be dispensed from following the author through most of these analyses but must pause for a remark of special importance. Authentic comprehension is rendered possible by the ecstasis of the future, sc. Their being as anticipatory drive towards being is continually coming to itself. Insofar as it comes to itself, their being in its own potentiality continually takes over itself, Übernehmen, sc assumes the self that already is. It fetches, holt, itself all over again, wieder, and this refetching, or retrieve, Wiederholung, is the achieving of their being's authentic past, sc of the self which already is as having been. 181 On the contrary, if this retrieve of the authentic self does not come to pass, the result is an inauthentic past, characterized by the forgottenness of the true self. The implications of this will appear as soon as we have considered the problem of the historicity of their being. 2. Historicity. Since their being is ultimately a temporal being, it is essentially historical as well. 182 The analysis of the historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, of their being, then, is no more than an explicitation and further elaboration of what is already implied in the study of temporality. Our task will be simply to re-examine the process of temporalizing and explain in what sense it constitutes their being as historical. Historical, however, connotes in one way or another a reference to the past. 183 Our explicitation of temporality as historicity, then, must elaborate more carefully the full meaning of the self to which their being comes as a past which is a history. 184 In Resolve, their being comes to the self that is as having been. Essentially a comprehending, this advance toward self is not simply a theoretical speculation but a return toward self in all the facticity of its there. This return is the assuming by their being of itself which already is as having been thrown among beings and as referentially dependent upon them. This self, so determined, that their being thus assumes is an authentic heritage, Irby. 185 To assume is to hand over, überliefern, this heritage. The more authentically their being in Resolve consents to be what it is in all its finitude, the more profoundly this heritage becomes its own in a freely chosen discovery of the potentiality of its existence that is always imminently ending. 186 It is thus that their being recollects itself amid the multiplicity of antic distractions and achieves an existential simplicity which Heidegger calls their being's fortune, Schicksal. 187 The term merely transposes into terms of history what is meant by resolve. In fortune, their being hands over to itself its own heritage, sc the matter-of-fact drive towards being that it already is. Its comprehension of this heritage could remain implicit without compromising its authenticity, but if it is made explicit, then their being expressly finds its potentiality all over again, sc retrieves this potentiality. The retrieve is the explicit handing over of the heritage, sc. Their beings return to potentialities that already have been explicitated. 188 This retrieve is not simply a bringing back of an event that has definitively gone by. Much rather is it a returning, or widern, of a potentiality that already has been exploited and is in the their being that has been. 189 But it is not this retrieve of its own potentiality that makes their being historical. On the contrary, it is only because their being, as temporal, is already historical that by retrieving itself it can assume its own history. Furthermore, even though their being's historicity, as its temporality, has its origin in the future, their being's coming to itself, Still, the fact that this implies a retrieving of the potentiality and the assumption of a heritage explains why an authentic interpretation of history must give a preponderance to the past. In illuminating this past, however, the retrieve, as the explicit handing over to itself of, part of, its heritage, plays a privileged role. The retrieve makes manifest for the first time to their being its own history. 190. What we have said so far pertains to their being as an individual. Such a perspective, however, is necessarily incomplete, for their being is not just an isolated unit, its ontological structure includes a with-being with others. Hence the coming to pass, structured by historicity, is achieved with other their beings, all of which constitute a community or a people. This coming to pass with other their beings as a community Heidegger calls common fortune, Geschick. 191. Furthermore, the historical there being cannot achieve its own individual authenticity apart from the community. The heritage which their being assumes in authenticity, then, is not simply its individual history but somehow the heritage of the entire people with which it is. The process of retrieve will include the renewal of potentialities of being that concern all their beings, and thus, an aspect of, the history of the entire folk is made manifest. It is the achieving of itself, in and with its own generation that constitutes the full authentic coming to pass of their being. 192. If these indications suggest more problems than they solve, the reason is that the analysis of with being in SZ remains truncated. Their importance for the later Heidegger, however, should not be underestimated, as will appear in the development which follows. Let us conclude all this with one word more about retrieve. We find several senses in which the term, Wiederholung, is used, in a very general sense, where it scarcely differs from handing over the self to the self, in a more precise sense where it means the explicit handing over by a there being considered either as isolated or as a member of its generation, in a sense where the historian endeavors to retrieve a potentiality for being of a there being that is gone, with such success that the full force of being comes upon him as if out of his own future. L93 We gain a clearer understanding of what Heidegger means by retrieve, however, if we consider how he puts it to work. The entire analysis of SZ, for example, is an attempt to retrieve the sense of being by examining the antecedent comprehension of being in their being in an effort to discover the source of its possibility. It is not simply a reiteration of the problem but a reworking of it, the developing of it as a problem. By the retrieving of a fundamental problem we understand the disclosure of its original potentialities that long have lain hidden. By the elaboration of the potentialities, the problem is transformed and thus for the first time in its intrinsic content is conserved. To conserve a problem, however, means to retain free and awake all those interior forces that render this problem in its fundamental essence possible. 194. Such, indeed, was the effort of SZ. Such, too, is the purpose of the Kant interpretation, SC to retrieve in KRV the problem of grounding metaphysics. 195 If a retrieve, such as we find it in KM, appears to do violence to the original, the reason is that, more than a reiteration, it is a restoration and redevelopment of the entire problematic in all of its original freshness. It is a thoughtful dialogue between thinkers. 196 But with this phrase we jump more than 20 years of development in Heidegger up to 1950 and the preface to the second edition of KM. Let it suffice to indicate that what appears as thoughtful dialogue in the Heidegger of 1950 finds its roots in the existential analysis as retrieve, by which the being of their being becomes explicitly open with regard to the past to such an extent that the full force of being strikes their being as if coming out of the future. Before bringing to a close our discussion of SZ, two remarks of a general nature will help us to see more clearly those perspectives in the work that have a bearing on foundational thought. The first remark concerns truth, and we content ourselves with only summary treatment, for the problem will soon be thematized for itself. We wish simply to indicate how the problem arises out of the existential analysis of their being. The process by which their being transcends beings to being is also a coming to pass of truth. This will become clear, however, only insofar as we succeed in comprehending the relationship between being and truth. That the relationship is close appears in the fact that philosophy from the earliest days has associated truth and being, as, for example, Parmenides and Aristotle testify. L97 Yet how should the relationship be described? How precisely is truth rooted in being? The traditional concept of truth gives us no satisfying answers. This, of course, is not to deny its validity, but simply to say that it presupposes a more fundamental truth from which it springs as its source. For since Aristotle, according to Heidegger, philosophers have understood truth to mean a concordance between two mere entities, v or Hondine intellectus et res. In logical truth, this concordance is expressed in the judgment, which therefore is the proper place of truth. L98 The question we must ask, however, is, what is the full sense of this concordance? All concordance is relation between one being and another, and, in the case of logical truth, this relation is of such a nature that the judgment so expresses that which is judged as it in itself is. What, however, is the guarantee of this as relationship of conformity? Is it not the discovery that what is judged reveals itself as it is judged to be? Conformity of judgment to judged, then, implies a self-revelation of the known which the judgment discovers. A judgment is true, then, because it discovers the known in itself, it lets a being be seen in its discoveredness. Truth lies in discovering. L99 If truth lies in discovering, that which is most fundamentally true is their being itself, for with existence, beings, in themselves, as beings become manifest. 200 As for beings other than their being, they are true only in a secondary sense. 201 Their being is essentially a discovering because it is transcendence. As transcendence, it is, phenomenologically speaking, to be in the world, and its in-being consists in the luminosity of there by reason of which the world is disclosed. The disclosedness of the world, however, is what renders possible the discovery of beings, instruments, which are encountered within the world. With and through disclosedness, discovery is made possible. Consequently it is only with the disclosedness of their being that the original phenomenon of truth is attained. 202 The consequences of this are enormous. To identify the disclosedness of their being with the original phenomenon of transcendence is to transpose into terms of truth the entire analysis of concern, structural unity of disclosedness, which, therefore, is as much the coming to pass of truth as of finite transcendence. The process of original truth, then, will be characterized by the positivity of concern, inasmuch as this is transcendence. The author expresses this by saying, their being is in the truth. 203 SC In virtue of its anticipatory drive towards being, their being is ontologically constituted as a projection of the being of beings. But the process of truth will be characterized by the negativity of concern as well. This negativity, we have seen, is its radical finitude. The anticipatory drive towards being is thrown down and fallen among beings upon which it referentially depends. The result of this fallenness is that their being first of all and for the most part comprehends itself in terms of the world of its antic intercourse. Consequently, every projection of a potentiality of their being is, because of this finitude, perpetually out of focus. Every apprehension, or griefin, is a misapprehension, vergriefin. Beings are discovered, to be sure, but inadequately so, and slip back immediately into their previous hiddenness. To uncover, entdecken, is simultaneously to cover up, verdecken. To disclose, erschließen, is at once to close over, verschließen. This condition of inescapable, undulant obscurity Heidegger calls untruth. Their being, because essentially falling among beings, is, by reason of its constitution, in the untruth. 204 But the term should not be understood to connote an ontic evaluation of their being, nor merely a characteristic of inauthentic everydayness. It is an ontological characteristic that is the ineluctable consequence of the fact that their being's prerogative carries the seal of negativity. The full existential ontological sense of the expression their being is in the truth says simultaneously their being is in the untruth. 205 Because transcendence is finite. The entire process of concern as the unity of disclosedness, then, must be understood as the coming to pass of truth. If the eminent mode of disclosedness is achieved in that free choice of their being to accept itself as a finite transcendence, which we have called resolve, then resolve is the eminent mode of truth, and eminently permeated by the negativity of truth, sc untruth. For if, by resolve, their being accepts itself in all its negativity, then it accepts itself as negative truth. Concern is simultaneously in truth and untruth. This applies in the most authentic sense to resolve as authentic truth. Resolve authentically makes this non-truth its very own. 206 SC accepts the inescapable finitude of existence. Other consequences will follow upon the identification of original truth with the disclosedness of their being. Heidegger concludes. There is truth only insofar, and as long, as their being is. 207 Newton's laws, for example, were not true before Newton discovered them. Nor were they for that matter false. They were simply undiscovered, and it was the discovery by Newton that made them, in the existential sense, true. This does not mean that the beings thus discovered had no entity before the discovery, but only that the discovery made them accessible to their being in their being. What, then, of eternal truths? One would have the right to speak of them, according to Heidegger, only if one could first prove that for all eternity their being was and will be. 20 Given the radical finitude of their being unto end, this is manifestly absurd. However, to identify disclosedness and truth, is it not to make all truth relative to their being? About this Heidegger leaves no doubt. But is not this the crudest kind of subjectivism? Certainly it is if their being be a subject. b. Subjectivism. Their being is not a subject. Their being is transcendence. To be sure, it is always a human their being. So close is the correlation between their being and man that the second of its fundamental characteristics is its mindness, sc it belongs to someone who says ego. But the first of its fundamental characteristics is existence, hence this ego is existential as well as existential. Our task in the existential analysis is to discern the existential dimension of ego. 209 The ego is a self. As long as we remain on the ontic level, this self appears as a principle of stable unity that abides amid the change and multiplicity of experience. It is that which lies at the basis of these experiences, it is referred to these experiences and they to it. It is that which lies under the experiences, the tmoxpound, levof, subjectum, subject. The traditional ontologies interpreted the being of such a subject in terms of substance, which meant that they conceived the ego subject as a mere entity. 21 In this, Kant differed not at all from Descartes. For both, the ego was a conscious subject, whose entity as such was essentially no different from the entity of other substances. So it was that for Kant the term existence was applied indiscriminately to consciousness and to things. The ego subject was in relation, of opposition, with its object as entity is in relation with another entity. 211 But this is a purely antic interpretation of the ego. The fact is, and the existential analysis has proven it, that the human there being is not a mere entity like any other but enjoys a prerogative that distinguishes it from all other beings, sc its comprehension of being. The antic excellence of their being lies in the fact that it is ontological. 212 To interpret their being as an entity like any other is to forget that its essence is existence. To analyze this existence phenomenologically has been the task of sc. Specifically, the laborious analysis of their being as to be in the world exposed the nature of its transcendence. It is this transcendence, which, ontologically, precedes all antic contact with beings, that renders the ontic encounter possible. Take, for example, one type of ontic encounter which traditionally is interpreted in the terms of a relation between subject and object, sc knowledge, erkennen. When we examine the ontological conditions of knowledge, we discover that they include a precognitional intimacy of their being with beings, a dwelling among them and dealing with them, out of which emerges the relationship of knowledge as a derivative and necessarily deficient mode. The process of knowing does not produce the initial commerce of the knowing subject with the world, nor does it arise out of the influence of the world upon a subject. This process is a mode of their being that has its foundation in to be in the world, 213 in transcendence. As to be in the world, their being is not simply a mere entity, and for this reason, as long as we retain clearly in mind its double dimension, cannot be conceived as a subject opposed to an object, v.g. the world. Nothing is closer to the center of Heidegger's intuition than this. He repeats it in SZ almost ad nauseam. The following is only a sample. The subjective a priori of to be in the world, has nothing to do with a preliminary determination that is limited to a world less. If disclosedness, then, is not the position of an object by a subject but the luminosity of transcendence, it will follow that the discovery of an instrument is not an imposition of a signification as if, a merely entitative world stuff were in this fashion subjectively colored. 22. For the same reason, the complex of relations which constitutes total meaningfulness is, not a network of forms which is superimposed upon a matter by a subject that has no world. 221. As a consequence, when the author says that the sense of a being is an existential characteristic of their being, this, too, must not be interpreted subjectively. It is because of their being's constitutive familiarity with total meaningfulness that their being discovers the purposefulness of an inner worldly being. The being which is thus discovered by the being of their being, has come to be comprehended, we say, it has sense. 222. What is comprehended, strictly speaking, is not the sense but the being itself as comprehensible. Sense is that which, in the comprehending disclosure is capable of being articulated. 223. By logos and therefore is the foundation for words and speech. But neither sense nor words nor speech is rooted in a being that is a mere subject. They are radicate in transcendence. Briefly, to say that truth is essentially relative to their being is not to make it subjective but simply to affirm their being's transcendence. If the human their being is not a subject, may it legitimately be called a self? Certainly, provided that one understand that self and subject are not synonymous. The traditional concept of a subject characterizes not the selfhood of the ego as a self, but the identity and stability of a being that is always a mere entity. Who is it, after all, that really says ego in the human there being? Is it not the entire phenomenon, existential and existential? In saying I, their being expresses itself as to be. In the world, 224. In everydayness, however, their being comprehends itself first of all and for the most part in terms of its antic preoccupations, forgetting the ontological dimension. This is an inauthentic self. The self achieves authenticity by resolve, sc in their being's free choice to accept itself as finite transcendence. The genuine sense of self, then, is not the stable identity of a subject but the unity of cm.225 taken in its totality. Their being is not a subject, but it is a self, a non-subjective, rather transsubjective or even presubjective self, sc transcendence. This self, however, even in the moment of its authenticity, always remains existential as well as existential. This is why we may legitimately speak of it as a subject, provided we understand that this terminology is limited to the ontic level and does not include the ontological perspective which constitutes the genuine primacy of their being. 226 But such a manner of speaking has nothing to do with subjectivism, if this term be understood to designate an interpretation that restricts itself to the purely antic dimension of their being as a subject. If subject be conceived ontologically as existing their being, whose being is grounded in temporality, then the term subjective has the same sense as transcendent and, in this sense, the world, too, is subjective. But then this subjective world, insofar as it is temporal transcendent, is more objective than any possible object. 227 Transcendence, then, is more subjective than any subject and more objective than any object. Their being is not a subject in relation to an object, but it is this relation itself, sc, that which is between subject and object. This between is not derived from, and therefore subsequent to, the juxtaposition of subject and object, but is prior to the emergence of this relation, rendering it possible. The problem of transcendence, consequently, is not to explain how a subject goes out of itself in order to establish contact with an object, where object, understood as the totality of objects, is identified with the world, but how it comes to pass that their being as to be in the world encounters other beings and then, once having discovered them, constitutes them as objects. 22s One consequence of the presubjective character of their being as to be in the world is worthy of special note. The critical, Erkenntnistheoretisk, problem, so gravely posed by the Neo-Kantians, dissolves. By critical problem we understand the following: how does a knowing subject in the process of knowledge get out of its own interiority in order to establish contact with an object, or the world, exterior to itself and held to be real? According to the solution of the problem, philosophical systems have been classified as realist or idealist. If the problem dissolves, then the complete apparatus of the realism-idealism dichotomy disappears. 229 The entire problem, however, supposes that the knowing subject is merely an entity enclosed within itself that must go outside of itself in order to encounter another entity, or the totality of entities, the real world, in an act of knowledge. What, after all, is reality but the being of inner-worldly beings, res, conceived as mere entities? But this passage from inside to outside is precisely what transcendence denies. Their being is always outside in intimate contact with beings because it is to be in the world. At the same time, this outside as to be in the world constitutes the inside of their being, for such is the nature of the self. To pose the question about a passage from an inside to an outside is to have failed to comprehend the first datum of the existential analysis: their being is to be in the world. The question whether or not there is a world at all, and whether or not its being can be proven, is for a there being that poses it as a to be in the world, and who else poses it, without sense. So, the scandal of philosophy, which for Kant was the fact that no compelling proof for the existence of things outside us had hitherto been proposed, is for Heidegger the fact that such a proof is expected and sought. Neither realist nor idealist, their being, as existence, is characterized by theses that are proper to both these tendencies. With realism, the existential analysis affirms the reality of inner-worldly beings other than their being; with idealism, the principle that being cannot be explained by beings but only through what idealism calls consciousness, but which Heidegger calls the comprehension of being. The existential analysis, however, allies itself with neither tendency. It differs from realism insofar as it denies the necessity and possibility of proving the reality of the world. It differs from idealism insofar as this fails to pose the question about the being of consciousness itself. 231. We have made our laborious way through SZ. Let us climb upon high ground and see how far we have come. We propose to trace the development of the notion of foundational thought. How much of this concept have we seen so far? Very little indeed. The term to think occurs but rarely in SZ, and then only in a classical sense that does not call attention to itself. Yet all that we have seen has not been waste. Piecing it together in retrospect, we may state the matter thus: Heidegger's purpose is to lay the groundwork for metaphysics by seeking to discern that ontological structure of man which is the source of his natural tendency to metaphysicize. Since metaphysics deals with being structures and the metaphysician is intrinsically finite, the problem becomes an effort to explain the relation between being and finitude. Solution: the comprehension of being as such is intrinsically finite. The function of SZ is to discern phenomenologically this finite comprehension of being and reveal its ultimate sense. This finite comprehension is the transcendence of beings to being, not an entity enclosed within itself, but essentially an openness towards being, which is a process that comes to pass. Phenomenologically speaking, This process of transcendence is to be in the world, where world is the horizon, projected by their being, within which their being dwells and encounters other beings, and to be in means the point, or moment, when this world becomes luminous, insofar as their being, in virtue of existence, comprehension, renders manifest the being of beings. So intimate is this correlation between the world, being, and the their being, which is its illumination, that only insofar as their being is their being. This luminosity of the world is constituted by a finite component of positivity, comprehension, which discloses their being precisely as transcendence, and a component of negativity, disposition, which discloses this transcendence precisely as finite. Both are rendered capable of coming to expression by a third component, logos. Considered in its unity, the coming to pass of the luminosity of the world is concern; considered in its totality, it is concern unto end, sc immanently ending, therefore intrinsically and insuperably finite. If their being is first of all and for the most part lost amid its ontic preoccupations and forgetful of its prerogative of luminosity, this is but another mark of its finitude. One function of logos is to remind their being of what it is and thus call it to the recollection of itself. When their being chooses to hearken to this voiceless admonition in the phenomenon of resolve, it becomes transparent to itself in its situation and thus achieves its authenticity as the finite luminosity of the world. The coming to pass of luminosity, transcendence, is grounded in the fact that their being continually comes, future, to the self that already is, past, and thus renders present, beings in their being. What renders transcendence possible, then, is time, the process itself, because temporal, is historical. Their being's achievement of the authentic self will include an effort to render manifest, i.e. luminous, its past by the retrieve of potentialities for being that already have been exploited. This coming to pass of luminosity is also the process of truth. Resolve, as the achievement of authenticity, is the eminent mode of truth, though conditioned, of course, by the finitude and historicity of the process itself. And this finite, historical, attending to logos by which truth is achieved in its most eminent form remains a being that is not a subject which must transcend itself toward world as object, but which is a non-subjective, trans-subjective, pre-subjective self. What then of foundational thought? All that we can say about it now is what we infer from watching Heidegger at work. He makes a phenomenological analysis of their being. To be sure, it is a phenomenology of a special sort, for in discerning the sense of their being itself is engaged. Hence, if we consider in all its purity this hermeneutic interpretation by their being of itself, we may say that phenomenology comes to its fullness when their being achieves its authenticity. The phenomenology of SZ, then, culminates in the moment of resolve. This does not tell us very much, one will say, but for the present we cannot go any farther. Chapter 2. Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics. If the closing section of KM is the best propedeutic to SZ, the rest of the book is the most authoritative interpretation of the major work. We wish now to examine it as such, and for several reasons. To begin with, since the author sees his own effort as merely a retrieve of Kant's fundamental problematic, SC the grounding of metaphysics, we find in KM the basic conception of their being, which was elaborated phenomenologically in SZ, articulated in the more familiar context of Kant's thought according to a language that is more classical and, for most of us, more intelligible. This permits us not only to understand better what Heidegger is trying to say but also to see how we might incorporate his intuitions into other more traditional forms. We feel that this in itself justifies the length of the resume, which hitherto has not appeared in English. A second reason for the extensive treatment of KM lies in the fact that it is the classic type of what Heidegger I, 1929, calls retrieve and what Heidegger II, 1950, calls dialogue, one of the principal modes of foundational thought. Conceived and executed by Heidegger in the height of his powers, the interpretation lets us see his method in sharpest focus and find in it at the same time both its weakness and its strength. Unless we watch him go through the process at least once, we might be tempted to think that the rigor, strength, of which he will speak later is either platitude or sham. Yes, of course. 154 From there to being imagination is equivalent to there being. We can understand how there being can be profoundly human without being identified in unqualified fashion with man as such. L29 By the same token, we can see that if we define there being as existence, this characterizes man on a different and deeper level than that whereon the word existentia in the tradition found its meaning, sc as opposed, whether really or rationally, to essence. Would it not be possible, then, that the entire problematic of Heidegger, placed as it is on a different level, might leave intact the traditional questions concerning essence existence, substance accident, etc., and, if it succeeds, simply serve to lay the indispensable work, for them? 3. There being as subject. We saw in Sc the insistence which Heidegger lays on the fact that there being is not to be understood as a subject, although it is unquestionably a self, a pre-subjective self that precedes the dichotomy of subject and object and renders this dichotomy possible. Sc it is transcendence. Now we can see how this is articulated in a Kantian context. For the transcendental imagination is more than a mere subject of knowledge. Its task is to institute the horizon within which two beings, knower and to be known, can encounter each other and become opposed as subject-object. It renders the subject-object relation possible. This horizon, for all its intrinsic unity, may be considered from two different points of view. On the one hand, it is a self-orientation of the knowing subject toward the being to be known as object. This is the subjective aspect. In this sense, the horizon renders it possible for the knowing subject to be a subject. Sc constitutes the subjectivity of the subject. On the other hand, however, the horizon, as the domain of objectiveness, renders it possible for the being to be known to reveal itself as opposed to the knower, Sc to be an object. This is the objective aspect. The horizon constitutes the objectivity of the object. 130. The horizon of transcendence instituted by the transcendental imagination, then, enables simultaneously the subject to be subject and the object to be object. It constitutes them as what they are, in their being, if being be understood as accessibility of one to the other. Transcendence, enabling as it does subject and object to be what they are, lies between them both, ontologically antecedes them both, and renders it possible for the relation between them, their encounter, to come about. The transcendental imagination cannot be called a subject, because it is the center of transcendence. Yet if the pure imagination is not a subject, this does not mean that it is any less the center of the self. On the contrary, what most radically characterizes the self of a finite knower as finite is primarily not his subjectivity but his transcendence. The transcendental imagination, then, in rendering possible transcendence, institutes the essence of the finite self. L31 It is the virtue of Km to offer us some light on the relationship between transcendence, which characterizes the knower as a self, and the consciousness which characterizes him as a subject. The indications in Sc were cursory. There, too, in a Kantian context, Heidegger offered a brief sketch of the nature of transcendental apperception as a transcendental subject, the I think, accompanying every act of synthesis, and just how this consciousness was conceived as lying at the base of all presentations, therefore as their subject. As a result, the subject is consciousness in itself, Sein and sich, sc it is not itself presented, but is the formal structure of presentation as such. His criticism is that Kant interprets this conscious subject as if it were a mere entity, whose being is understood simply as the reality of the res cogitans. 132 In Km, the relation between self, transcendence, and subject, consciousness, is articulated in terms of the relation between transcendental imagination, center of transcendence, and transcendental apperception, transcendental unity of consciousness, expressed by the ego, I think substance, etc. Heidegger admits with Kant, as he had done for that matter in SZ, that the ego as unity of consciousness cannot be separated from the processes it accompanies. Its essence lies therefore in pure self-consciousness. We have already seen how this transcendental apperception is the understanding in its purity, how, in the transcendental deduction, it referentially depends upon the synthesis which comes to pass in the transcendental imagination, how this dependence is so profound that the understanding, as pure apperception, has the ground of its possibility in the transcendental imagination. 133. Now we have one significant passage where Heidegger explicates the dependence of consciousness, therefore subjectivity, upon transcendence, therefore selfhood. Let us cite it in full. In the presentative self-orientation toward a being to be known, the self is carried along in the orientation. In such an orientation as this, SC wherein a self is exteriorized, the ego of the self is necessarily manifest. It is in this way that the I present accompanies every presentation. The ego goes along with the pure self-orientation. Insofar as this ego is what it is only in this I think, the essence of pure thought, as well as of the ego, lies in pure self-consciousness. This consciousness of the self, however, can be illumined only by the being of the self, not vice versa, SC where the being of the self is illumined by consciousness or even made superfluous by it. 184. What may we infer from this passage? We are dealing with the horizon of transcendence under its subjective aspect, as the self-orientation toward, of the knower, SC toward the being to be known. The orientation of the self as such establishes, by reason of the transcendental imagination, the domain of encounter with beings to be known, SC the horizon of objectiveness. At this point, we are dealing with the knower in the dimension of transcendence. Strictly speaking, then, it is the orientation that institutes the transcendence which characterizes the self in its finitude. But obviously there can be no orientation without that which is orientated, and in this sense the orientation carries the itself, sich, along with it. Now as the self is carried along in the orientation, the ego of the self becomes manifest, and in this way the I present accompanies all presentation. Here, then, we are dealing with the dimension of consciousness by reason of which the knower is designated as a subject. It is capital to note, however, that consciousness, therefore subjectivity, is, ontologically speaking, subsequent to the orientation, therefore transcendence, of the self which consciousness makes manifest. What is primary is the self, not as subject but as transcendence. That is why consciousness, ontologically subsequent, must be explained by that which is ontologically prior, SC the being of the self which consciousness manifests. To reverse the procedure, and here we may detect an undeniable, if unexpressed, polemic against the idealists, is to distort the whole problematic. With this much to help us, we can understand, if we recall how Heidegger in SZ tried to explore the being structure of the self as transcendence, to be in the world, the significance of such a remark as the following: in saying I, their being brings itself to expression as to be in the world. 135 We can understand, too, how Heidegger can claim that Kant, in failing to explore the self in terms of its transcendence, interpreted it, when all is said and done, as a mere entity. Finally, we can understand in what sense his own effort to interpret KRV in terms of what is left unsaid, yet somehow lies hidden in Kant's pronouncements, leads him to ground the unity of consciousness, therefore the specific character of subjectivity, not only in the transcendental imagination, instituting the self in its transcendence, but more radically still in the unity of time, where the pure imagination itself has its source. 136 It is not so important for our purposes to follow him through the details of his argument here. 137 Much more significant is the general direction of his thought, the self as a subject, SC rendered manifest by the transcendental unity of consciousness, is ontologically subsequent to and rendered possible by the self as transcendence, whose ultimate meaning is time. See thought. In SC, Heidegger went about discerning the sense of being by means of phenomenological analysis. In Km, he thinks the being process by retrieving a potentiality for being that has been exploited already, sc. Kant's essay at Grounding Metaphysics. The task is not simply to reiterate the problem but to rework it, to develop it as a problem, retaining free and awake all those interior forces that render this problem in its fundamental essence possible. In the present case, this process of retrieve means something more than a mere exposition of what Kant said. Rather, it means bringing to light what he did not say, could not say, yet nevertheless laid before our eyes as unsaid in the formulae that he actually used. All this, however, Kant himself was no longer able to say. For that matter, what must become decisive for us in every type of philosophical knowledge is not what is expressed in explicit formulae, but what is laid before our eyes as still unsaid through the formulae that are used. L38. But does not such an interpretation do violence to the original text? Of course it does. No one sees this more clearly or concedes it more readily than Heidegger. Obviously, in order to wring from what the words say that which they want to say, every interpretation inevitably must do violence. 139. The point is made in the original text of Km. The author repeats it in another form 20 years later, justifying it only on the grounds that such are the demands of a thoughtful dialogue between thinkers. Briefly, it is essential to the method of retrieve. But this necessary violence is not sheer arbitrariness. It must be subject to the discipline of a controlling idea. Only the power of this idea can warrant the apparently presumptuous effort of surrendering oneself to the inner movement of a philosophical work in order to bring to expression that which was not and could not be said in the original. And through its capacity, thus proven, to do precisely this, the controlling idea reveals itself more and more in its inherent power. 140. Let us make the point once and for all, for the matter will recur. If, in evaluating the author's efforts, one accuses Heidegger of doing violence to that which is said, das Gesagte, he misses the point completely. He fails to grasp the whole sense of Heidegger's effort at retrieve, which is to say what an author did not say, could not say, but somehow made manifest. The only legitimate approach is to precise and evaluate the fundamental idea which commands this violence and gives it in a profound way its sense, sc. Heidegger's conception of being itself. Resume. We take our bearings again. In our search to lay bare the foundations of metaphysics, phenomenology, sc. showed us that the structure in man which enables him to metaphysicize is the process of finite transcendence, whose ultimate meaning is time. As an historical process, their being achieves authenticity with regard to its past by retrieving potentialities for being that already have been exploited. One such potentiality is Kant's effort to ground metaphysics, and in Km Heidegger attempts to retrieve it. What in Sc was called the comprehension of being is in Km the ontological synthesis and transcendence, Sc the preontic seizure of being structure that renders it possible for beings to be encountered. As synthesis, transcendence is not only fusion of knower and known but, in the knower, of intuition and thought. As preontic, Sc prior to sense experience, pure, it is the union of pure intuition, space and time, and the categories of the understanding, accomplished through the schemata of the transcendental imagination, which therefore is the center in man which institutes the horizon of transcendence. In this horizon, knower has access to known, because ontological knowledge is the ntaokm, p. 183. Sedent orientation of knower towards beings to be known, enabling him to be a subject. Known has access to knower, because the horizon enables the being to be known to appear as itself, hence to be an object. Constituting, then, both the subjectivity, being, of the subject and objectivity, being, of the object, it is itself neither subject nor object but the domain of accessibility of one to the other. It is pure transcendence. The horizon of transcendence is not a being, for the finite knower, because finite, cannot institute, create, the beings it knows. Therefore it is non-being, or, more positively, pure presence and ontological truth, in any case, ineluctably finite. As for the center of transcendence, the pure imagination, it is certainly a self, but, because, ontologically, prior to the subject-object relationship, it is a non-subjective, pre-subjective self, whose unity derives from the tridimensional unity of time. Briefly, for Heidegger's Kant as well as for Heidegger, the structure in man which enables him to metaphysicize is the process of finite transcendence, whose ultimate meaning is time. And yet, all is not well. I granting that retrieve necessarily comports violence in wringing the unsaid from the said, how are we to discern this controlling idea that gives it warrant, so that we may be sure we are submitting to a discipline and are not prey to mere arbitrariness? 2. Granting the fact that Heidegger here has thought being by retrieving Kant's problematic, in what sense is it a retrieve of their beings past? What is the relation between Heidegger's their being and Kant's? If it is the same their being in both, then what is the relation between the individual thinker and their being? What is an individual? What is their being? What is thought? At this point, these questions are not intended in any sense as a critique. They are meant merely to sharpen our vision as we proceed. Chapter 3. The Essence of Ground. The argument. The Essence of Ground, 1929, is one of the hardest diamonds in all of Heidegger's ample treasury. Appearing 2 years after SZ, it offers, together with W.M., the first public explicitations of the major work. That Heidegger chose to publish a meditation on what constitutes the essence of ground should not surprise us. In Km, we saw how, faithful to the program of grounding metaphysics as delineated in SZ, the author analyzed the transcendental imagination as the ground upon which the inner possibility of general metaphysics is instituted, simply because it is the center where transcendence comes to pass. It is certainly plausible, then, that he articulate further the relation between transcendence and ground in language and perspective more properly his own. It seems superfluous to include here a study of the word ground in SZ, for Heidegger's use of the word there does not call attention to itself, and an investigation of this kind would not advance us very much. Only 2 uses of the word seem to be particularly suggestive: the conception of guilt, which, as ground of negativity, is applied to their being inasmuch as their being's own ground, being, is permeated by negativity; the word founding, begrunden, which Heidegger uses sometimes with quotation marks to suggest a meaning foreign to his own, v.g. when used with regard to scientific research. Sometimes without, to suggest the elaboration of the antecedent project of being structure which lies beneath the level of scientific investigation. Point 2. The real affinity between WG and SZ, however, lies in the conception of transcendence as to be in the world. We come at once, then, to the text. The author begins, with ASU to Aristotle, recalling that the problem of ground arises for him under 2 forms, as and px and as and pound are love. There are 3 forms of and.px, that by which a being is, or becomes, or is known, which Heidegger interprets as the ground for its whatness, its thatness, and its truth, Warsen. On the other hand, there are 4 types of ground in the sense of and.tirlov, or cause. The relation between these 2 general classifications of ground remains obscure, still more the common denominator of all these forms taken as one. In a general way, then, we may say that for Aristotle ground is that which enables us to answer the question, why? 3. The problem of ground reappears with Leibniz' formulation of the principle of ground, Satz vom Grund, or, as we translate in English directly from the Latin, the principle of sufficient reason. It is here that Heidegger begins his own analysis, dividing the essay into 3 parts. The problem of ground. Here he shows that the problem is essentially one of truth, and, since it is the transcendence of their being that is primary truth, one of transcendence. 2. Transcendence as domain for the question about the essence of ground. This includes a positive explanation of transcendence and a historical survey, retrieve, of the notion of the world, which is that whereunto their being transcends. Special emphasis is given to Kant. 3. The essence of ground. This is an analysis of ground in the perspective of transcendence. Since this is the decisive part of our study, we resume Part I hastily, pass over Part II as already sufficiently handled for our purpose, and come as quickly as possible to Part III. The function of Part I is to situate the problem of ground clearly in the context of the author's own thought, according to which, access to the meaning of being is had in a being, der Being, whose nature is to transcend beings to being. The bridge between the problem of ground and the transcendence of der Being is the existential notion of truth. The reduction of the problem of ground to the problem of truth is quickly accomplished. To be sure, the principle of ground, sufficient reason, tells us nothing about the nature of ground, but it can serve as a starting point for the analysis, for if we recall that for Leibniz this principle was based on what he considered to be the nature of truth. For him, truth is found primarily in the judgment, sc in an identity of n and p, where p is contained in, therefore identical with, the s. Every truth can be demonstrated, then, by an analysis of s, and the derivation of p from s in a proposition constitutes the sufficient reason of its truth, sc the answer to, why. The reason why the principle of ground, sufficient reason, is valid is that if it were not, then there would be a proposition, presumably true, whose p could not be derived analytically from s, therefore necessarily untrue. Contradiction. Heidegger now argues, a proposition is true only if it is conformed to that which it expresses and on the ground of which the proposition is said to be true. Truth as conformity presupposes another type of truth. It does not make its object accessible but presupposes its accessibility, sc that the being to be judged is already manifest, and it is by reason of this manifestation, sc ontic truth, that the proposition may be called true or untrue. The truth of judgments, then, is grounded in ontic truth. 5. Yet even ontic truth is not absolutely primary, for it reveals itself only in the ontic comportment of their being with other beings, because it is ontic. In order for beings to manifest themselves for what they are in an ontic comportment, their being must have an antecedent comprehension of their being structure, sc the being of these beings. The unveiledness of being. In comprehension by their being first renders possible the manifestation of beings. 6. And this unveiledness is the truth of being, sc ontological truth. Ontological truth renders possible, therefore grounds, ontic truth, which in turn is the ground for the truth of judgments on which the principle of ground, sufficient reason, as Leibniz formulated it, is based, grounded. The problem of ground, then, is transposed into the problem of truth. Now the problem of truth is essentially the problem of transcendence. For ontic truth, the manifestation of beings in their being, is rendered possible by ontological truth, the unveiledness of the being of beings. These two types of truth presuppose, then, the distinction between being and beings, the ontological difference, but how is such a distinction possible except by reason of a being, immersed among the rest, so constituted that, ontological as well as ontic, it can comprehend, sc disclose, or project, the being of beings, including itself, and thus pass beyond beings to their being? This, however, is the prerogative of their being, for their being is transcendence. If we are to understand ground, we must explore the nature of transcendence. b. From transcendence to ground. I. The process of ground, its components. The task of Part 3 of the meditation is to explain in what sense transcendence can be called the essence of ground. The relationship between transcendence and ground Heidegger calls the process of grounding, or the coming to pass of ground, das Grunden. This unified process has three components whose characteristics we have seen already in the essential, but which receive now new designations, better adapted to sustain metaphorically the interpretation of transcendence as ground, laying claim, stiften, taking possession, Boden nehmen, founding, begrunden. Point 7. The terms are not, of course, self-evident and must be explained. For the moment, let us remark simply that each plays its own particular R6LE, and, still sustaining the metaphor, we may speak of the three components as being scattered, or strewn out, strewn, as ground. But they are coordinated into the unity of a single process, which consequently should be called the threefold strewing of ground. S. A. Laying claim and taking possession, the first component of the process by which ground comes to pass we have called laying claim, but this is simply a new formula for what is already familiar to us, the project of the world, the passage of there being beyond beings to being, the establishing of its ontological dimension, that which we have called the positive moment of transcendence. 9. But transcendence is finite. We have seen that this finitude consists primarily in their being's facticity, suggesting both its referential dependence on other beings and its thatness, and is disclosed by the ontological disposition. Hence, in WG the same themes, when they return, are quite familiar. The project of world is brought to pass by a being immersed among other beings, among which it finds itself and beyond which it must pass in the process of transcendence. That which is transcended, here, beings, belongs as essentially to the transcendence as that whereunto the transcendence is made, here, being, for we must never forget that the being of which there is question is always the being of beings. Lo, this immersion among beings means that their being is captivated, in genomen, by beings, reverberates profoundly in attunement with them, durchstimmt, and this precisely in transcending them. And the state of captivation is what we formerly called the referential dependence of their being on beings, and explains the other important phrase to the effect that their being is just as essentially an ontic as an ontological phenomenon. Furthermore, the fact that their being is so orientated towards beings is not of its own choosing, and their being is powerless to change this condition, for it is precisely unto such a state of dependence that their being has been thrown. 12 The dual implication of captivation by beings, thrownness and referential dependence, when considered in the context of the coming to pass of ground, is designated by Heidegger as taking possession or the winning of ground. The figure needs explanation. The positive component of transcendence is the project of world, being, because it is positive and does not of itself connote any restriction of the possibilities it projects. This does not mean, of course, that the project in its purity is infinite, for what is projected is not infinite but the complex of total meaningfulness, which is a profoundly finite world. When we consider the project as untrammeled positivity, however, we think of it as the disclosure of the countless potentialities that their being could have, if all of the situations latent in the matrix of the world were realized. But all of these situations are not, and cannot be, realized. Their being, in its finitude, exists always in one situation that necessarily excludes all others. If we may consider the project in precision from this contraction, in its positivity therefore, we may say that it exceeds, überquinkt, or overreaches, itself, for the contraction must inevitably come. Yet in this untrammeled positivity, it scans the horizon of the world and, like Alexander, lays claim to it all. It is in this sense that we understand the process of grounding in its positive moment to be essentially a laying claim. 13 But in the process of grounding as it actually takes place, this wide-ranging project is contracted into a given situation into which their being is thrown, where it is captivated by beings that are all about and with which it must deal. Through this contraction, certain possibilities that could have been their beings are as a matter of fact withdrawn, and their being is left in that situation wherein it actually finds itself, limited by its own facticity. It is through this withdrawal, Entzug, of the unrestricted possibilities which could have been, that their being enters into the possession of the restricted possibilities that are its own to assume, thus winning the ground of its actual. The essence of ground. Matter of fact existence. It is in this sense, then, that their being takes possession of a very restricted sphere of the possibilities to which its positivity had laid claim. The component of positivity is that which projects the world, the component of negativity is that which contracts this project to the matter-of-fact situation. What is important, however, is the fact that the two are complementary, mutually dependent, simultaneous, unified. It is only in the withdrawal of the possibilities that could have been but are not their beings that the project becomes actual. In other words, their being can be actual only if it is finite. That in any given case the overreaching project of the world becomes the power of possession only by a withdrawal of possibilities is by this very fact a transcendental document of the finitude of the transcendence of their being. 14. b. Transcendental founding, but we have not yet considered the grounding process in its totality. This process implies more than simply the passage beyond beings to being, together with the thrownness among beings upon which their being referentially depends and beyond which it passes. Up to this point, their being's reference to beings is of a very general type, characterizing its thrownness as such. With this, nothing yet is said about the comportment with beings that makes up their being's everyday commerce and into which, because of its structure as negative project, it may now enter. There must be, then, a third component in transcendence as ground. The first component, project, renders possible the antecedent comprehension of the being of beings but cannot explain completely this comprehension, inasmuch as, taken in its purity, it is not itself a relation between their being and beings. 15. On the other hand, the second component, captivation, supplies a referential dependence on beings in general but is not itself existential comportment with any one being or with any given complex of them. The function of the third component will be, then, to render possible this comportment as such, to enable their being to enter into commerce with beings by making them manifest in themselves and as themselves. Briefly, the third component of transcendence as ground renders possible ontic truth. It must be given a designation all its own. Heidegger calls it by a term we translate as founding. 16. It is the last of the components essential to the coming to pass of ground. With regard to this third component of the grounding process, the founding of beings, there are several important observations to make. Iontic and ontological truth, founding is concerned with their being's comportment with beings, to be sure, but it would be a mistake to think that we have ascended to the purely ontic level. The founding of beings, as we have described it, renders possible ontic truth, the manifestation of beings in their being, but for that reason it is more than merely ontic truth. Insofar as we are dealing completely with the ontological dimension of their being, the level of transcendence, the founding we speak of is a transcendental founding. It renders possible ontic truth because it unveils the being and being structure of beings, but such an unveiling is precisely what is meant by ontological truth. In the comprehension of being, transcendence is, as such, a founding. Because in this comprehension being and being structure become unveiled, transcendental founding is called ontological truth. 17. Transcendental founding, then, lies at the base of all ontic comportment, permeating this comportment continually, and, by reason of its effulgence, enables beings to become manifest as beings, in their being. On the ontic level, however, every type of illuminating comportment, whether it be the disclosure of their being itself or the discovery of beings other than their being, must be in its own way a founding. By this is meant that it must give an account of itself, present its credentials, sich ausweisen. It is in the process of justifying beings in the antic dimension of their being that the question of cause or purpose arises. The problem of causality, according to Heidegger, poses itself, then, on the ontic level, and although this does not exclude the ontological dimension but rather supposes it, we can see in what way Heidegger feels justified in making his criticism of Aristotle's initial presentation of the four causes as types of ground. It is the characteristic of the first exposition of the four causes that thereby there is not yet made the fundamental distinction between transcendental grounding and the specific ontic causes. 1. In any case, let us retain that for Heidegger, the third component of transcendence as the grounding process of their being is transcendental founding, which as ontological truth renders possible all manifestation of beings in their being, ontic truth. To the question, why It is the transcendental founding, SC ontological truth, that ultimately renders possible the question, why, the answer to which is what men spontaneously mean by ground. For all questions can be reduced ultimately to three basic types of why. Why is a being so and not otherwise? Why is it this rather than another? Why is it something at all and not nothing? The ground question. In each case, their being, in order to pose the question at all, must have an antecedent comprehension of the how and the what of beings, of being, and of non-being itself. It is this comprehension of being that first renders possible the why. 19. This means, however, that this antecedent comprehension, which we have seen to be the same as ontological truth, contains within itself the first and last answer to all questioning, and in this sense antecedent comprehension is the first, and last, founding of all beings. It is worth adding that in its transcendental the why arises, according to Heidegger, out of the tension between the component of positivity and the component of negativity. In the project of world, there is given an excess of potentiality, and it is in view of this, together with the fact that their being is permeated by surrounding beings, actuality, which the ontological disposition discloses, that the why arises. Point 2. Furthermore, since positive and negative components necessarily complement each other, the arising of why is a transcendental necessity, a necessary element of transcendence. The significance for us is simply to see that when dealing with the transcendental origin of why and the comprehension of being structure that it implies, we are groping to understand, however clumsily, the outbreak of the ontological difference itself. And we have here, besides, another testimony to the finitude of transcendence. 3. The triplex unity. If the coming to pass of ground is a profoundly unified process, if its positive and negative components complement each other and transcendental founding necessarily complements them both, then the last of the three components is equally as original as the other two, arises simultaneously with them both. In analyzing this unified correlation of three distinct components, then, we have discerned the essence of ground. The essence of ground is the triplex strewing of the grounding process that arises in transcendence, the project of the world, the captivation by beings and the ontological founding of beings. 21. For logos, in SZ, the three components of transcendence as the disclosedness of the world were enumerated as comprehension, disposition, and logos. In WG, there is explicit mention only of project and disposition. However, the third component of transcendence as the coming to pass of ground, SC transcendental founding, is a component that is equally original with the other two, and its function is to make possible the manifestation of beings because by its effulgence it lets be seen the being structure of beings. Point 22. Does the founding process here correspond to logos? There is nothing of an explicit nature to warrant such an identification. If the author had intended it, certainly he could have suggested it without distorting, or prolonging, his analysis. Hence we should conclude, perhaps, that the omission was deliberate and renounce any effort to force him to say what he chose not to say. On the other hand, if we do not see an intrinsic correlation between transcendental founding and logos, is there not a serious lacuna in WG which is difficult to reconcile not only with the closeness of the author's reasoning in this essay but also with the clear and intimate coherence between the present text and SZ? Let us leave the matter open and note only, that the analysis of logos as an existential of their being is perhaps the most obscure and least satisfying section of SZ, that the reason for this quite possibly is that the full sense of logos has not yet crystallized for the author, that WG, because of its brevity, is restricted to a few bold strokes on the canvas, and a more detailed elaboration of the concept of transcendental founding would very probably have brought the author to grips with the problem of explicitation, sense, meaning, etc. In a word, the whole apparatus of hermeneutic interpretation, that an identification of founding and logos would permit us to see how logos articulates the negative comprehension of being, world, insofar as it would provide a relation in their being between the project and beings to be encountered, that such an identification would give to logos a still unthematized but central role in the evolution of the problem of being as the problem of truth, that this central role of logos, discerned as early as this, would explain why an effort to think the truth of being will involve more and more a meditation on the nature of language, the articulation of logos. Point 23. Z. The process of ground, its finitude. Thus far, we have seen in some detail how Heidegger understands ground in terms of transcendence, both intrinsically united in the coming to pass of truth. But since transcendence is radically finite, so too must be ground, therefore truth. This is worth emphasis. That the problem of finitude cannot be avoided is clear from the very fact that we are attempting a philosophical, hence properly human, explanation of the essence of ground. This means, however, that we must take into consideration the non-sense of ground, the essence as permeated by a not, as negatived, as finite. Point 24. We saw above how the project of the world must be negatived by the withdrawal of possibilities that it could have been but is not before it can be actual, and called this a transcendental document of finitude, since it is here that we can see how transcendence as ground is radically permeated by a not. But we may go further. Not only is the project of world negative through captivation, but transcendental founding, which complements them both, is also negatived, finite. On the ontic level, therefore, their being, founding individuals by letting them give an account of themselves, is quite capable of covering up their ground, or distorting it. Point 25. If transcendental founding brings to pass ontological truth, then as negatived it must bring about ontological untruth, which renders possible the ontic untruth that we saw in SZ. The essence of ground, then, is profoundly negatived, implies a not, comports with itself non-essence, and this simply because it springs from a transcendence that is finite. Ground has its non-essence, because it arises out of finite transcendence. 26. Profoundly modified by not, ground has not only its non-essence but is also non-ground, Abgrund. As such a ground, however, transcendence is the non-ground of their being. 27. And if we are to explain the essence of the finitude of their being, it is to this conception of transcendence as the non-ground that we must have recourse, before we begin to talk about the nature of man or to describe the effects of this finitude in his activity, or even, as far as Heidegger is concerned, to ask about his ontic origin. J. The process of ground, its temporality. We have one more step to make. In SZ, we saw that the ultimate origin of concern, the structural unity of finite transcendence, is time. What is the role of time in the coming to pass of ground? Heidegger expressly avoids a thematic treatment of the question, yet suggests clearly enough its importance. Point 2. His most explicit remark comes where the question is posed as to what explains the fact that the three components of the grounding process, for all the profound differences between them, can nevertheless be called by the same name of ground. There is, to be sure, an identity of sorts, he admits, for all three components, each in its own way arises out of concern, which itself in turn is possible only as temporality. 29. We are brought before the very same perspective, then, as in SZ. For our present purposes, we may be content simply to indicate this fact. Its importance lies in helping us to see that here again, as in both SZ and KM, we are brought in the end before a question mark: what is the nature of time? And this is to be understood not as simply another question that ought to be asked but as the only question which really matters, for in asking it we are posing the being question itself. The being question, then, remains primary. All other analyses up to now are of a preparatory nature, and have as their purpose to open up the transcendental horizon of the question of being. When we are told that the temporal aspect of transcendence in WG is deliberately omitted, we infer that the being question remains paramount but cannot be constrained within the present limits. The question itself, however, is apparently more imperious than ever. So at any rate, for the present we are still seeking access to the question, and in the analysis of ground which leads us to a meditation on truth, that access has turned out to be once more the coming to pass of finite transcendence, whose ultimate meaning is time. 2 general remarks. A. Being and truth. The preceding analysis speaks for itself to say that Heidegger's principal preoccupation in WG, as already noted, is basically the problem of being, and, indeed, being in the sense of unveiledness, sc truth. 31 Insofar as the present meditation is a terse condensation of the main theses of SC, we can see again how profoundly the problem of truth lies at the center of the first work. And the author finds justification for the general orientation of his problem in the example of the early Greek thinkers. The earliest questioning about the essence of ground proved to be entwined with the task of clarifying the essence of being and truth. 32 Conversely, we see why his declared intention of seeking the meaning of being leads him to devote a separate essay to the study of ground. Does WG advance in any way our search for an answer to the being question? There is no need to cull texts which restate what we already know, but we find one nuance worth noting: the author's insistence that being is always the being of beings. Even antecedent comprehension is never a seizure of being as such. 33 However, even if inseparable, being and beings are nevertheless different. Ontic and ontological truth always pertain to different dimensions: beings in their being and the being of beings. They belong essentially together on the ground of their relationship to the difference between being and beings, the ontological difference. 34 So far, so good. Now we are told that the essence of truth, necessarily bifurcated in this double dimension, is only possible in the first place with the outbreak of the ontological difference. 35 This, too, presents no great difficulty, especially if we recall that, when all is said and done, truth and being for Heidegger are one. The important point comes when we are told that the ontological difference comes about only by reason of the power of their being to differentiate between being and beings. It is this that is meant by their being's transcendence. We see immediately the poverty of the word transcendence itself, which is, after all, a metaphysical word. Soon Heidegger will drop it completely. Moreover, notice that the term of their being's transcendence is not being understood as the beingness of beings, but being understood as the emergence of the difference between being and beings, that this difference emerges with their being's transcendence. We name this ground of the ontological difference. The transcendence of their being. 36 That there might be textual ground, even in 1929, for suspecting that the ontological difference as such has somehow a primacy over their being, the power to differentiate, through which the ontological difference becomes a fact, must have struck the roots of its own potentiality in the ground of their being's essence. 37 Reading this text, as we do, in the light of Heidegger too, it is all too easy to force the evidence. But even if in all rigor we cannot claim here an anticipation of Heidegger too, the text remains curious, nonetheless. This much is worth noting. One last revealing remark comes when, having analyzed ground, the author returns to consider the principle of ground, sufficient reason, from which he took his start. He argues thus: the principle of ground is a principle that has its application with regard to beings, sc. Every being has its ground. The reason is that being itself has the transcendental character of ground, inasmuch as, when antecedently comprehended, it founds beings, sc. By its effulgence renders possible their truth, but this is possible only because being occurs in and through and with the transcendence of their being, which is, in the primary sense, the process of grounding. Ground belongs to the essence of being because there is being, not beings, only in transcendence as the world projecting, dispositional coming to pass of ground. 38. B. Their being and thought. Here, as in SC, the author takes special pains to insist that their being as transcendence is not a subject in the sense of that which is opposed to an object, v.g. the world, as two beings on the ontic level. Transcendence is the ontological dimension of their being. If one insists on calling their being a subject, then transcendence is the essence of this subject, sc. the ground structure of subjectivity, that which makes the subject to be a subject, its being. Here, then, to be a subject means to be a being in and as transcendence. 39. The author's meaning is clear. In meditating transcendence, we have achieved the being level of their being, which first renders possible the subject-object dichotomy. Let us admit, however, that his formula ground structure of subjectivity is disconcerting. We can notice how his language is victimized by the very subjectism he is trying to overcome. The situation will soon change, and it is useful for us to see him in transition. There is, too, the faintest suggestion of a possible type of thinking that is non-subjective, therefore foundational, because it is non-objective. It is significant to note this, though we must not give the matter an importance that it does not yet have for the author himself. When speaking of the pre-predicative nature of ontic truth, that grounds the truth of judgments, he remarks that, the rendering manifest of beings never has primarily the character of a mere presentation, intuition. 40. Primarily it is rendering the being accessible to their being, whether this be by a disclosure, as in the case of their being, or by a discovery, as in the case of beings other than their being. Secondarily, of course, this rendering accessible evolves into a subject-object relation, but this is only a derivation from the initial encounter. Now to assume that the rendering accessible were a presentation of the being that is encountered, even if this presentation were considered to be an intuition, would be to classify this being already as an object opposed to other being considered as subject, a conception that vitiates from the beginning the genuine sense of rendering accessible. Of course, it is understandable, Heidegger goes on to say, how such a conception could arise, if one assume unquestioningly that truth is found primarily, therefore properly, in the judgment, sc in a conjunction of two presentations. In such a context, then, pre-predicative truth could easily be conceived as a presentation that is not yet conjoined with another to form a judgment, but it is a presentation nonetheless. The crux of the matter is, though, that even such a disclosure as this by their being to their being of the being that is encountered necessarily presupposes that the being itself is already manifest to their being. It is this manifestation, or accessibility, of beings prior to objectivizing presentation and rendering such a presentation possible that Heidegger calls ontic truth. When all is said and done, the entire polemic against presentative thought which we are about to see unfold is based on the fact that, even though it be natural to man, it forgets this pre-presentative openness. Now it is this pre-presentational, ontic, truth of beings and the transcendental condition of its possibility, ontological truth, that is the focus of Heidegger's attention in WG, for the whole essay is an attempt to meditate the coming to pass of ground that renders possible not only judgment truth but all presentation, therefore objectivation, as well. Do we have the right to say, then, that the whole essay is an effort, perhaps not yet fully self-conscious, at the non-presentative, foundational thinking of the truth of being structure, sc of being? For the sake of completeness, and in order to contrast against the background of contemporary phenomenology Heidegger's effort to overcome subjectivism and subjective thinking through the notion of a pre-subjective self, one should include a brief word here about how he situates the question of intentionality in his problematic. The indications are few but they are clear. Heidegger calls intentional all comportment of their being with beings. Intentionality, for him, is possible only on the ground of transcendence, as ontic comportment is grounded in the ontological structure which renders it possible. Intentionality, then, is not identical with transcendence, much less the origin of it. The transcendence which renders this comportment possible is the project of the world, negatived by captivation by beings, out of which arises the transcendental founding of beings. Transcendental founding is explicitated on the ontic level by the bringing to pass of ontic truth through the existential comportment of their being, and this is the level of intentionality. 41. We can see here sketched in brief outline how Heidegger himself would proceed to supplement his remarks. 1927, the year in which SZ appeared, 2 years before WG, concerning Husserl's article on phenomenology for the Encyclopaedia Britannica. For Husserl, making no distinction among the ways by which different beings are, all beings experienced in the world, including the philosophizing ego, were conceived to be what Heidegger would call mere entities. When Husserl makes the epoche of the world and its facticity, the factitial, matter-of-fact, character of the ego is likewise bracketed, and he must resort to a transcendental ego, somehow separated from facticity, to account for the constitution of beings. 42 Heidegger, as we saw, insists upon a differentiation in the way beings are, distinguishing between mere entities, instruments, and their being whose essence is existence, sc transcendence. The one and the same their being is transcendental as well as matter of fact, simply because its ontic excellence lies in the fact that it is ontological, sc it is existential, in Husserl's language, a constituting self, and existential, for Husserl. Matter of fact, for Heidegger matter of fact-intentional, at once. With this in mind, one finds that Heidegger's remark to Husserl is lucidly clear. The being structure of the human there being conceals within itself the potentiality for transcendental constitution. Transcendental constitution is a central potentiality of the existence of the matter-of-fact self. The question about the being structure of the constituting self is not to be sidestepped. 43 What the being structure of their being is we have seen already in close enough detail to suit our purposes. In analyzing finite transcendence, Heidegger is trying to understand that which renders all intentionality possible by explaining the structure of that being which is simultaneously ontic, therefore intentional, and ontological, therefore transcendentally constituting. This structure is essentially the process of transcendence that comes to pass in the profoundly unified fashion that is concern. See Transcendence and Freedom. Freedom in W.G. What will strike the casual reader as the most audacious novelty of W.G., perhaps, is the author's apparently arbitrary identification of transcendence and freedom. It is here that the problem of freedom, so essential to an understanding of WW and all that follows from it, first becomes thematized. We begin by collecting the data offered in W.G. The first statement of the matter is, perhaps, the most decisive. It comes at the beginning of section 3 of the text, where the author begins to analyze transcendence in terms of ground. Recall that in the analysis of the world their being was described as the ultimate whereunto of reference for beings as instruments, because, insofar as it is so constituted as to be concerned with its own being, it cannot be referred beyond itself, but exists in such a way as to be its own whereunto, willen seiner. 44 The reason is that their being's unique prerogative is to be a comprehension of being, since its existence is fundamentally transcendence. Now to arrive at the concept of freedom, Heidegger stresses, in a play on words impossible to retain in simple English translation, the willing that is implied in the willen of their being, sc in being its own whereunto. Now such a willing obviously cannot be an act of the will, understood as a type of comportment of their being, like forming concepts, judging, etc., for we are dealing with a far deeper level of their being, where such comportment is first made possible. Yet a willing it is, that comes to pass in and as transcendence. It is this willing by which their being comes to pass as its own whereunto that Heidegger calls freedom. The transcendence to the world is freedom itself. 45 The author is aware that his thesis may surprise his readers, and defends it immediately by saying that his conception indicates the essence of freedom in its origin better than does the more normal description of freedom as spontaneity, sc a type of causality. Spontaneity, he argues, understood in the sense of beginning by oneself, indicates only a negative characteristic of freedom, sc that there is no cause of a given phenomenon that is ulterior to the self. This presupposes, however, that the ontological structure of the self has been explained in such a way as to account for a possible phenomenon of by oneself, that the same explanation of selfhood describe the dynamic, or process character, of the self so as to account for the fact that it can be a beginning. His own thesis, he seems to say, satisfies these two demands. The ontological structure of the self is the ecstatic nature of existence, it is essentially not a substance enclosed within itself but a process which comes to pass as finite transcendence. The selfhood of the self that already lies at the basis of all spontaneity is, however, transcendence. 46. Transcendence, then, is the origin of freedom in the sense of spontaneity, it is freedom in its very origin. If freedom as spontaneity be understood as a cause, then this, like other causes, is thought according to a certain determined concept of ground, or is at least a kind of ground. Freedom in its origin as transcendence, however, is not a special kind of ground but the grounding process itself. Freedom is freedom unto ground. 47. With this principle to guide us, almost all subsequent references to freedom in the essay offer a sense. For example, the process of grounding, sc transcendence, is the original relationship between freedom and ground. 48. The fact that the project of the world can become actual only if it is negatived is a transcendental document of the finitude of the freedom of their being, and the author goes on to ask if we may discern here the finite essence of freedom as such. Freedom unto ground is freedom in the manner of the triplex strewing of ground, its grounding unity, because transcendence. Therefore freedom, as the coming to pass of ground, is the ultimate justification of the principle of ground. Sufficient reason, freedom is the origin of the principle of ground, the ground of ground. Grounding has its non-essence because it springs from finite freedom, and, as such a ground, freedom is the non-ground of their being. Finally, because their being is transcendence, its freedom is limited, sc. It does not include mastery over its own thatness, it is profoundly and irredeemably a being that is thrown. 49. All of these texts orchestrate the same theme, sc. Freedom and transcendence are but one. There is only one instance which suggests a less radical sense of freedom. After explaining transcendental founding and the possible articulation of it on the antic level by letting individual beings give an account of themselves, Heidegger adds, to what extent the giving an account of any being will be pushed, and whether or not this accounting is understood as an authentic founding of this being, sc. as the unveiling of its transcendental possibility, all this in any given case is left to the freedom of their being. 50. The implication here seems to be that the antic process of founding individual beings is somehow under their being's control, a charge which their being can refuse, or at least can bring about negligently, failing to advert to the authentic ontological being structure of this being, its transcendental possibility. Briefly, it is within the scope of their being's power to choose. Is this simply a lapse on the author's part? Or must we nuance still more his conception of freedom? Is there any special significance to attach here to the word authentic? We must go further. To freedom in km. First a word about km, for there is a sentence in WG which carries a distinct resonance of the Kant interpretation. The remark concerns the conception of freedom as transcendence. In first stating his position after affirming that freedom is essentially the project by their being of its own whereunto, Heidegger adds, it is in this transcending holding up to oneself one's own whereunto that their being comes to pass in man in such a way that in the essence of his existence he imposes obligation upon himself, i.e. he can be a free self. 51. On the one hand, this is perfectly in context with what we have seen in WG. If the essence of the self is transcendence and transcendence is freedom, then the self can be free insofar as it transcends. What is striking, however, is that the weight of the sentence seems to rest not on freedom as transcendence but on freedom as the imposition of necessity upon oneself. This, however, is not specifically a Heideggerian but a Kantian formula. And the author underlined it in km. Taking Kant's interpretation of freedom as the submission to a self-imposed necessity, he applied it to both the theoretical and the practical reason. In both cases, submission to self-imposed necessity through the synthesis of the transcendental imagination, center of transcendence, constitutes in a genuine sense the essence of the finite self. If one wished to prove a Kantian influence on Heidegger in the designation of transcendence as freedom, one would certainly have some textual warrant. These are the only explicit uses of the word freedom in KM, but the author uses certain derivatives, and these, too, are instructive. We consider the two most important of them. 52. A. To lay free, this term, freilegen, is used always in connection with laying the ground, work, for metaphysics. To determine that which renders metaphysics possible in man is to lay free the ground of its essence. For Kant himself, according to Heidegger, this meant an analysis, not in a sense of atomizing the pure reason, but in the sense of loosening it up and of laying free the seeds of ontology, sc those conditions that render it possible. 53 In this way, the Kantian analysis was an effort to let be seen the genesis of the essence of the finite pure reason out of its own proper ground. 54 This effort to lay free the ultimate origin of ontology brings metaphysics back to its ground and foundation. Concretely, this process became a laying free of the pure synthesis that was simultaneously an unveiling of transcendence. 55 In this congruence, it seems legitimate to observe the following: the laying free is brought about by the philosopher in his reflection. If we transpose this into the language of WG, one might say that the laying free is brought about by a there being that, as transcendence, is its own radical freedom. There being, in laying free metaphysics, a being, in the origin of its possibility, is letting it give an account of itself and thus is founding it. The laying free, then, is a laying of ground, work, because it is a founding of metaphysics. The laying free of ground is a letting be seen and an unveiling of the origin of possibility, sc. Being structure of the being in question, metaphysics. The whole of KM, then, is this effort to lay free a being, metaphysics, as revealed, to be seen, in its being, ground. The source of its own possibility lies in the fact that the meditating philosopher, as there being, is freedom. Unto ground. B. To maintain free, the foregoing exposition gives a fresh sense to Heidegger's definition of retrieve of a ground problem in laying the ground, work, for metaphysics, to maintain free and awake the inner forces of a problem, which, in the ground of its essence, enable it to be a problem, sc to be what it is. Note here that is maintained free which is rendered manifest in the ultimate source of its being. One way of rendering free is by retrieve. J. Freedom in sc. Let us come now to sc, where the stem free plays a more important role than in km, giving us a clearer, if more complicated, sense. We shall review its use in the various derivations and try to disengage what is common to them all. 56. A. Laying free, we begin with the term just seen in KM, where it signified to let be seen the origin of possibility, or ground, of metaphysics. Heidegger is faithful to this usage all through sc, using it always to describe his own effort to develop a fundamental ontology. The whole phenomenological analysis of their being is an effort to lay free the horizon for an interpretation of the sense of being itsily. 57 By laying free the existential, sc ontological, structure of their being, and, indeed, in the ultimate source of its unity, time. 58 Heidegger's mind is clear in this case, but how explain this tenacity to the word free when the same sense could be expressed apparently by some such neutral word as explain, expose, etc.? A hint as to the answer appears in the suggestive remark apropos of a certain violence intrinsic to the existential phenomenological method, to the effect that the laying free of their being's being involves a necessary wresting it away from the hiddenness which holds it captive. 59 In laying a being free, there is a profound liberation. This liberation can be explained if, recalling that all of sc is a phenomenological analysis of their being, we keep in mind the special sense that the author gives to the notion of phenomenology, sc to permit that which of its own accord manifests itself to reveal itself as it is. Phenomenology, however, would not be necessary, unless that which is said to manifest itself were not apparent to the everyday there being, and, in contrast to that which first of all and for the most part preoccupies us, were hidden from our gaze. Here, then, what lies hidden, essentially belongs to that which shows itself first of all and for the most part, in such a way as to constitute its sense and ground, and it is precisely the task of phenomenology to let come to view this hidden sense and ground of the phenomenon, see its being. This, after all, is the radical sense of A and YLV, to lift a being out of its hiddenness and let it be seen in its unhiddenness, to discover it as it is. Such discovery can only come to pass through the process of discovering, which is the primary sense of truth. 61. The reason, then, that their being can bring to pass any kind of phenomenological description, and therefore lay free its own ontological structure, is that their being, as disclosedness, therefore as transcendence, is original truth. But the coming to pass of this discovery, disclosedness, involves, the author admits, violence. The truth of individual beings must be wrested, abjurungen, from them, they must be torn away from the hiddenness that holds them prisoner. We must rob them from obscurity. After all, what else can be the sense of the alpha privative in and.tf, and EOC? 62. b. Rendering free, more frequent still than laying free is the expression giving free, freegave, in the sense of giving freedom to or rendering free. The principal difference from laying free presumably consists in the fact that the former expression seems reserved for the most part to a context that considers the existential analysis itself as an effort at fundamental ontology, the latter to phenomena that are considered within the horizon of the research, principally in the analysis of the world. It is the predisclosed world, itself, that, prior to all ontic contact with beings, renders them free to their being. More precisely, when their being discovers a purposeful being as purposeful, inserted into the pattern of references which gives it its meaning, their being lets this being be destined towards its purpose. This occurs in the ontic dimension, insofar as their being permits the being to exercise its own particularity, v.g. lets it be a hammer, but in the ontological dimension, insofar as their being lets the instrument be a hammer. Since the being that is thus discovered must be before it can be a hammer, the ontological letting be antecedes the ontic. To be, become, free for, the term free, however, is applied to their being itself, and here the matter is more delicate. We must be content to indicate the general lines, for usage is not always rigid. In fact, there is in the term free for a decided ambiguity. The first sense in which their being is said to be free for appears when the author analyses anxiety as a form of disposition which, by means of a strange uneasiness that troubles their being's everyday complacency with the ontic, discloses to their being that it is a drive toward being, transcendence, S2SZ, pages 3n, 222, and //FJ and EOC. The essence of ground. A potentiality for its own authenticity. Now this disclosure manifests their being as constitutionally free, transcendent. As drive toward being, this constitutional to be free of their being contains within itself a dynamism that propels it toward achieving itself as transcendence, a propensity, so to speak, for authenticity. But the constitutional to be free is not authenticity, as such it is only the potentiality, openness, for authenticity, or its negation. 63 But this potentiality lies within the power of their being to fulfill, and the fulfillment is itself a coming to pass of freedom that can only be described as a choice. Taking to be free in the sense of drive towards being, we must distinguish it from the freedom in the sense of choice, by which the self is chosen, authenticity, or not, inauthenticity. This gives us the key to the statement that anxiety manifests in their being its own drive toward being, its, to be free for the freedom of choosing and seizing itself. 64 There is another sense, however, in which their being is said to be free for something. Hence the ambiguity. In this case, it is in the state of authenticity that their being is free. Recall the essentials of authenticity. In its everyday condition, their being, absorbed by its preoccupation with beings, has forgotten its ontological prerogative. Authenticity consists in recollecting this prerogative and choosing to be what it is, finite transcendence. The coming to pass of authenticity has two dimensions, ontological and ontic. Its ontological structure would be a comprehension by their being of its own potentiality in what is most properly, exclusively, and definitively characteristic of this potentiality, its imminent ending, death, the ultimate seal of its finitude. Such a condition was called advancing in potentiality. In the ontic dimension, authenticity comes to pass by an existential choosing to hearken to the voice of conscience that tells of its guilt, sc finitude, a choice we call resolve. The coming to pass of authenticity, seen in its bidimensional unity, is then advancing resolve. We assume that all this is familiar and wish only to underline the role of freedom in this bidimensional process. Authenticity, existential, the term free for occurs with regard to the existential dimension of authenticity when their being, advancing in its own most characteristic potentiality, is said to render itself free for the definitive character of death as its own imminent ending. Here the sense of free seems to be openness toward death in the sense of an acquiescence to itself as being unto end. There is no flight into distraction, but their being's acceptance of its finitude, i.e. a permitting of death, as the supreme form of finitude, to have its own way with their being. Their being thus lets itself be as finite. Such an attitude is a liberation, for it frees their being from its perdition in the ontic. 65. This liberation, however, retains the tonality that characterized both laying free and rendering free, sc it is fundamentally an unveiling. For if authenticity in its existential dimension is an advancing by their being in the potentiality which characterizes it, sc as finite, this advancing is a continual unveiling of the potentiality as potentiality unto end, hence makes this potentiality as such free. Free from what? From its perdition in onticity. Their being is torn away from its everydayness. In the advancing unveiling of this power to be, then their being discloses itself to itself with regard to its ultimate potentiality sc death. 66. We retain, that in the ontological dimension of authenticity, for their being to be free means that its being unto end is unveiled, that this being unto end must be accepted as it is unveiled, that their being is thus liberated from everydayness. All these elements find expression in the throaty cry proclaiming the acceptance of unveiled finitude as freedom unto death. 6-7. To authenticity, existential, and now we come to the antic dimension. Resolve is fundamentally a choice that could be refused, hence we approach here more closely the classical notion of freedom. The choice consists in choosing to be what conscience lets their being see that it is, sc finite, more precisely, negative ground, transcendence. What is chosen is not conscience itself, this is impossible, but what conscience reveals to their being, sc its guilt. For their being to choose, then, is for it to render itself free for this guilt, or to acquiesce to it, to say amen to the finitude of its transcendence. It is by this choice that the self authentically is achieved, that their being liberates itself from everydayness by, freely, willing to retract its former surrender to the ontic. 68. This choosing that is resolve is profoundly an act of freedom. It resolves the potentiality for authenticity that is posed by their being's discovery that its essence is to be free. Recollecting itself, their being hereby freely chooses to be free, its own, finite, transcendence, for its finite freedom genuinely is only when the choice has been made to assume the self that has been thrown down as still to be achieved. Their being renders itself free now for its own world, and its own self in the world as it is in all facticity. It lets itself be as it is in its matter-of-fact situation, thus achieving transparency to itself in this situation. 69 Transposed into terms of temporality, this letting itself be in resolve is the fortune, schicksal, of their being, whereby their being, free for its own death, sc open unto eniki, essing to itself as imminently ending, hands itself over to itself as a potentiality, sc it to be free, that is not only bequeathed to it, therefore imposed upon it, but which is freely accepted. It is in this process of handing over self to self through resolve that retrieve of a potentiality that has been is possible, for the choice that is resolved makes their being free for that which is to be retrieved. Notice here, however, that the freedom of their being's choice extends only to acquiescing or not acquiescing to its finite to be free, sc to being authentic or inauthentic, not to the fact that it be. 70. To claim that all these texts to which we have referred give us an exactly uniform meaning of the word free and its variations is to overlook the subtleties of nuance which Heidegger's prodigious control of his language permits, and perhaps to force the evidence. No matter. It suffices for our purposes to underline the general tendencies, for we are, after all, still working in the oblique. Let us retain that in the coming to pass of resolve, their being is free, because it becomes transparent to itself in its situation, because this transparency simultaneously delivers it from its bondage to the merely ontic, because this resolution is achieved by a free choice which acquiesces to the finitude of itself, whose essence is to be free, transcendence. Let us add, by way of recall, that if primary truth is disclosedness, then resolve, which is the authentic mode of disclosedness, is the most original form of truth, and the different types of freedom that are involved in the coming to pass of resolve will be, each in its own way, various modalities of truth. When, in the coming to pass of resolve, the central role is played by a choice, one wonders naturally if, when all is said and done, this is not simply what the tradition calls an act of the will, of liberum arbitrium. One must admit, of course, certain very clear similarities. For one thing, the choice of authenticity, like an act of the will, can be refused or, once having been made, subsequently retracted. It is a process that comes to pass on occasion and must be repeated to remain effective. Hence, it has a very definite act character. Again, if one were to explain the phenomenon in terms of traditional psychology, one would be forced to have recourse to a faculty of choice and to use the terminology of will. These similarities should not lead us, however, to forget the profoundly unique character of existential choice. An act of the will is always directed toward some being. Here, that which is chosen is not a being but the transcendence of their being beyond beings, including itself, to the being process itself, sc its own constitutional to be free. Furthermore, we saw that an act of the will as spontaneous has its beginning in the already constituted self from which it proceeds. Here the choice achieves the self in its ontological authenticity. In other words, existential resolution wills their being's openness to being and thus the essence of ground. Freedom of their being's self in its source and its possibility, sc its being. To call it, then, an act of the will would be dangerously misleading. For synopsis, let us now try to disengage a common denominator for the word freedom that will serve as a basis for interpreting any later references to the problem. That may be called free in the most fundamental sense, which has been wrested and torn away from the initial hiddenness which obscures it, whether this be the covered upness of beings other than their being that are uncovered by being rendered free, or their being's own forgottenness of its proper self, from which it is liberated by its own disclosedness. What is liberated from hiddenness is therefore unhidden, and what is unhidden is true, and lndoc. One may say, then, though the formula is not Heidegger's, that the essence of freedom is truth. If truth, therefore freedom, is fundamentally unhiddenness, the most original phenomenon of truth lies in their being as disclosedness of the world, being, then the original phenomenon of freedom is the disclosedness of their being, sc transcendence. The transcendence unto the world is freedom itself. 71. That which is free in the primary sense is their being itself, that which is free in the secondary sense is what, by reason of the luminosity of their being, is uncovered as the being that it is, in its being, sc beings other than their being. Beings are rendered free by letting them emerge from obscurity, by letting them be, manifest, as they are. This is the proper function of phenomenology, as Heidegger conceives it. If we pose the problem in terms of knowledge, as Kant did, then letting beings be means letting them be objects. The entire km, then, is an interpretation of how Kant explains the nature of freedom as an effort to ground metaphysics, an effort which Heidegger, for his part, retrieves. In the case of their being itself, To let be means to let itself be as the self that it is, to achieve in and as itself the phenomenology of itself. This self is not substance but process that comes to pass as transcendence beyond beings to being, world, 71. Der Oberstieg zur Welt ist die Freiheit selbst. W.G., p. 40. From there to being. A process that is finite. The supreme seal of finitude is the fact that it is being unto death. To let itself be, then, is to let itself be both as transcendent and as finite, guilty. To let itself be itself is to liberate itself from its ontic perdition, to recollect that its ontic excellence is to be ontological, to achieve the self in its authenticity. But their being, that thus lets itself be, is, when all is said and done, the ontological structure of man, je means, which has within itself the power to choose. Their being must choose to let itself be, to be free. Furthermore, it chooses itself in its situation and therefore in choosing itself lets other beings be, too. It is in this way that letting other beings be, letting them give an account of themselves in transcendental founding, is also subject to the conditions of their being's choice of its own authenticity. 72 This choice of self in its situation is the supreme mode of their being's freedom because the most eminent form of truth. It is the consummation of phenomenology. One last word. If to render beings free is to let them be as true, unhidden, then the effort to discern the sense of being must involve meditation on both freedom and truth. Conversely, meditation on freedom and truth must be the normal drift of an effort to comprehend the meaning of being. We pause to take our breath again. W.G. crystallizes the principal theses of SZ in terms of the nature of ground. The unenunciated thesis is that we gain access to the sense of being by meditating the sense of ground, for both are but one in the coming to pass of and :1 and LCX. The existential structure of their being, comprehension, disposition, logos, is orchestrated here in terms of laying claim, taking possession and founding, but the conception, as far as one can see, is identical. The three components are unified into a profoundly finite process called the triplex strewing of ground, concern, whose ultimate meaning is time. 73 But the meaning of aboriginal time. Mere we have only a question mark that will haunt us to the end. 78 W.G., p. 46. Cf. SZ, p. 366. 73 W.G., p. 47. The essence of ground 193. The principal newness of the essay consists in identifying the process of transcendence with the coming to pass of freedom. Meditating upon this notion makes it clear that there is a profound singleness of perspective that unites WG, KM, and SZ, which is not principally the problematic of the world, or even specifically of transcendence, but of transcendence to world as freedom and as truth, that the explicitation which WG brings, 2 years after the publication of the major work, is to make clear that the dynamism of Heidegger's thought at this time finds its natural pole in a problematic that was always essential to the argument of SZ, in fact, prescribed its method, but was all too easily forgotten in the welter of detailed analyses, SC that the question about the being process must be pursued in terms of freedom and truth. Chapter 4. What is metaphysics? The year 1929 saw, besides the publication of KM and WG, Heidegger's accession to the chair of philosophy at the University of Freiburg, left vacant by Husserl's retirement, a new distinction that furnished the occasion on July 24 for the inaugural lecture, What is Metaphysics? W.M.L. Here Heidegger crystallizes once more the essential elements of the thought so carefully elaborated in SZ, with the result that in a genuine sense we may say that W.M. offers no doctrine of importance that is new. And yet there is a profound difference of perspective from that of SZ, which must be noted and emphatically stressed, if we are to discern the evolution that already has begun. What most especially characterizes WM is the question of non-being, nichts. To be sure, the problem had its place both in SZ and KM, but never before has it been thematized and made the unifying principle of an entire reflection, as now point to in the context of SZ. Non-being emerged as that which is not any being within the world but rather the world itself in all its intermination. Non-being is not, then, total nothing but indeed a something, SC the world as world. Point 3 in km. On the other hand, non-being is discerned as the transcendental object, SC not absolutely nothing but a pure horizon within which beings to be known as objects are always encountered. Likewise, their being as transcendence is essentially a passage unto, or thrust into, non-being, disclosed to their being through the ontological disposition of anxiety. Point 4 we find ourselves, then, completely at home with all that is most proper to the essay. It would be a mistake to look for great novelties. Let us content ourselves with a brief review of the argument that will sketchily indicate certain new precisions in the analysis. Then we shall offer some general remarks which may serve to suggest how, despite the familiar terminology, a new course nevertheless has been set. It should appear from this that WM, even if in more disguised fashion than WW, is clearly a work of transition. The argument. The author proceeds in 3 separate steps which we shall summarize: A. The posing of a metaphysical question. B. The elaboration of the question. C. The answering of the question. A. The posing of a metaphysical question. The question Heidegger wishes to pose is simply this: what about non-being? 5. Addressing, as he does, the members of the university faculties whose common preoccupation, almost without exception, is, in one way or another, scientific research or scholarship, he must win their sympathy by suggesting at least the relevance of such a question to science and scientists. The author concedes immediately that the question taken at its face value solicits no interest from the scientist, even repels him. Naturally. For the scientist examines beings and nothing else, his research is guided by beings, and nothing besides, for he finds himself in the midst of beings, and nothing more. But it is significant, it seems, that in order to speak of what properly concerns him, he speaks of it in terms of something else, SC. Nothing. What about this nothing, then, SC this no thing, this non-being? 6. Surely the question is worthy of a scientist's interest. B. The elaboration of the question. The substance of this section deals with determining how one goes about answering the question, what about non-being? For one cannot simply ask what, or how, is non-being, expecting the answer, non-being is such and such, a typically scientific approach, for both question and answer would assume non-being to be something which is, SC a being. Contradiction. Yet such would be the spontaneous tendency of our normal thought processes, for to think is to think about something, SC a being. If we restrict ourselves to the logical thought processes of the understanding, then we cannot answer the question, what about non-being, for the result is a contradiction that the logical principle of contradiction forbids. Point 7 The question of non-being, then, doomed to logical contradiction, seems impossible. But perhaps the impossibility is only a formal one, for the question as a matter of fact has been posed, and this implies that somehow or other non-being has been encountered already. How? By non-being, we understand the negation of the totality of beings, and to encounter it, we must encounter somehow not so much this totality as its negation. At this point, Heidegger resorts briefly to the phenomenological technique of SZ. The totality of beings, he claims, is manifest to us in such phenomena as the thorough indifference of profound boredom, or joy in the presence of the beloved, each of them a mode of ontological disposition. The disposition that discloses this totality in its negation, however, is, as we saw in SZ, anxiety. For in this phenomenon, their being is rendered anxious not about some given being or other, as happens in the case of fear, nor even about beings in their totality, but all beings seem to slip away from their being's grasp. Anxiety renders manifest non-being. 9. See the answer to the question. The point of the third section of the lecture is to offer some positive comment on the nature of non-being as disclosed in the phenomenon of anxiety, and this from at least three separate points of view. No claim is made for the completeness of the answer. R. Non-being and being's non-being becomes manifest in and through anxiety. Non-being is not revealed as if it were something alongside of beings in their totality, nor does anxiety somehow annihilate the total ensemble in order that then non-being may remain as residue. On the contrary, non-being is revealed in anxiety together with the totality of beings. How does this happen? In the phenomenon of anxiety, there is in their being a certain withdrawal before beings in the ensemble that is by no means a flight from them but rather a spellbound tranquility in their presence. Now this awestruck withdrawal seems to be imposed on their being. Furthermore, it does not draw attention to itself but rather repels from itself, referring their being to the totality of beings, which at that very moment seems to be slipping away. It is thus that beings in the ensemble impress their being with all of their startling strangeness as being other, that is, than non-being. Here is born their being's wonder at the marvelous fact that beings are. And in the effulgent night of non-being disclosed by anxiety, there occurs for the first time the original openness of beings as such, that they are beings and not non-being. 12. It is by reason of the original manifestation of non-being to their being, then, that their being at once passes beyond beings, transcendence to being and thrust into non-being are but one, and can enter into comportment with beings. Briefly, non-being is that which renders possible the manifestation of beings as such for the human their being. 13. We have here the key to an obscure remark in Km which serves at this point not only to illuminate Km but also to explain the present section of Wm. Only when the process of letting arise a horizon of opposedness is a thrust into non-being, can a presentation, instead of non-being and within it, permit what is not non-being, see such a thing as a being, to arrive at an encounter, provided such a being as a matter of fact empirically reveals itself. 14. To non-being and its disclosure. The second theme in the author's analysis of non-being is less important for us. It evolves as an answer to a difficulty, if only a thrust into non-being, transcendence, renders possible comportment between their being and other beings, then this thrust must be an abiding characteristic of their being. Yet non-being is disclosed originally by anxiety, which is only an occasional, even rare, phenomenon, not abiding. How explain this inconsistency? 15. Heidegger admits, of course, the irregularity of the anxiety phenomenon for their being lost in the superficiality of everydayness. But that does not mean that anxiety is not found in an abiding way in their being, it means only that anxiety is first of all and for the most part suppressed. Anxiety is there. It is only sleeping. 16. The slightest stimulus can awaken it at any time. Besides, if anxiety is the most original phenomenon which discloses non-being, see that phenomenon closest to the origins of their being, it is not the only one. Logical negation, Verneinung, certainly an abiding characteristic of our normal thought processes, bedo some comprehension of non-being. For it implies a preview of a not that can become manifest only if its origin, sc. Non-being in its very essence, das Nichtendenichts, is itself freed from its hiddenness. L7. Nor is logical negation the only evidence of a revelation of non-being that belongs to the essence of their being. There are other types of negativing comportment, v.g. opposition, abhorrence, refusal, prohibition, renunciation, all in their own way indicating the revelation of non-being to their being. Ls. J. Non-being and the problem of metaphysics. Heidegger closes his lecture by returning to his starting point, attempting at once to show the relevance of the problem of non-being to metaphysics itself and to the scientists and scholars whom he addresses. The question of non-being embraces the whole of metaphysics, chiefly because non-being is not simply an undetermined opposite to beings, but reveals itself as somehow pertaining to the being of beings inasmuch as it enables a being to reveal itself as such, to manifest the fact that it is. It is in this sense that Heidegger justifies the formula, ex nihilo omnes qua ens fit, sc it is by reason of non-being that the totality of beings comes to itself. L9 The question of non-being embraces, 2. The being of the inquiring there being itself. For in the present situation the inquiring there being is characterized most profoundly by its scientific effort. Non-being has its importance for science, however, because it is only inasmuch as non-being is manifest that beings are accessible and can become the object of a research that discloses the truth both of nature and of history. 20 The question about non-being, then, is a genuinely metaphysical one. Indeed, the passage beyond beings which a thrust into non-being implies is metaphysics itself, and since such a thrust belongs to the essence of their being, for it is transcendence, metaphysics is a coming to pass in the ground of their being itself. To have investigated the problem of non-being, then, is to have approached the problem of metaphysics from the inside, in all of its vibrant dynamism. The question what is metaphysics is not answered, however, in any more formal fashion than this. If one restricts oneself to the original text itself, one might infer that metaphysics, then, is simply letting come to pass with all possible luminosity the transcendence of their being surrender to non-being, so that it may pose once more the ground question of all metaphysics. Why are there beings at all, and not much rather non-being? 21. 2 General remarks. A. Non-being, being and truth. It becomes swiftly apparent in the present essay, no matter what has been written about Heidegger's nihilism, and independently of all his own self-interpretations, that he understands being and non-being to be one. 22 We are well prepared for such a correlation. Anxiety, which in Wm discloses non-being, in Sz discloses the world, and we have seen already how the world of Sz gradually merges into the notion of being. Furthermore, in Km the horizon of objectiveness designated as non-being admits of a positive description in terms of being itself. All this is to be assumed as the context in which the present reflection is elaborated. We are interested for the moment in what the text itself offers us. The decisive passage in this regard occurs in the third section of the lecture, where Heidegger describes the function of non-being in the manifestation of beings. Non-being repels attention from itself and directs their being's gaze, so to speak, to beings in their totality, which are thereby discovered again with a fresh appreciation for the fact that they are beings and not non-being. It is non-being, then, that renders possible the manifestation of beings as beings. This, however, is precisely the function of being itself. In the being of beings comes to pass non-being in its very essence. 23 Non-being, reveals itself as belonging to the being of beings. 24 The argument becomes more cogent when, recalling that the being process and 1.3 ELOCR1, we see what role non-being plays in the coming to pass of non-concealment. To be sure, the problem of truth does not appear as such in Wm, and yet, despite its night-like obscurity, non-being has a luminosity all its own, so that we may speak of the revelation of non-being as well as the release of non-being from its primal hiddenness, therefore its non-hiddenness. Furthermore, it is only because non-being is manifest that the truth with which science is concerned, sc of nature and of history, becomes accessible to the scientist. 25 At this point, Heidegger adds a short but significant paragraph, whose importance could easily escape us. It is because non-being has been made manifest to their being, he says, that there can come over their being a new sense of the strangeness of beings and an appreciation of how wondrous it is that they are. Thus it is the revelation of non-being that lies at the basis of all wonder, Verwunderung, and, therefore, of every why. Heidegger's immediate conclusion, then, is to reaffirm the importance of the revelation of non-being for a scientist as the ultimate origin of the why. That guides the research which seeks to interrogate and found the beings that come under his examination. The parallel with WG is clear. There, the transcendental origin of why is ontological truth, sc the revealedness of being. Here it is the revealedness of non-being. What else is there to conclude than that non-being, inasmuch as it becomes manifest, is ontological truth? 26 Finally, it is in the thrust of their being into non-being, sc. its transcendence unto being, that the truth of metaphysics resides. In making this last point, Heidegger adds that because their being is a ground of metaphysics that is characterized by negativity, abgründiger Grund, the deepest kind of error dwells exceedingly nigh. 27 It is the first mention of the problem of error. In itself, the remark is undeveloped and remains enigmatic in the context, but we interpret it thus, taking the phrase groundless ground to mean that their being is a ground that includes a non-ground, sc. negativity, finitude, then the truth of metaphysics which dwells in their being as ground includes also non-truth, and non-truth, for it is thus that we understand error, resides as truth's nearest neighbor. The point does not pertain to the central argument of WM and will make more sense in the context of WW. It is worth mentioning here only to show the drift of the author's thinking, 1929, toward WW, 1930. Let us conclude, then, that with the revelation of non-being is disclosed ontological truth, and an effort to answer the question about non-being is an endeavor, however finite, to meditate being in its truth. b. Non-being and the founding of metaphysics. That Heidegger's selection of the theme of non-being for his inaugural address was directed by a prior concern for the problem of metaphysics itself is self-evident. It is significant, though, that the question about non-being, being, is conceived as an eminently metaphysical question, as if one could reach the ground of metaphysics from the inside. 2s This is understandable enough, when we realize that the problem is still thought in terms of Heidegger I, who has gone about the question of being by posing the question of their being, that structure in man which renders metaphysics possible. He is still endeavoring to develop the metaphysics of metaphysics, but the emphasis will soon change. 29 The difference will have become long since apparent by the time the prologue appears, 1949, to insist upon the necessity of going outside metaphysics, sc. beyond it into its ground, by interrogating the being process conceived as the coming to pass of the ontological difference. Is there really a discrepancy? Certainly the notion of overcoming will be new. But limiting ourselves to the text at hand, we discover that even here the author is probing the difference between being and beings. The first indication of this can be found in the important passage of the third section which describes the function of non-being in rendering manifest beings as beings. Non-being repels attention from itself and directs their being's gaze towards beings. Beings, on the other hand, are revealed by reason of the effulgence of non-being, as that which is not non-being. How comprehend this mysterious reticence which is mutual to both non-being and beings, each revealed by reason of what it is not? This not which separates beings and non-being is difference, sc. the ontological difference. And it is precisely here, it would seem, that the full weight of the question mark falls. Again, let us go to the conclusion of the lecture. Here, as often, Heidegger ends with a pregnant phrase. The ground question of metaphysics is one that non-being itself forces upon us. Why are there beings at all and not much rather non-being? So it is not the first time we have met this question, for it was proposed in WG as one of the fundamental modes of why. And, indeed, was underlined by the author himself, as if to indicate its primacy among the rest. Nor do we meet it for the last time now. Indeed, it will assume a growing importance in the author's thought and become the theme of his university lectures in 1936, published subsequently as M.31. It seems self-evident that the question for Heidegger must have a completely different sense than for Leibniz. For the latter, the question concerns beings and is tantamount to asking where do beings come from, sc. what is the origin of beings in what Heidegger calls the antic sense. Heidegger is not interested in beings. Does not the thematizing of non-being make it sufficiently clear? Nor is he interested in the beingness of beings, if this be conceived, as in metaphysics, either as the abstraction of being in general or as some ontic ground of beings. He is interested, and the question itself is sufficient evidence, in what it means for beings to emerge out of non-being, hence to be differentiated from non-being. He is interested in the ontological difference. One final word. It is non-being itself that forces the question upon us. Does not this mean that non-being exercises a priority of sorts in the posing of the question? How explain this priority according to Heidegger where non-being, being, world are all the project of their being itself? Or do we have here a presage of Heidegger too? See non-being and foundational thought. As yet there is no mention of foundational thought, but if the effort to think non-being, being, does not yet have a name of its own, we can discern the essentials of it all the more surely, perhaps, simply because it has not yet become the matized. Negatively speaking, we know that non-being is not an object. For an object is a being, opposed to a subject, and that is precisely what non-being is not. The thinking of non-being, then, is necessarily non-objective, just as the there being which thinks is non-subjective, it is a self that is essentially a thrust into non-being, transcendence. It is this non-objective character of non-being that precipitates Heidegger's first open polemic against the dominion of logic over metaphysics in the philosophical tradition. There had been, to be sure, certain intimations of this in in consequence of his analysis of the word I.6 as well as in Km, where, however, it is easier to sense an attitude than to delineate a fixed position. 32 Here in Wm, however, the lines of battle are clearly drawn. Heidegger's criticism rests basically on the fact that logic is necessarily concerned only with beings, For thinking is essentially thinking about something. 33 Since non-being is not a being, it cannot be encompassed by logic. To wish to consider it by purely logical thought processes is to doom oneself from the first moment to contradiction, for it is to make non-being a being, an object of logical thought. His entire analysis attempts to show that non-being is nevertheless somehow accessible to their being and plays an essential role in metaphysics. Thus we are to conclude that logic does not have the last word in metaphysics, which must, when all is said and done, be grounded in an experience which is or at least logical. 34 As a case in point, Heidegger takes the example of negation, of a logical judgment of the understanding which denies a p about an s, therefore affirms a not. If one were to try to preserve the dominion of logic over the present problematic, one could perhaps say that non-being is simply the logical denial of the totality of beings by an act of the understanding which says non-being. 35 But that is just the point at issue, he says. It is not a logical negation that is the origin of non-being, rather the reverse is true, for unless their being had a previous comprehension of non-being, it could not form a negative judgment, it could not affirm a not at all. The not can become manifest, however, only when its origin, non-being in its very essence, and, therefore, non-being itself, is delivered from hiddenness. Revealed in truth. 36 The disclosure, or revelation of non-being, then, is prior to all logical negation, and, as a consequence, to all of logic itself. And if we are to answer the question of non-being, being, the purely rational approach to metaphysics must surrender to a more original type of interrogation than logic can provide. 37 2. Positively. What may be said more positively about the manner of this more original interrogation? Little enough, perhaps. If the whole essay be taken as an effort to think being, non-being, then we can see concretely that the ontological disposition somehow plays an important role in the process. More important, however, are certain indices, insignificant perhaps in themselves, which point toward a shift in perspective accomplished clearly a year later in W.W., 1930. Philosophy and metaphysics are one, and both come to pass in the process of transcendence called existence. In order to found either one, their being in its existence must yield, through a unique type of surrender, to beings in their totality, and, by achieving a liberty from all of its antic idols, abandon itself completely to non-being. In practice, this will take the form of posing the question about the ontological difference. 38. Resume. In WM, we find the same old preoccupation as heretofore, to lay bare the ground of metaphysics, this time articulated for scientists, whose day-in day-out concern is the investigation of beings. If they are to be led to make the experience of being, it can only be under the guise of non-being, discovered through the experience of anxiety. But an effort to think being in this way must repudiate the claims of logic to exclusive mastery over the laws of thought, for logic deals only with beings and can have no jurisdiction over non-being as such. We must essay, therefore, a pre-logical thought, which achieves freedom from slavery to the antic by a total surrender to non-being in interrogating the ontological difference. What is new in all this? We might mention certain traces that suggest how the conception of surrender of their being may imply a certain primacy of non-being over thought. But perhaps the most significant fact is that non-being becomes thematic at all. All the interpreters admit a profound concordance between WM and SZ, but is there not a profound difference as well? Granting that SZ set down as its purpose the posing of the being question, the fact remains that the entire analysis was devoted to examining phenomenologically that being which gives access to being, SC. Their being as transcendence, to be in the world. The entire work, for all its profundity, never gets beyond this preparatory stage. Likewise, KM is concerned almost exclusively with the problem of transcendence. And must we not say the same for WG? In all of the first three works, then, the focus of attention is upon their being. What we notice in WM is that the focus is no longer primarily on their being as transcendence but has shifted for the most part to that unto which their being transcends, SC to being, non-being. The shift occurs gracefully, without calling attention to itself, but its importance is none the less noteworthy for that. From now on, Heidegger's attention will be absorbed more and more by the problem of being as such, so that with the closing passages of WW a year later, 1930, the transition to a being-centered problematic will be apparent. It is important to note here, however, that the shift is perfectly coherent with the intentions of the earlier work and in a genuine sense is born out of fidelity to it. Part 2. Reversal. If circumstances lead me, I will find. Where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed within the center. William Shakespeare, Hamlet. Chapter I. On the essence of truth. We come now to a decisive point in Heidegger's development. The effort to ground metaphysics, fundamental ontology, began as a search to illuminate the intrinsic correlation between the being process as such and the finitude of the being that comprehends it, SC. Their being. The first step, SC, was to analyze their being phenomenologically in order to find in the pre-ontic comprehension of being some means of discerning the sense of being. Subsequently the author has become more and more preoccupied with being itself, but chiefly in terms of the problem of truth, since the sense of being is its truth. The growing importance of the problematic of truth is discernible in all of the works that followed SZ and culminates now in the essay on the essence of truth, where Heidegger thematizes the problem, retaining as intrinsic to it the problem of finitude, SC the negativity of truth which he calls untruth. Although published late, 1943, the text dates initially from 1930.1. The author admits to several subsequent revisions, which, however, left the point of departure, fundamental position, and basic structure of the original work unchanged. Point 2. Taking him at his word, we assume that the text represents his thought as of 1930, and, although the matter would be very illuminating, must leave to historians the task of disengaging what alterations were made when. We are relatively well prepared for the study we are about to undertake and do not approach it in a vacuum. We know that the truth of conformity, between judgment and judged, supposes a still more fundamental truth that resides in the being to be judged and enables us to discern whether or not the judgment is conformed to it, that this truth of the being to be judged is basically an unhiddenness, or openness, of that being to the knower, that beings become unhidden to a finite knower because this knower has a comprehension of their being structure antecedent to his encounter with them, that this antecedent comprehension may be conceived as an open horizon, or domain of encounter, or the world, or, for that matter, non-being, within which beings and their being meet, that this sphere of openness is instituted by the transcendence of the finite there being, that the transcendence of finite there being is ontological truth, which, since it renders possible the encounter that occurs in their being's comportment with other beings, enables the beings to be judged to become manifest, ontic truth. That this transcendence liberates the beings which it encounters from the obscurity that initially enshrouds them by letting them be manifest, hence must be called freedom, that this transcendence, freedom, is the primary sense of truth, that this transcendence is profoundly finite, therefore negatived, so that truth comports non-truth, that one consequence of the negativity of their being as transcendence, freedom, truth, is that it is prone to become absorbed in its preoccupation with the beings that measure the truth of its judgments, and forget its true self, that it recollects itself in resolve, which thus becomes the eminent mode of truth. All of these notions return now in the essay we are about to read, explicitated and developed, to be sure, but it is important to see that none of them are new in WW. Is there something new added here which we have not seen before? This is precisely the point that must engage our attention now. On the essence of truth 2, 3. I. The argument. A. Chapter I. The conventional interpretation of truth. The author, in his introduction, sets down as his purpose to determine what it is that characterizes every type of truth as truth, but in the course of the exposition explains more clearly that by essence he understands the ground of inner possibility. 3. The reflection begins with an analysis of the conventional notion of truth, not without a resonance of the phenomenological style of SZ. The author concludes quickly enough, for the point is obvious, that in the tradition of Western thought, the essence of truth lies in conformity of judgment and judged, adequatio intellectus etrei. There is, of course, an ontological truth, where residential conforms to intellectum, but more commonly we speak of logical truth, sc where intellectus conforms to rem, and the proper place of truth is said to be the intellect's act of judgment. In either case, the measure of truth lies in the exactitude or correctness, Richtigkeit, of this conformity, and non-truth will be simply nonconformity, or incorrectness. Point 4. This traditional notion has a genuine value that is not to be denied, but the further question arises, what conditions are required in order to render possible this conformity? For it is here, after all, that the essence of truth must reside. B. Chapters 2 and 3. The ground of conformity. As soon as the author undertakes to explain the inner possibility of conformity, the analysis becomes minute and, because of the compression of the style, difficult to follow. The basic lines, however, are simple enough. We are already familiar with Heidegger's thesis that the truth of judgments, therefore predicative, supposes a pre-predicative truth. Here in WW, Heidegger recrystallizes all this. There is an open horizon within which the true judgment comes to expression, Aussage, sc the being that judges, der Ebing, forms its judgment after having encountered the to be judged 5 in the open. 6. In giving expression to its judgment, their being completes the act of knowledge by which it has been made possible for the to be known to reveal itself as opposed to their being. The expressed judgment, then, presents the to be known, sc lets the to be known take up its position as the object of their being's knowledge. The open in which their being has encountered the to be known that now is the object of its knowledge may itself be considered to be a horizon of objectiveness, or an open domain, that is opposed to their being, which the to be known must somehow traverse, durchmessen, in order for it to appear to their being and thus become the object of its knowledge. But the openness of the open is not constituted by the fact that the to be known appears to their being by traversing it. On the contrary, the open must be conceived as a matrix of relationships, variableness, which constitute the sphere of potentialities of their being, one of which potentialities is exploited when an actual contact takes place. This is the sense of the metaphor that the encounter takes place in the open. This contact takes place when their being enters into comportment with the to be judged, known. What characterizes comportment is the fact that, while standing in the open, it refers itself to something that is open, das Offenbar, precisely inasmuch as it is open. What we here designate as something which is open was experienced in the earliest phase of Western thought, according to Heidegger, as that which comes to presence, das Anwesend, before their being, and was afterwards called that which is, sc a being. Notice here how intimately for Heidegger that which is, a being, is correlated with that which is open. Both to be distinguished from the open as such. 7. It will be an easy step to say in a moment that what renders open is that which lets be. All comportment, then, is a standing open towards that which is open, sc towards beings. It takes place in countless ways throughout the vast horizon of the open. Only because such a comportment as this precedes all judgment does it become possible for judgments to express what beings are and how they are. And when the expression does take place, the being, laid open in comportment, must become the measure of the correctness of the judgment that is expressed. It is only because of the open character of the judgment that the truth of the judgment, in the sense of correctness, becomes possible. Truth, then, does not rest primarily in the judgment but somewhere prior to it. Does it reside in the open character of comportment as such? Before we can affirm this, we must probe further into the ground which renders such comportment possible. The answer to such a question, sketched first in bold lines, is this: what renders such comportment possible is that their being is so completely open, sc free, toward the open as to accept any open being it may encounter within the open for what it is, sc to permit this being to be itself as open and thus constrain or direct their being in the formation of its judgments by serving as measure, norm, or rule for these judgments. This openness of their being toward the open and that which is open we call freedom. Thus freedom, the ultimate ground of possibility of truth as correctness, must now be called the essence of truth, so that we are forced to examine once more in this context the nature of freedom itself. 9. See Chapter 4, The Essence of Freedom. Recall, to begin with, the results of our previous research, that is free in the most fundamental sense which has been liberated from concealment, and, since non-concealment is and J-3 EOC, what is free is true. Primarily true, and therefore primarily free, is their being itself. True and free in the secondary sense are all beings that by reason of their being's disclosedness are discovered or made manifest. To render beings free is to let them be manifest as being what they are. We are going to hear now a new orchestration of these same themes. There are two aspects of freedom which interest us in this chapter: freedom in terms of the beings that are encountered, freedom in terms of their being itself. The freedom of beings encountered. Freedom unveils itself here as the letting be of beings. 10. Recalling the above correlation between being and that which is open, we can see that to let be is not something negative, as if it were simply a disregard of beings or an indifference to them. On the contrary, it is a letting be that is a lettengeniezel phenon beings, as we speak of being let in on a secret. Here, the secret of the being that is open is precisely that which previously was veiled, sc what it is and how it is, but which now is unveiled, in Borgenheit, by the fact that the being has been let be, revealed. By letting itself in on the secret of what, and how, beings are, their being does not lose itself in them but rather withdraws before them in respectful reticence, permitting them to control as a directive norm its judgments about them. 2. The freedom of their being. That which renders it possible, however, for their being to let itself in on the beings it meets is the fact that by its very constitution their being lets itself in on the open and its openness, within which all beings abide and comport themselves. 12. This process by which their being lets itself in on the open is static by its very nature, sc by reason of it their being stands outside of itself in the direction of the open, is exposed, aussend, or, as we may say, simply open toward the open. This is what is meant by the existence of their being. It is profoundly a transcendence, for here their being goes beyond that which is open to the open itself, sc to that by reason of which the opened up being is open. On the one hand, their being in this constitutional freedom is committed to attain the open only in and through that which is open as such. Freedom is before all else, the condition of having been let in on the unveiling of beings as such. Sc on that which is open inasmuch as it is open. L3 on the other hand, their being does pass beyond these beings unto the open, and, indeed, by reason of itself, for the there of their being, which in Sc was called the disclosedness, hence the luminosity, one could simply say opened upness, of the world, is here called the very openness of the open itself. 14 Now what we are calling here the open is what is meant by the non-concealed, das Unverborgen, that which in the early days of Western thought was designated as OC.FJ and ELOC, SC truth. That which is open, then, is that which is true, or, more simply, that which is, a being. Hence it is that, truth is that unveiling of beings through which an openness comes to presence. 15 And this because their being is ekasistence, sc freedom. Hence, truth in its essence is freedom. 16 Briefly, the essence of truth is freedom, sc the unveiling of beings in their what and their how. The essence of freedom is ekasistence, sc exposure unto the open. In a single formula, the essence of truth is the opening up of that which is open by reason of openness to the open which comes to pass as existence, sc. Their being. D. Chapter 5, The Problem of Non-Truth. The essence of truth has been examined. What, now, of non-truth? If the essence of truth is not correctness, then the essence of non-truth, is it better to say the non-essence of truth, is certainly not incorrectness. Since the essence of truth lies in freedom, sc ekasistence, must not the negativity of truth, sc non-truth, somehow be grounded in the negativity that infiltrates freedom? If so, then non-truth must permeate truth as profoundly as negativity permeates freedom, ekasistence, transcendence. But how is such negativity to be understood? It is to this aspect of the problem that the author will devote the rest of his essay. 17 But, curiously enough, he begins with a chapter entitled The Essence of Truth, curiously, because the whole essay, after all, deals with the essence of truth. The reason is not immediately apparent, for in it he prepares further the analysis of the non-essence of truth, the essence of non-truth. Would this be a plausible explanation? Heidegger assumes that truth in its essence necessarily comports negativity, hence in interrogating non-truth he interrogates the essence of truth as well. There are 2 points of importance to be noted in Chapter 5. They concern, the unveiling, or revealing, Entbergen, of beings in the ensemble, the veiling, or concealing, Verbergung, of beings in the ensemble. The revealing of beings in the ensemble. We have already seen how their being enters into comportment with that which is open, revealing it in what, and how, it is. This occurs in virtue of the ekasistence of their being. But the luminosity of their being's ekasistence is not restricted to any single comportment with which at a given moment it may be preoccupied. After all, ekasistence is that prerogative by which their being, thrown among beings, erupts in their midst as that which renders manifest all beings, including itself. In every particular comportment, then, there is a certain resonance, or attunement, gestum thete, by reason of which the whole ensemble becomes manifest. We recognize here, of course, the ontological disposition, disclosing, as it does, their being's essential reference to the world, which, if considered in the ontic dimension, may be called their being's orientation towards beings in the ensemble. Ib. 2. The concealing of beings in the ensemble. But this resonance is only an intimation. The total ensemble itself remains vague. In fact, the more completely their being is engrossed in any particular comportment, the more the ensemble appears incalculable, unseizable, undetermined, interminable and, for that reason, all the more easily forgotten. As a result, one might say, the metaphor is not Heidegger's, that the glare of the particular obscures the whole. More exactly, in the very comportment by which their being reveals a particular thing, sc lets it be manifest, their being leaves unrevealed, therefore obscures or conceals, beings in the ensemble. Hence, to let be revealed of its very nature is simultaneously to conceal. In the inconsistent freedom of their being takes place the concealing of beings in the ensemble, i.e. concealment is. 19. Notice, that to conceal is to fail to reveal, sc to non-reveal, hence may be conceived as a negative component of the revealing process, that this negativity takes place in the coming to pass of inconsistent freedom itself, to such an extent that we may say that in this process concealment itself is, sc concealment, negativity, is intrinsic to revealment, that if truth is revealment, then concealment must be non-truth. This whole section, then, is an approach to the problem of non-truth. Chapter 6, Non-Truth as Concealment. Chapters 6 and 7 are extremely difficult. To find an evident clarity in them is perhaps to impose it, and such, no doubt, is the risk of all interpretation. We must run the risk. We restrict ourselves to the bare essentials and try to discern the general orientation, leaving exegesis to exegetes. The point at issue, at least, is clear, given the essence of truth as the letting be of beings, how explain the non-essence of truth, sc non-truth, insofar as it is intrinsic to truth? The titles of the TWO chapters, Non-Truth as Concealment and Non-Truth as Errance, Dyer, indicate that they are two different replies to the same question, or, better perhaps, a single reply under two different aspects. The two chapters, then, are profoundly unified, and we must understand them in their unity if we are to understand them at all. The stylistic difficulties of the text are complicated by the presence of two theses which the author, at least at this point, does not enunciate. The problem of non-truth is intimately associated with the problem of finitude which negativity implies. 2. 1. The ultimate origin of truth is not their being but something more fundamental still in which their being itself abides and which somehow comes to pass in their being. The latter is a major change from the perspective of sc, and we are going to examine now in more detail the subtle chemistry that affects it. It is a point of supreme moment, for we are on the verge of Heidegger too. Stated even crudely as has been done here, the thesis already gives us a fresh meaning for the old formulae of sc, their being is in the truth, their being is in the non-truth. Coming now to chapter 6 proper, we polarize our remarks around the two following points: mystery, forgetfulness of the mystery. Since the essence of truth is revealment, the non-essence of truth is non-revealment, therefore concealment. If, then, truth be considered as revealment, concealment is non-revealment and consequently non-truth, which is not only authentic but most proper to the essence of truth. 21. Now since only that can be revealed which hitherto has been concealed, concealment is prior, not temporally but ontologically, to revelation. In other words, the letting be manifest, that we have called revealment must take place within a horizon, sc against a background, of obscurity that we are now calling concealment. Concealment, then, is prior to the freedom which comes to pass through a particular comportment between their being and an individual being. Furthermore, this comportment itself not only leaves concealed the remainder of beings in their totality but itself enters into a special relationship with the concealing of what is concealed. This relationship to the concealment of the total ensemble of beings is of such a nature that the concealing itself remains concealed. We may speak, then, of a concealing of concealment, sc what is concealed in their being's liberating comportment is not only beings in their totality but the fact that the ensemble is concealed and the import of this fact. This concealing of the concealed Heidegger calls the mystery, das Geheimnis, the unique and primordial obscurity that enshrouds not individual beings severally but the entire their being of man. Hence the first fruit, Erstlich, of concealment appears in the mode of concealment itself. It is this primal mystery that is non-truth in the most authentic sense. The authentic non-sense of truth is the mystery. 22. And it dominates, Durchwaltet, their being, inasmuch as their being is what it is, existence. Their being preserves, as long as it exists, the first and broadest non-revelation, the authentic non-truth. 23. How else can this be explained except in terms of the fact that a not permeates their being down to its very depths, that it is negatived, finite. We return here effectively to the formula, their being is in the non-truth. To be noted here is the priority, liter, of non-truth, concealment, to truth, revealment, and consequently a tendency. Not yet explicit, to attribute a certain alterity to the mystery which dominates the there being of man. At the same time, there is still implied a dependence of the mystery on their being. What, then, is the relation between their being and the mystery? And what does it mean to call non-truth prior to truth? 2. Forgetfulness of the mystery. The mystery, however, easily evanesces for their being lost in the superficiality of everydayness. To be sure, their being lets be those beings with which it has to do, but often enough becomes absorbed in them, fascinated by its ability to make negotiable instruments of them for its daily traffic and to control them at will. Even if designedly it broadens the scope of its preoccupation, still the new sphere of interest is determined by its own ontic intentions and needs. In effect, however, this is to refuse to let the mystery hold sway over the very there being which, nonetheless, it dominates. In a word, the mystery slips into forgottenness. 24. But a mystery that is forgotten is not thereby dissolved. It abides by a presence of its own. It abandons man to his imprisonment in the ontic, he is allowed to fashion his world out of the intentions and needs which happen to be the most immediate, supplementing these with his own ambitions and designs. Their being comes to take such things as this to be the norm by which it measures itself, v.g. the ontic truth of its judgments, forgetting the ensemble of beings in the totality, neglecting to reflect upon the ground which renders possible such measuring, the essence of the measure. To do so would be to recollect the mystery which pervades all. If their being's power to transcend beings unto being is called existence, then its propensity to adhere ontically to beings, once the mystery has been forgotten, may be called insistence. Hence, in the condition we have just described, their being not only exists but at the same time insists. 25. But the mystery remains nonetheless, working its influence on the insistent existence. It is forgotten, however, and as such has become the non-essential essence of truth. Note that to mystery is attributed once more an alterity to their being that seems to imply a spontaneity, even an initiative of its own, insofar as the mystery repudiates itself in and for forgottenness, it leaves historical man, to his own resources. 26. Again, the mystery holds sway even in insistent existence. 27. F. Chapter 7, Non-Truth as Errance. The present chapter continues the thought sequence of the preceding, that is why we must consider both as forming a unity. The mystery, concealment of concealment, is commonly forgotten, we are told, in the everyday state of existent insistence. Now we examine in closer detail this forgottenness of the mystery and give it a name all its own, sc. Errance, dire. The concealing of the concealed ensemble of beings sc. The mystery holds sway in the revelation of a particular being at any given moment, but this revelation becomes errance insofar as it is a forgottenness of the mystery. 28. But why call it errance? To find a sense in the term, one must understand the phenomenon which it tries to express. Let us look for a moment at existence as it comes to pass in ordinary everydayness. By reason of its insistence, their being adheres to the beings which through existent freedom it reveals, and this very fact turns their being away from the mystery, towards which, nonetheless, it has a constitutional orientation. The result is that their being wanders from one being to another in a state of confusion, driven about hither and thither, looking for a satisfaction that no being can give, searching for a repose that no being, torn from the roots of ultimate meaning in mystery, can offer. This congenital wandering about of their being in a condition that its equally congenital orientation towards mystery belies, this is what is meant by errance. 29. If mystery is non-truth, so, too, is errance, and all D. Chapter 7 deals with it as such. The condition of errance is not occasional or accidental to their being but intrinsic to its very structure. Errance belongs to the inner constitution of their being. 30. An essential component of its openness. 31. One may expect, then, to find its analog in SZ, which undertook to analyze this structure. The structural errance of their being will be the ground of all error to which their being falls prey. Error in this case, however, means more than just a single mistake, it signifies the whole entangled complex of ways and means by which their being in its wandering can go astray. After all, every open comportment, insofar as it bears a relation to the total ensemble of beings, therefore to the mystery, will have its own way of wandering about in forgetfulness of the mystery. 32. The kingdom of error extends from such phenomena as a single mistake, oversight, or miscalculation up to the aberrations and excesses in matters of supreme moment. What one ordinarily calls error, sc the incorrectness of a judgment or falsity of knowledge, is only one way, for that matter, the most superficial way, in which their being goes astray. All of these different ways of vitiating truth have their original abode, as we have said, in the errance which is intrinsic to their being. Errance may be conceived as itself an open area wherein every modality by which truth is corrupted or contaminated may have free play. It is for this reason that if mystery itself may be called non-truth, then errance is a still more profound negation of truth. Let it be called by a stronger name. Call it not non-truth but anti-truth. Errance is the essential anti-essence of the originating essence of truth. 33. Furthermore, the errance in which man walks is marked by a certain spontaneity all its own. Errance dominates man, insofar as it leads him astray. 3. For it oppresses man and by this oppression attains a certain domination over the mystery, insofar as it keeps the mystery a victim of forgottenness. Thus their being must submit to what seems to be a double alterity, the oppression by errance and at the same time the domination of the mystery. The result is a tension in their being in the form of a distress arising out of the constraint imposed upon it from this double source, errance on the one hand, mystery on the other. Their being oscillates endlessly between the two. 35. The non-truth which we call errance and the non-truth which we call mystery combine, and both together, forming as they do the complete non-essence of truth, help to constitute the full essence of truth itself, sc that essence which includes within itself its own most proper non-essence, therefore negativity. The concealing of concealment sc mystery and errance belong to the essence of truth, insofar as it takes the initiative. 36. What is important here, though, is not so much to see that errance and mystery are incorporated into truth itself, but to see that the alterity that has been assigned to the two former is now attributed to truth. Hence truth itself assumes a spontaneity with regard to their being, the full essence of truth, which includes within itself its own most proper non-essence, retains their being, in distress. 37. It is truth itself now that is somehow prior even to the freedom which we saw to be the essence of truth as correctness, for this freedom itself derives from originating truth. Freedom conceived in terms of the insistent existence of their being is the essence of truth, in the sense of the correctness of a presentation, only because freedom itself derives from originating truth. But however intrinsic errance may be to their being's structure, and therefore however congenital its tendency to wander in onticity, it remains possible for their being to resist being led astray, sc. to the extent that it experiences errance itself for what it is and no longer overlooks the mystery of their being. 39. More precisely, when their being comprehends errance as such, it recognizes it to be but the reverse side of its own forgetfulness of the mystery, and this is ipso facto to recollect the mystery. By this recollection, their being is already underway towards a surrender to domination by the mystery through authentic resolve in its regard. This yielding to the mystery comes to pass in a manner analogous to that by which their being, through its freedom, let's be the beings it encounters in open comportment. As we saw, it is at that moment that the total ensemble of beings becomes concealed, and in the concealing of this concealment the mystery, together with errance, holds sway. To recognize errance for what it is and thus become open toward the mystery, their being's task is to let be manifest, not the individual beings of a particular comportment but the total ensemble of beings as such. This happens in the proper sense, however, only on condition that from time to time their being assumes of its own accord the originating essence of the total ensemble. 40 This yielding to the mystery in resolve, that comes to pass when their being recognizes errance for what it is, does not destroy the mystery, of course. On the contrary, it permits their being to meditate the mystery for itself and thus pose the supreme question about what beings as such in their totality are. Such an interrogation thinks, denkt, the question about the being of beings. The thinking of being, whence such a question originally stems, is conceived since Plato as philosophy, receiving later the title metaphysics. 41. G. Chapter 8. The question of truth and philosophy. The function of the essay is to analyze the essence of truth. In order that the analysis be complete, it must explain, too, the non-essence of truth, sc. the essence of non-truth. It is with these two aspects of a single problem that we have been occupied up to the present. Chapters are 4 discussed truth, chapters 5 to 7 non-truth. It remains now only to conclude the study by situating it with regard to the whole of philosophy. This is the function of chapter 8. The essentials may be sketched quickly. The nub of the matter has been stressed already. For their being, in its chronic condition of errance, to open itself up to the mystery in resolve is effectively to pose a question about the truth of beings as such. Therefore in their being, in the ensemble. It is this, according to Heidegger, which has been the task of philosophy since Plato. Of its very nature, then, philosophy strives to think the being of beings, where being signifies beings as such in their totality, and to think means simply for their being to let be manifest, this ensemble. 42 So it is that the whole investigation has gradually led us from what might have appeared to be a peripheral problem, sc. the essence of truth, taken first in the sense of correctness, to the very center of philosophy, whose whole function is to pose the question about the truth of being, as understood above. For having once established the essence of truth as conformity to lie in the freedom of their being, which lets be manifest the beings it encounters, we then pass to a study of non-truth. Here we saw that both modes of non-truth, mystery and errance, possess a certain alterity from their being which renders possible a spontaneous initiative, albeit still very vaguely defined, in their being's regard. Since both modes of non-truth constitute together the complete non-essence of truth which is, and must be, intrinsic to truth, then truth, too, is characterized by the same alterity and spontaneity, which give it a certain ontological, though not necessarily temporal, primacy over their being. This truth, including within itself its own non-truth, mystery, errance, is the truth of beings as such in their ensemble, sc. the truth of being. Being, however, is that by reason of which beings are what, and how, they are. Now that by reason of which beings are what they are we call their essence, or, to avoid the impulse to conceive of essence as something general or abstract, their essening, where this term now has a fully verbal sense. To be, then, means to essence, sc. To come to an essence, or, more idiomatically, to come to a presence. Such, Heidegger claims, is the sense of the old German word Wesen, and such an understanding of it enables the author to say that his research has forced us to ask ourselves, whether or not the question about the essence of truth must not be at the same time, indeed before all else, the question about the truth of essence. 43 Where essence, in the second position, has the verbal sense of essening, coming to a presence, being. It is on this note that the essay comes to a close. 2 General remarks. A. Heidegger I and 2. I. Structure of the essay. We wish now to assess the significance of this essay in the developing of the notion of foundational thought. Let us begin by remarking how very carefully conceived is the structure of the whole. Heidegger introduces his reflection by projecting it against a background of the prejudices of ordinary common sense, and brings it to a conclusion by alluding again to these prejudices and defending not only his meditation but philosophy itself against them. 44 One has the impression at the close, then, of having come full circle with the author, and that the reflection itself constitutes its own defense. But the thought process of WW is actually more of a spiral than a circle. Recall briefly the sequence. We begin by considering the essence of truth in its positivity. The conventional notion of the essence of truth is conformity. But what renders conformity possible, ch. I. The pre-predicative open comportment with the being to be known. What renders this possible, ch2. Freedom. What, then, is the essence of freedom, ch3. The revelation of beings by reason of existence, ch4. With this much established, we consider the essence of truth in its negativity. The revelation of particular beings by freedom is simultaneously the concealment, therefore the non-revelation, of beings in the ensemble. This concealment is already a nonsense of truth, ch5. Furthermore, concealment conceals itself, and the concealing of concealment is the authentic nonsense of truth. This is the mystery, ch6. But the mystery is often forgotten, leaving their being to wander about among beings that have become meaningless because their genuine sense, buried in mystery, lies in oblivion. This is errance, another 230 reversal modality of the non-essence of truth, ch7. Conclusion: the essence of truth, which includes its own non-essence, is the truth of beings as such in their totality, sc. Being, which since Plato has been the proper field of interrogation of philosophy, ch8. We have every right, therefore, to talk of a sequence of thought, for each chapter follows upon the preceding. But each successive step poses the problem on a new and deeper level, so that we cannot say that the sequence is a strictly logical one. Non-logical, but not illogical, the thought process nevertheless has an organic unity, for it is itself the experience of the phenomenon it seeks to discern. We can sense, though the full import of his remark may for the moment escape us, with what Justice Heidegger can say in a note added later, 1943, to the text. The successive steps of the interrogation are in themselves a way of thinking which, instead of offering presentations and concepts, experiences itself and puts itself to the proof as the transformation of a relation to being. 45. 2 WW and the early Heidegger. By the early Heidegger, Heidegger I, we understand principally the Heidegger of SZ as interpreted by himself in KM and explicitated in the minor works of 1929. The principal task of SZ, as we saw, was to analyze their being, the coming to pass of transcendence, which is fundamentally the coming to pass of truth. It is only plausible, then, that an analysis of the essence of truth, WW, will contain certain clear echoes of the analysis of that process by which it comes to pass, SZ. We wish now to gather together these elements of the PR Cent essay which clearly concord with the major work, in order that we may see all the more clearly in what way both works differ. The principal characteristics of their being are these: it is transcendence, which is finite, whose ultimate meaning is time. Each of these elements plays its role in the essay under discussion. A. Transcendence and truth. By transcendence, we understand the passage beyond beings to being. It implies two dimensions, that of being and that of beings, ontological and antic. In Chapter 4, we saw that the essence of truth is the opening up of that which is open by reason of an openness to the open which comes to pass as existence, their being. It is this openness to the open which is transcendence. Now the open itself is what SZ called the world, the matrix of relationships, total meaningfulness, which constitutes the horizon of their being's potentialities, itself not a being but that within which their being and other beings meet when one of these potential relations comes to pass as an encounter. In Km, the open was called ontological knowledge, the horizon of objectiveness, the condition of encounter between beings, but itself expressly not a being and admitting only an empirical use. There is nothing new, then, in the notion of WW that the matrix of relationships, the open, unto which their being transcends, is not a being in its own right but comes to pass in a given comportment, of which, nevertheless, it is the indispensable ontological condition and ground. 46. We may draw two inferences from this. In the first place, if the matrix of relations, v-erildness, never is except in particular comportment, we are prepared for the thesis that being never is except in and as beings, and we are thus brought once more face to face with the ontological difference. Secondly, if the matrix never is except as the condition of possibility of their being's comportment with particular beings, then we can understand how their being, despite its prerogative of econsistence, has a congenital tendency to adhere to the beings with which it has to do, it is insistent. This adhesion has its support unbeknown to itself in their being's openness to the matrix of relations, with regard to which their being not only econsists but at the same time insists. 47. In other words, if their being's antic primacy consists in the fact that it is ontological, one is tempted to add, though Heidegger does not do so, that its ontological debility consists in the fact that it is also antic. At any rate, the two dimensions are always simultaneous. We have here, no doubt, the basis for the subsequent remark that errance belongs to the interior structure of their being. b. Finitude and truth. Anyone for whom WW is the first taste of Heidegger will find it difficult to understand why the problem of non-truth should be put on equal footing with the problem of truth, and why the analysis of the nonsense of truth is not a subsequent filling up of a lacuna, but the decisive step in the adequate posing of the question about the essence of truth. 48. All the research that we have made hitherto, however, has shown us how central to Heidegger's intuition is the problem of negativity, finitude. His insistence here upon the importance of the negativity of truth in WW is therefore the normal consequence of a constant preoccupation. In Km, Heidegger saw the necessity of posing the problem of non-truth as part of the problematic of finitude. But does not ontological knowledge, as essentially finite, possess, together with its truth, also a corresponding non-truth? As a matter of fact, yes. The idea of transcendental non-truth contains within itself one of the most central problems of finitude, which not only has not been solved but has not so much as been posed, since the basis of such a problematic must first of all be elaborated. 49. If in WW the problem of non-truth receives so much attention, the reason seems to be that Heidegger is trying to elaborate just such a basis. At any rate, finitude is as important to WW as to any of the previous works. The problem of non-truth, then, is the problem of the finitude of truth. We must try to see this clearly, for the import is tremendous. In SZ, Heidegger touched the problem of non-truth briefly but clearly. The reason why their being is determined by both truth and non-truth lies in the being structure of their being, which is a project in the condition of thrownness. 50. We may interpret this to mean that their being is in the truth inasmuch as it is project and in the non-truth inasmuch as it is thrown among beings as still to be achieved, with all that this implies, profoundly determined by a not the master of its own origin, not completely indifferent to other beings, but referentially dependent on them, not already a fait accompli, but still to be achieved. Thrownness, then, symbolizes all of the notness, negativity, that affects their being. Their being is in the non-truth because transcendence, truth, is negatived by not, it is finite. If this interpretation is valid, one could add, although in SZ this problematic is formally distinct from that of thrownness, that the deepest type of negativity to affect their being is that it is not destined to econsist forever, it is being gunto end, death. Hence the deepest reason why their being is in the non-truth is that it is, thrown, being unto death. This is made still more precise. Thrownness, strictly speaking, suggests a reference to their being's coming to be. The same indigence, when considered as characteristic of their being's abiding condition, is called fallenness. Here, however, their being's referential dependence on other beings receives the further nuance of an adhesion to them of such a nature that their being has the tendency to lose itself among them, become fascinated by them, and thus slip into the superficiality that characterizes everydayness. In such a condition, their being has fallen away from its authentic self, for it does not comport itself in a manner becoming its transcendence. It has forgotten, or never recollected, its great prerogative, has plunged into the ontic and lost itself. This condition is expressly a negativity, a type of being by which their being is not authentically itself. Their being plunges into the groundlessness and negativity of inauthentic everydayness. 51. It is tossed about in perpetual commotion, caught in the vortex of onticity. Now if their being is in the non-truth because of its thrownness, how much more will this be the case when their being continues to abide in this fallen condition among beings? Hence, because their being by its very essence is in a fallen condition among beings, it is, according to its ontological structure, in non-truth. 52. How describe now this condition of non-truth which characterizes fallenness? Beings are revealed, to be sure, sc uncovered, but inadequately so, and slip back immediately into their previous unrevealedness, sc concealment. Hence, to uncover is simultaneously to cover up, to disclose is to close over. In Km, we have an illustration of this negativing effect of finitude insofar as it affects the comportment of all knowledge. Finite knowledge as finite necessarily conceals at the same time that it makes manifest. 53. In other words, finite knowledge reveals its object but not adequately, sc as only the creative intuition can know it. Hence, the revelation that takes place in knowledge is also a non-revelation of that dimension in the being which surpasses their being's finite capacity to reveal. Because of the finitude of the knower, therefore, a not permeates the revelation. There is non-revelation, concealment. But this not which pervades every type of letting be manifest is interior to the manifestive process itself, hence has as the ground of its possibility the fact that the manifestive process takes place. To let be manifest and to not let be manifest are simultaneous and correlative, because their being itself carries its not within the depths of its being. But only insofar as their being is disclosed is it also closed over, and insofar as other beings are discovered with their being, they are covered over, concealed, or camouflaged. 54. Briefly, their being is in the non-truth because transcendence is finite. What we have just said about non-truth as a consequence of fallenness regards their being principally in its everyday condition of inauthenticity. We know that under certain circumstances their being is brought to comprehend its own bidimensional, ontontological, structure and can consent, so to speak, to the fact that it be so, sc transcendence permeated by a not finite. It simply lets itself be as it is, and this letting be of itself, sc this taking over, or assuming of its own accord itself as transcendent but as finite, this is what is called resolve. Resolve is the culminating moment of their being in its there, and as such it is the culminating moment of truth. With the phenomenon of resolve, we have been brought before the original truth of existence. In resolve, their being in its actual, matter-of-fact power to be is unveiled to itself, and, indeed, in such a way that it is itself both the unveiling and the unveiled. 55. But in this self-endorsed luminosity to itself, the non-truth inherent to their being does not disappear. On the contrary, it is only here that their being makes it its very own, for, comprehending it, their being accepts it for what it is, sc the ineluctable consequence of finitude. 56. Briefly, in resolve, their being, recognizing non-truth as the stamp of negativity upon its own transcendence, resigns itself to finitude and thus achieves its authentic self. With these perspectives fresh in mind, we come again to www. And see how deeply they affect the thought of the later work. Even from the purely structural point of view, we can see now how chapters R4 deal with truth as a problem of transcendence, chapters 5 to 7 with truth as finite. In chapter 5, we read, precisely insofar as the letting be that takes place in a particular comportment lets be that being with which their being is engaged and thereby reveals that being, this letting be conceals being's ensemble. 57. The similarity to what we have just seen in SZ is clear. The difference is that in SZ the finite revealing conceals the being itself which is revealed. Here it is rather the whole ensemble that is concealed. But note that the total ensemble has a depth of meaning here that it did not have in SZ. It becomes clear very shortly that beings in their totality, at least as they constitute the mystery, are the ground and essence of beings that are taken as measure in daily intercourse, 58, and are eventually identified with being itself. 59 in bold lines, then, we may say that the non-truth that we are speaking of here consists in the fact that when beings are revealed, being is concealed, a formula that concords perfectly with the phenomenon of referential dependence on beings become fallenness as examined in SZ. The perspectives of SZ can give, too, a sense to the formula of chapter 6. Their being preserves, so far as it exists, the first and widest non-revealedness, authentic non-truth. 60 simply inasmuch as their being's existence, SC its transcendence, is itself profoundly modified by not, SC its finitude. But there is a still further negativity of truth, a negativity which springs from the fact that the primal non-truth, SC the mystery which dominates their being, is itself negatived, in the sense of being forgotten. The result is that their being loses itself among the beings of daily commerce, takes up its abode among them, adheres to them, makes its world out of them, takes them in all their computable determination to be the measure of its activity. What else is this than what SZ called fallenness? 61 Errance is an essential component of their being's openness, transcendence, for the same reason that their being's disclosedness is simultaneously a closing over, SC because their being is permeated by not. Where fallenness was marked by commotion in the vortex, their being in errance turns now this way, now that, from one unsatisfying being to another, as if driven about by superior forces. If in SZ every manifestive comportment of fallen their being had its own way of going askew, so too here every comportment has its own way of going astray. 62 Briefly, it is in the permeation of the festive process by a not that errance takes place. It is in the simultaneity of revealing and concealing that errance holds sway. 63 Both the mystery and the forgetting of the mystery in errance, which, taken together, form the complete non-essence of truth, are consequences of the finitude of their being's transcendence. Now we know that, the authentic non-essence of truth is mystery. 64 May we infer that the inauthentic non-essence of truth consists in forgetting the mystery and wandering astray in errance. Heidegger does not say this in so many words. 65 At any rate, we know that, to remain the dupe of fallenness, errance, is to abide in inauthenticity, yet to overcome inauthenticity is not simply to suppress errance, which would be as impossible as to suppress finitude, but simply to recognize it for what it is and consent that it be so. This consent of their being to finitude is an assuming of itself as finite and by that very fact the achieving of authenticity. Such in SZ was the sense of resolve, and in analogous fashion it must be understood here, too, in WW. Their being refuses to be led astray by errance when it experiences errance as itself, SC recognizes it for what it is. Thus their being, despite the seductions of errance, opens itself, resolve, for the mystery. This is the culminating moment of existence, when their being acquiesces to the fact that mystery is filtered through finitude. See historicity and truth, their being is existence that is finite, whose ultimate meaning is time. The analysis of time as the source of unity of their being as concern had an important place in SZ, but the temporal aspect of truth remains on the periphery of WW. Yet it is there. We must take note of it, not only to indicate the deep concordance of the present reflection with SZ but also to prepare the way for a development that will be very pronounced in the later work. Recall that their being, because temporal, is historical, so that history, in the existential sense, begins when existence begins, SC when transcendence first comes to pass. Transcendence is primordial history. 66 But when is this? When their being first experiences the non-concealment, truth, of beings by asking what beings are as such. For Western thought, this took place, Heidegger claims, when the early Greeks asked this question with regard not to individual beings but to beings in their totality. It was with them, therefore, that history in the existential sense began. 67 We can see, therefore, even if only in obscure fashion, that there is an intrinsic relation for Heidegger between truth and history, and consequently that truth will be of its very essence historical. We can understand, too, why the author permits himself several oblique references to the historicity of truth, why errance, too, has its historical aspects. 68 And we are prepared, at least, to understand the important role that truth will play in Heidegger too. For the moment, it suffices to remark that the historicity of truth is a normal consequence of the historicity of their being as delineated in SZ. 3 WW and the later Heidegger. We have just seen in some detail how closely WW concords with SZ. The conclusion from this should be that it is clearly the same man who wrote both. And yet, if we claimed WW to be merely a restatement in more elaborate form of the truth analysis in the earlier work, we would have missed its sense completely. There is a profound change, and it is out of this change that the contemporary Heidegger evolved. WW is, indeed, a pivotal work. The characteristics of this change can be stated easily enough. The purpose of SZ was primarily to pose the being question, but in the event it proved to be principally an analysis of the being comprehension of their being. The focal point, then, was their being, and being itself was seen in this perspective. Being, the world, was considered basically as the project of their being. In WW, however, the focal point of Heidegger's reflection passes subtly from their being to being itself. What difficulties this shift poses will not be resolved in WW. Perhaps they will not be resolved at all. That is to be seen. All that concerns us now is to detect the shift, collating those indices of it that have already appeared in our analysis of the argument. There are, to be sure, many obscurities in the text, but let us build our case on what is clear. Having followed the argument in its development, we may now prescind from the author's sequence and arrange the data synthetically as best fits the order of exposition. Perhaps the simplest method is to formulate a series of 3 propositions. A. The essence of truth is the truth of essence. In this categorical form, the proposition does not appear in the original text but is first formulated in the note to the second edition, 1949. Yet even if in the original it is suggested more reticently, the present effort helps one to reflect upon whether or not the author's intention is no less clear, his thought no less firm, for it crystallizes a development that has evolved through the entire essay and, shortly before, even came to tentative expression as the intertwining of the essence of truth with the truth of essence. 69 As to the sense of essence in the second case, the author does not say explicitly until 1949 that it is to be taken as a verb, but there is no difficulty in seeing that this was what was intended also in 1930. He does say in the original, however, that in the concept of essence, Wesen, philosophy thinks being, which we have been accustomed for a long time to consider only as beings as such in their totality. 70 Now to the concept of beings as such in their totality corresponds what the early Greeks meant by poel, sc not any particular sphere of beings but the whole ensemble, and, indeed, in the sense of the process of emerging into presence. 71 Being in the sense of essence, then, means coming to presence, and a being, sc that which is, or that which is open, is that which comes to our presence. What is notable here is not so much the correlation of being with the process of coming to presence, but rather the fact that Heidegger attributes to being now an active character that a pure horizon does not possess. The question about the truth of essence understands essence verbally. 72 Being is a coming to presence, it holds sway, it is an emerging into presence that is an origin, that takes the initiative with which philosophy in the West began. 73. B. The full essence of truth contains within itself its own non-essence. The negativity, however, which characterizes the essence of truth when attention is focused upon their being remains equally intrinsic to the phenomenon when the focus shifts to the truth of essence, being. The full essence of truth includes its non-essence and before all else holds sway as concealment. 74. It is because being as originating truth is essentially negative that it holds sway as mystery and errance, for these are what constitute its negativity. Consequently, the concealing of concealment sc the mystery and errance belong to the originating essence of truth. 75 And, indeed, so radically that this originating essence of truth itself may be called the domination of the mystery in errance, the self-concealing one and only, soliciting, so to speak, the forgetfulness of itself. This errance is so inscribed in being as a modality of its intrinsic negativity that, although interior to being, it opens up as itself a type of open domain which is being's anti-essence, where every possible fashion of contaminating truth has free play. Hence, negativity is not simply a privation but so penetrates being as to permeate every modality of its emergence, negating revelation in the very process of revealment, guarding this enduring tension between positivity and negativity as being's characteristic property. It is this which constitutes the mystery. 76 See the full, therefore negatived, essence of truth, sc. Truth of essence, being, possesses an ontological primacy over econsistent freedom. For the moment, let us prescind from whether or not their being and man may be identified without qualification, and speak of them both indiscriminately as that being in which truth as conformity is found. As we saw, the essence of this truth lies in the freedom of such a being. What we want to insist on now is the fact that such freedom does not have its origin in the being in question, but rather this freedom itself springs from a more original source. Freedom is only to that extent the ground of the interior possibility of correctness insofar as it receives its own essence out of the still more original essence of the one and only essential truth. 77. Hence, man does not so much possess econsistent freedom as he is possessed by it, sc by freedom as flowing from its source in originating truth. 78 But since the truth of essence, being, is permeated by negativity, econsistent freedom, too, is inevitably the victim of non-truth. In other words, the non-essence of truth does not arise subsequently to the simple powerlessness and neglect of their being but rather derives from the primal negativity interior to its origin, sc. being itself. One can see clearly at this point how far we have moved away from the perspective of sc which saw non-truth as the inevitable consequence of the finitude of their being. Now the ultimate residence of non-truth is being itself. That is why being in its negativity, sc as mystery, the authentic non-truth, is prior to every manifestation of this or that being. It is prior to the letting be sc econsistent freedom itself. 79 Preserving and dominating econsistent freedom in its relation to the mystery. But being in its negativity includes more than mystery, it includes errance as well. Hence, errance as well as mystery holds a mastery over econsistent freedom and thereby leads it astray. So it is that the complete essence of truth, including this double negativity, retains their being in its abiding condition of distress. So we have been speaking about econsistent freedom, referring to it sometimes as their being, sometimes as man. Are they to be simply identified? True enough, the relation between their being and man is sufficiently intimate that the two may receive identical predicates, v.g. insistent econsistence, and often seem to be used interchangeably. Yet there is a distinction to be made between them. Their being is not man as such but that place where the essence of man has its abiding ground, SC the ultimate source out of which man comes to presence as man. SL it is the origin of man's being, rendering man free for all his ontic activity. Their being, then, is a coming to pass that is more fundamental than man himself. That is why Heidegger can say that their being possesses, besitzt, man, and that man is let in on or released unto, in Jellicin, their being. 82 All of this leaves us, however, with two questions that the text itself does not answer, one concerning man, the other concerning their being. In the first place, does Heidegger, when he speaks of man, mean the individual man, or humanity at large, or both? If both, what is the relation between the two? On the one hand, after the essay opens with a reflection upon the essence of truth as found in the individual human intellect, correctness, one is inclined to understand man as the individual, though in that which characterizes him universally as a man. On the other hand, Heidegger often makes man equivalent to humanity. What is the relationship, then, between man and humanity? And when he calls man historical, what history does he mean? When he speaks of rare and simple decisions of history, which arise out of the manner in which the original essence of truth comes to presence, 83 Whence proceed these decisions? With regard to their being, what, more precisely, is the relationship between being and their being? Even after we have made the shift to the new perspective where being enjoys the primacy in the latter part of the essay, there are moments when their being still seems to take the initiative. In the existent freedom of their being takes place the concealing of beings in their totality, SC concealment is. 84 Furthermore, although the mystery as such dominates the there being of man, and existent freedom stems from the originating essence of truth, nevertheless it is their being that conserves, insofar as it exists, the first and broadest non-revealedness, authentic non-truth. So that the mystery itself is called their being's mystery. 85. For the problem of the two Heideggers WW is the breakthrough. Here, 1930, Heidegger 2 emerges out of Heidegger I. How new is the new? It seems impossible to deny that there is something new. The shift of focus from their being to being is more than a change in terminology, it is a genuine transformation of thought. 86 The only question is whether or not this change is consonant with SZ, or whether it is a new approach forced upon Heidegger because of the bankruptcy of the old. We do not as yet have sufficient data about Heidegger 2 to permit us to pass serious judgment on the matter, but we can cull the evidence to date. We find certain indices in the earlier work, which, if they do not announce, are at least coherent with the shift. To begin with, we have the title itself of SZ to remind us that the existential analysis was never intended as anything more than a preparation to interrogate being itself within the transcendental horizon of time. Accordingly, the third section of the first part, which never appeared, planned to reverse the title of SZ to time and being. Does not the reversal of title make it at least thinkable that the perspective might have to be reversed, too? As the analysis proceeds, we find that even though being is conceived as a project of their being, the insistence is equally great upon its thrownness, and this leaves room, certainly, for the conception of being as an alterity that exercises a primacy over their being. And when in KM the analysis of the transcendental imagination brings us to a point where we see it as the origin of time, what happens? It disappears into a source more profound than itself, therefore prior to itself, SC the unity of an aboriginal time. Even WG leaves one with the impression that if the problem of time, and, presumably, its priority to the grounding process, is excluded from the analysis, the reason is only that the problem is too big for the compass of that little work and abides in it everywhere as a to-be thought. 87 If we restrict our attention to the two minor works, WG, WM, we notice that, released from the exigencies of analyzing their being as to be in the world, the meditation finds its center of gravity more and more. In the problem of truth, therefore being, as such. This is particularly noticeable in WM. There the non-being analysis, for all its profound accordance with SZ, nevertheless introduces a new element, SC. Non-being forces the question about the ontological difference on their being and therefore must be credited with a certain primacy over it. The whole problem of founding metaphysics, too, at least as it takes its point of departure from Kant, is profoundly radicate in the finitude and negativity of man. Truth, too, is negatived. Given the undeniable drift toward meditating truth for itself, is it surprising that Heidegger poses the question about the negativity of truth in itself? It is precisely at this point that it becomes clear, at least as we follow the thought process of W.W., how concealment precedes revealment, hence how the process of truth must be conceived as, ontologically, prior to their being. Is not this coherent with Heidegger I, and the whole of Heidegger too? In all this, we do not wish to imply that everything is very obvious and therefore easily discerned, or that we ourselves would be perceptive enough to detect the new direction as clearly as we do now, if this were 1930. But it is not 1930. Given the direction that we know Heidegger to have taken since then, we maintain only that it seems possible, with WW as the point of reference, to see in these indices a certain warrant to say that Heidegger I and Heidegger II, for all their difference, are one. b. The nature of being. The notion of being in WW may be quickly delineated. There seems to be, in fact, a notable ambiguity. Being is most often conceived as beings as such in the totality, hence the being of beings taken as an ensemble. Insofar as this is negatived by compound concealment, it is called mystery. 88 But being is also vaguely but unmistakably conceived as more than, or less than, in any case, different from, beings as such in Ensemble. It is in this sense that it is called essence, with the connotation of an emerging into presence. This, too, is negatived, and therefore it may be designated easily as mystery, even if the explicitation is not yet made. For the initiated, in any case, the non-dash of the originating non-essence of truth as non-truth points to the still unexplored domain of the truth of being, not, in the first place, of beings. B9. In this sense, being is the one and only which conceals itself. This self-concealing one and only, is what we call being and for a long time have been accustomed to consider only as beings in their totality. 90 The insinuation, however, is clear that being must be considered as something other than beings in their totality and therefore is to be meditated for itself. Here the essay ends. Is there a discrepancy? Waiving for the moment any question as to Heidegger's whole conception of being, we may say that at this point he is completely consistent with himself. Being for him is always the being of beings, but it comes to pass in them after the manner of an event, which we find suggested here by the verbal sense of essence. We need only to read this in the context of ID to appreciate the coherence between the 2.91. See the conception of thought. I. The nature of thought. Our principal task is to trace the evolution of foundational thought as the thinking of being, and up to the present the notion has not appeared formally as such. Like the primacy of being over their being, however, this concept, so characteristic of the later Heidegger, appears in WW explicitly for the first time in two brief but significant passages. 92 We treat them in turn. In the first case, the being which is thought is understood in the sense of beings as such in their totality. This interrogation about what beings as such in totality are thinks, the question about the being of beings. 93 From the citation and the passage which precedes it, we may infer, to think being means to interrogate beings as such in their totality. And yet, intrinsic to the ensemble of beings as such is its own negativity, sc the non-revealedness which constitutes mystery and, when this is forgotten, errance. To think being, therefore, is to think the ensemble as negatived, hence to recollect the mystery by recognizing errance for what it is, gaining thus a prospect of the mystery out of the depths of errance. 94 To think, interrogate, the whole negatived ensemble of beings is simply to let it be, manifest, sc to let it unveil itself as itself, to accept it for what it is, to surrender to its dominating power, to make it one's own by opening up to it completely. 95 Such a type of thought occurs only from time to time, sc at those precious moments of complete release and surrender which have been called resolve. It becomes clear, then, that the thinking of being takes place in the moment of resolve, that whereas in sc resolve is the culminating moment in the coming to pass of their being when it accepts itself, in ww resolve occurs when their being accepts the negatived ensemble of beings as such, as itself, sc in its being and as negatived, that common to both is the basic intuition, their being must accept in a moment of resolve the fact that the truth of being is filtered through negativity. Finitude. The difference, only one of focus. In sc, it fell on their being, now it falls on being. The second text to which we refer follows immediately upon the first but is separated from it by a chapter division. The identical formula, the thinking of being, in both cases serves as transition between the main body of the text, terminated in chapter 7, and the chapter of conclusion, chapter 8. One would expect the same formula to retain an identical meaning in both instances, but is this really the case? The text reads, in the thinking of being, that liberation of man unto existence which is the foundation of history comes into word. This word however is not in the first place the expression of an opinion, but the well-conserved articulativeness of the truth of beings in their totality. How many there are who have an ear for such a word is of no account. Whoever it is that can hear it, he it is that decides man's place in history. 96. In the former text, thinking was considered as having its origin in their being, sc it consisted in that supreme moment of existence called resolve. If we were to retain the same sense here, we would have to take the liberation of man for existence as the equivalent of resolve, a very awkward interpretation indeed, for liberation implies an activity, Befreiung, which in turn suggests an Alterity that is little congruous with resolve understood as the self-achievement of their being, and existence here seems to be the term of the liberating process. Whereas resolve is always conceived as the achieving of existence itself. 97 We must probe further. Let us simply try to explicitate the affirmations contained in this complex statement. A. Man is liberated unto existence. We know that man and their being are not unqualifiedly identical, that their being, as existence, is the ground of man's essence and in that sense possesses man. We know, too, that what characterizes existence is freedom, their being is existent freedom. Now to liberate man is to introduce him into this privileged condition of existent freedom, to endow him with the prerogative of existence, transcendence. The liberation of man unto existence is the process by which their being emerges into presence. Furthermore, if their being receives its own essence out of the still more original emerging into presence of truth itself. 98 Then by liberation of man unto existence we understand the process by which their being emerges out of a more original source, which, as we have seen, is being in the sense of emergent truth. B. This emerging of their being into presence as existence is the founding of history, because it is here that transcendence, primordial history, first comes to pass. C. Their being's coming to presence comes into word. Here we have apparently a new element in Heidegger's analysis, sc. Word, or rather coming to word. How is it possible for their being's emergence to take the form of word? For the moment, there is little to help us. Do we have a reappearance in a new form of the logos problematic of sc? Yet there is clearly a difference, for just as resolve, so, too, logos implies a there being already present in the mode of a being. The present text, however, if our reading is accurate, deals with there being not as a being already present but precisely in that ontologically prior moment when this being comes out of being into presence. This would be the moment when the ontological difference breaks out, and it is this which comes into word. D. The word of which we are speaking is certainly not the expression of an opinion, formulated in the thought processes of some knowing subject. It is much rather the articulativeness of the truth of being, where articulativeness must be taken in the radical sense of a complex structure fitted together by joints, Gefüge, and being is to be understood as beings in the ensemble. SZ spoke of total meaningfulness. Therefore the emergence of their being out of being comes into a word that is grounded in the articulative structure of the truth of beings in the ensemble, being. It is conceivable that this word, though uttered, may not be attended to by individuals. In order to hear this word, individual man must have an ear for it. But without such attentiveness, the word is simply not heard. How many there are who do attend to the word of being need not concern us. Remark simply that the word as uttered must be ontologically prior to individual men, who may or may not attend to it. F. Yet it is attention to this word that decides man's place in history. There are some privileged individuals, to be sure, who attend to the word of being. It is they who give a special character to the general mass of men and determine what place they have in history. However this be interpreted, the essential seems to be that attentiveness to the word of being has a specifically historical dimension. G. The coming into word is achieved through the thinking of being. The question now is, who or what is the author, let us say rather source, of this thinking? It cannot be individual men, for the word is uttered, ontologically, prior to the men who attend to it. Nor can it be their being as such, it would seem, for what is formed into word, according to our hypothesis, is their being's coming into presence as such. Have we not reason to suppose, then, that the source of thinking must be being itself, and that the phrase of being, the thinking of being, is perhaps a subjective as well as an objective genitive? The suggestion is not preposterous, for the entire essay culminated in the transfer whereby being itself becomes the primary focus of attention, since it is the ultimate source out of which ek. Reversal. Sistent freedom, their being, springs. To take being as the source of thought would be, then, to speak of thought in terms of its origin. The word, of the truth, of being would be uttered by being in thought. Even if our interpretation is valid, there remain tremendous obscurities. How explain in detail the correlation between being truth-thinking word? How explain precisely the origin of language and the historical relation between language and thought? What is the relationship between individuals who attend to being and the rest of men? By what right is such a coming to pass called thought? What is the intrinsic relation between thought conceived as having its origin in being and conceived as the achievement of their being in resolve? 2. The properties of thought. A. Presubjective, WW offers us no answer to any of these questions. Let us see what it does tell us about thought. However we understand the process, clearly Heidegger does not conceive it to be simply an operation of the knowing subject by which it thinks about, or upon, that which is opposed to it, sc an object. The entire analysis began by an effort to determine the essence of truth conceived as a subject-object relationship, sc of conformity between subject judging and object judged. We saw, that the essence of such truth lies in existent freedom, which is ontologically prior to the subject-object comportment, that this in turn springs from the still more original truth of being itself. We are engaged on a level far deeper than that on which the subject-object dichotomy makes any sense. It is the level of mutual presence between being and their being, the level of that original openness which renders it possible for two beings, one of them their being, to address each other as subject-object, the level of rather subjectivity. Now Heidegger's insistence upon the non-subjective character of the thinking of being in WW, if only implicit, is unmistakable. It is discernible under two forms, in the implied polemic against the domination of common sense in the thinking of being and in the analysis of the forgottenness of mystery. On the Essence of Truth 251. I polemic vs. Common sense, after speaking of thought as that process in which their beings emerging into presence comes into word, Heidegger continues. At the very same moment in the history of the world, however, when philosophy takes its beginning, there begins as well for the first time the pronounced domination of the ordinary understanding, sophistry, Point 99. This occurs by way of contrast, however, to the thinking of which Heidegger has just spoken. It is a domination that perdures even to our own day under the form of ordinary common sense. The whole essay from beginning to end is an attempt to overcome the simplism of ordinary common sense that seeks only what is self-evident and is both deaf and blind to what philosophy holds to be essential, 100 to think being itself, and, indeed, in its negativity. More precisely, how does this domination of common sense manifest itself? Principally by a refusal to question the beings that common sense finds so obvious, accepting these beings of daily commerce at their face value and resenting the probing of philosophy into their hidden ground as an attack upon itself. What is this, however, if not to live on the assumption that the power of ordinary intelligence is sufficient to penetrate the core of beings and read there by its own light all of their hidden meaning? This is the fundamental impulse of a knowing subject to master the objects of its knowledge _lol philosophy. The thinking of being, on the other hand, has a completely different style, simply because it does interrogate, fragen, these beings, and, indeed, in their ground, for it refuses to limit itself to their limitations and lets be beings as such in their totality, sc. being with all its negativity. In a word, philosophy overcomes the subjective thinking of common sense because it probes the mystery of beings. To forgottenness of the mystery, we have seen that thought, insofar as it is conceived as identical with the resolve of their being, is the interrogation of being with its negativity, which by mutual complement, constitute the full essence of truth. 10a By recognizing errance for what it is, thought overcomes the forgetfulness to which it has been prey and thereby recollects the mystery. Now what characterizes their being in its forgetting of the mystery, errance? Precisely the tendency to limit its interest to beings in their calculable determinations. It rests content for the most part with individual beings as it finds them, never goes beyond them to their unfathomed depths. And in dealing with these beings, what their being seeks above all is to put them to use, to control them, fashioning out of them a whole world of its own, taking them at their face value as the measure of its activity without reflecting upon what ultimate ground renders both measure and measurement possible. To look for an ultimate ground of beings and of the relationships between them simply has no appeal for their being, and even when it does try to broaden the scope of its interests, the new vision, too, is determined by their being's own intentions and needs, its own purposes and plans, which remain as before the standard of all utility. Such, as we have seen, is the condition of errance. The mystery of beings is gradually dissolved as their being more and more exclusively takes itself for a subject, in reference to which all other beings have their meaning, sc. by which they are measured. Note that we have here a detailed delineation of what later receives the name of technicity, technic. Briefly, their being forgets the mystery of being, is prey to errance, in direct proportion as it thinks of itself as a subject, sc. falls victim to subjective thinking. Lo, to recollect the mystery, we infer, their being must overcome subjective thought. This will take place when their being recognizes its thinking as subjective, errance for what it is, sc. as the forgetting of the mystery. One final word. The essay as a whole does more than grope for the meaning of presubjective thought, it is as such an effort, though not yet explicitated, to achieve it. If we return for a moment to Heidegger's retrospective assessment, 1943, of the original meditation, recalling that in the language of the later period presentations and concepts are taken to be characteristic of subjective thought, then the closing remark of the author's concluding note has a new and deeper resonance. The successive steps of the interrogation are in themselves the way of a thought which, instead of offering presentations and concepts, experiences, and probes itself as the transformation of a relation to being. 104. b. Interrogative. The thinking of being has primarily an interrogative form. To recollect the mystery in the midst of errance is, to pose a question in the sense of the only question worth posing, what beings as such in their totality are. Such an interrogation thinks. The question about the being of beings. 105. This is to think by question. It is with such acuity. Underscore comma, shin as this that the early thinkers for the first time experienced truth, and history began. It is just such a question, too, that ordinary common sense rejects as an attack upon itself, preferring instead the unquestionableness of everyday commerce. Must we not infer, then, that in order to think being, the first step is simply to pose the only question worth posing, the being question itself? 106 Such a mode of thinking will not try to dominate what it questions. When all is said and done, it is fundamentally an attending, horon. As such, it is at once both gentle and rigorous. Its gentleness consists in a tranquil release, in docility, die Gelassenheit, toward the dominating mystery. Its rigor consists in the resolve that does not destroy the mystery but does force it into the open of its own truth, lets it come to presence as mystery. This rigorous docility and docile rigor is what characterizes foundational thought. 107 Remember, we are still on the thought level of 1930. Resume the essence of truth as conformity lies in ecasistent freedom as the pre-predicative disclosure of the open in which judge and that which is judged may meet. But ecasistent freedom, in turn, resides in the originating truth of this open itself which comports its own negativity, mystery, errance. This negatived open we call being, essence. The essence of truth is the truth of essence. Thought is conceived on the one hand as proceeding from there being in resolve, on the other from being itself when the ontological difference comes to word. How, if, the two may be reconciled, we have as yet no idea at all. How far have we come? Heidegger I becomes Heidegger too, and, the thinking of being, at last. Chapter 2. The Self-Assertion of the German University. The formal address, entitled The Self-Assertion of the German University, that Heidegger delivered when he became rector of the University of Freiburg in May, 1933, has achieved a renown beyond its philosophical deserts. We restrict our attention to its philosophical deserts. The theme is ordinary enough. The new rector urges his students and professorial staff to assume their responsibility before the nation in the service of science, explaining what is meant by science and how this service is to be performed. What concerns us is the notion of science as conceived in 1933. 2. A. Being. For science in this discourse is not understood in the modern sense but is taken to be identical with philosophy itself. They have a common origin, the outbreak of Greek philosophy, when Western man rises up in the midst of beings in ensemble, interrogating them, grasping them as the beings that they are. It is the moment of their being's primal wonderment before the total ensemble of beings, which, despite a certain revelation, remain couched in concealment that leaves them always uncertain, always questionable, buried in primordial obscurity. This is the moment when science takes its origin. It comes to pass, to be sure, as a process of their being, but their being must remain docile to a power that is already prior to it. The author makes his own an expression of Aeschylus' Prometheus, which he interprets to mean that all knowledge of things must surrender to the overwhelming power of fortune, Schicksal, whose might is prior to their being. For it is in virtue of this power of fortune that beings themselves open up before a receptive their being in their inexhaustible immutability. Science comes to pass in their beings surrender to fortune's dominating might that pervades not only the beings that their being meets but their being itself, might that has power of disposition over their being. This all-pervading power contains within itself its own negativity, for the concealment of the total ensemble of beings as such is an enduring self-concealment of the totality. Taken in its dynamic complexity, the entire process may be called the essening of being. 5. B. Thought. But despite the primal spontaneity of being, it is as an achievement of, in, their being that science comes to pass. How describe the process? To begin with, we must avoid conceiving it as an act or series of acts of knowledge, whereby a knowing subject is opposed to an object known and the knowledge gained serves the purposes of the knower. Rather it is an attitude which their being assumes, characterized by a fundamental openness, or exposition, toward the primal concealment, whereby their being submits to the dispositions of fortune in a moment of resolve, thereby letting the being of beings in their totality commito presence, and, indeed, in its negativity, verbiegen. Science is a complete surrender, then, to the dominating power of fortune, and as such it is an occurrence which comes to pass in the very ground of their beings being as the supreme moment of their being's dynamic engagement with other beings. It is this dynamic engagement that Heidegger conceives to be what the Greeks fundamentally meant by evepiloc, sc. To be at work, with beings. He considers the attitude itself to be the genuine sense of andiopepv. It corresponds, too, to what he described in WW as the thinking of being. 6 What can be said now of the thinking of being as we discern it in this address? First of all, it is interrogative. It is a yearning to draw near to beings as such, to abide among them and feel the pressure of their presence. 7 It is fundamentally a meditative interrogation, sc. It ponders the question about what beings as beings are. Such an interrogation as this is not simply a question that precedes an answer, which alone, in turn, is considered an act of knowledge, but the questioning itself becomes the highest form of knowing. Unlocking in beings that by reason of which they come to presence, sc. their being. Such an interrogation as this is an extreme simplification of view, shattering the departmentalization of science into separate disciplines, restoring this pluralized effort to the unity of a single pursuit, sc. the interrogation of the unique, ineluctable source out of which all beings spring. This source remains questionable, however, precisely in so much as it remains hidden, undeterminable by exact and certain knowledge, sc. mystery. Thought, too, is historical. The thinking of being is an attempt to recapture the grandeur of that initial wonderment before being with which science, philosophy, took its origin. But the origin of science, philosophy, is not to be identified simply with that moment of ontic history that took place 2,500 years ago, when it had its inception in Greece. In this sense it is over and done with, and cannot come again. 9 On the contrary, this origin abides, it still is. It does not lie behind us as that which has been long ago, but stands before us as that which is still to come, for their being to gather unto itself once more, sc. retrieve. 1 Recalling the sense of retrieve and the role it played in the historicity of their being as described in sc, we may say now, it would seem, that in the present context, to think being is simply to retrieve science, philosophy, in its origins. Finally, the thinking of being is correlated with language, for it is in virtue of his power of speech that man rises up to interrogate the being of beings. Just how and why this should be so must remain for the present obscure. The author pursues the matter no further. Resume. Being in the essay is conceived as a fortune whose might dominates their being, not only in its positivity but in its negativity, sc. in its abiding self-concealment that makes it mysterious and worthy of question. To think this being worthy of question, das Fragwürdige, is simply to question it. The interrogation of the being of beings, however, is not the act of some knowing subject for which being is an object, but the moment of supreme achievement in their being's total engagement with beings, when the primal exposition of their being by the process of resolve surrenders to the dominating might of fortune and thus retrieves science in its origins. It is somehow correlated with the problem of language. Why? The philosophical deserts of the essay, it is of clear but decidedly minor importance. If in WW Heidegger becomes Heidegger too, it is in the lecture course of 1935, entitled Introduction to Metaphysics, that the main lines of the new position are firmly drawn. Here, amid changing terminology and a burgeoning problematic, the author remains faithful to his initial intention to ground metaphysics by posing the question of being. For the question, why are there beings at all and not much rather non-being, the ground question of metaphysics, presupposes, in asking about the ontological difference, a preliminary question about the sense of being. It is with this that he is still engaged. The text is especially important for us, because here the problem of thought is made thematic for the first time. We see, too, how and why language assumes for Heidegger so important a place in posing the question, therefore in the thinking, of being. And yet, the work was comparatively unknown to the early commentators, becoming available to the general public only in 1953. Reading it now from our present perspective, we can appreciate with what justice Heidegger could protest, in a letter to Jean Wahl, 1937, that the anthropological interpretations given to the early work gravely misrepresented, with or without warrant, his own intentions point to. We should say first a word about the title, but only a word. We have seen already in what sense Heidegger conceives all traditional metaphysics, which investigates beings as such, as a type of physics. He wishes to go beyond even metaphysical physics, to interrogate the being process as different from beings. It is to a metaphysics in the sense that he wants to introduce his hearers. 3. The study begins with an analysis of the grammar and etymology of the word being, interesting enough in its way, but, when all is said and done, it does not take us very far. 4. He then takes another approach and examines being in terms of certain modalities which, formally speaking, seem to be distinct from it. We come easily, for example, by such phrases as being and becoming, senuendi worden, being, and seeming, senuendi shine, being, and thought, senuendi denken, being, and obligation, senuendi sollen, and imply thereby that the second member of the phrase is distinct from the first, even if not separate from it, indeed if only another form of being itself. The correlations are not arbitrary, in fact they are intrinsically dependent one on the other, controlled by a type of necessity, in some way not yet discernible, integrated into the truth of the coming to presence of being itself. 5. There follows, then, a series of 4 sections, in which each of the correlative pairs is examined in detail. The major part of the analysis goes to the correlation of being and thought, which is precisely what interests us most. We rearrange the data thus provided, as best suits the order of our exposition. With these few remarks to serve as orientation, let us come at once to the heart of the matter. General remarks. A. Nature of being. We know already that being for the early Greeks was pakn, emergent abiding presence. By reason of pukrel, beings become unconcealed, hence pukrel is equivalent to and j. and e lot. Now as emergent abiding presence, pukrel is also overwhelming power, W. Alton, the inscrutable unity of motion and rest which for Heraclitus was the aboriginal discord, and 6 AEF.2, it is the essential character of this power that it holds sway in and through the total ensemble of beings as such. That is why we may call it simply the overpowering, das Überwältigende. Point 6. To consolidate this general interpretation of pukrel, it will be helpful to consider immediately 2 other terms which for the early Greeks, according to Heidegger, were closely allied to it. A. Asixio, the first of these is myo. Heidegger examines the use of the term as it appears in the classical fragments of Heraclitus. Despite the frequent translation as word or speech, the fundamental meaning of myo is rather gathering, as one gathers wood, or bringing together into a unity that, by reason of asixio, abides. There is here, too, a connotation of order or arrangement, for a collection is not simply a piling together of the members of the collection into a disorganized heap, rather it is a laying of the members side by side according to some sort of pattern. 7. In terms of our problem, myo is that by reason of which beings are gathered together and held fast, so that they may stand on their own as beings. In examining the last 2 fragments of Heraclitus, Heidegger finds that the term connotes both the activity of gathering together and the term of this activity, sc collectedness. Then he formulates the sense of myo as the gathered togetherness of beings that in their very origin constantly gathers them together and dominates them. Through and through. As such it is simply the being of these beings, so that we may now say that what characterizes a being is that it be gathered together in itself and contain itself in this collectedness. It is a gathered together coming to presence, Lj, Uol and Joyo are one. 9 Ual and myo are identical, even when Ipuol is conceived as discord. For discord is not dispersion. On the contrary, it is a contentious, SC dynamic, unity, and the cohesive principle is μ. 26JEJ.O and μ are 1. 10 μ preserving the contentious elements of discord in their correlative opposition, permeating them all, bringing discord to its highest degree of tension. Because of this intimate correlation with IPUOL, which in turn is that by which non-concealment, and J and ELOC, comes to pass, J6Yo, 2, or rather MYELV, has the sense of opening up and rendering manifest, revealing. We can see immediately how for Heidegger the problem of μ becomes inseparable not only from the question of being but henceforth from the problem of truth as well. LLBD, XY, analogous to μ in its identity with IPUOL is ATXY, which assumes an importance in Heidegger's analysis of the first choral ode of Sophocles' Antigone. He translates it as organization, or arrangement, and wishes to suggest a whole host of nuances, a manner of disposition, pug, the articulativeness of the whole ensemble of beings, Gefüge, the process of organizing, Fügen, in the sense of the direction imposed by the overpowering in the process of holding sway, the articulative whole, Gefüge, which itself organizes, arranges, beings and forces these beings to dovetail, Einfügung, adapting themselves, sich fügen, to each other and to the articulated ensemble. Point 12. Do we have anything essentially new here? It seems not. Once we understand μ to mean the gathering together into an ordered collectedness, then this gathering must be an arranging which likewise terminates in an arrangement that is an articulate whole, and we can see in all of the proposed nuances a dual sense for organization that parallels the collecting-collectedness dichotomy of Maic, organizing, Fügen, and that which is organized, Gefüge. Hence, being, CPUGLC, as the dominating power, is original collectedness, Maic, and likewise it is organization that organizes, Atzloje. 13. 2. Being and seeming to be. We cannot understand being as CPUGLQ, however, unless we see it in its relation, rather correlation, with what one would be inclined to think is its very opposite, SC. Appearing or seeming, shine, for what appears or seems to be somehow suggests something different from what is. Heidegger begins by examining the use of appear in common speech and discovers three fundamental senses: appearing, in the sense of shining forth, v.g. the sun is shining, sc appears through the clouds; appearing, in the sense of self-revelation, v.g. being as it appears, discussed in km; appearing, in the sense of creating a false impression, onshine, v.g. the sun appears, sc seems, to revolve about the earth. Point 14. These three senses are obviously not unconnected. The most fundamental sense of all is the second, so that the essence of appearing consists in a being's shining forth as what it is, sc in stretching out, or in taking its stand, or in showing, or in presenting itself before us. Now we have already seen that this is the very meaning of being in the sense of CPUGLC, sc the coming to pass of non-concealment. Insofar as being is truth, it is an appearing. Appearing pertains to the very essence of being. Point 15. But we must go further. If by reason of its being a being appears, then of itself it offers its visage, sc of view, and blick, of itself, to whoever or whatever sees or views it. But the seeing, viewing, can be unfaithful to what the being itself offers as to be viewed, with the result that the view covers up and conceals rather than reveals that which offers its visage to be viewed. This is appearing in the sense of a mere appearance, and what we have chosen to translate as seeming to be. To be sure, there is always some warrant for the seeming to be, because the being as it seems to be does appear. But this appearing is always such that by its very essence it remains necessarily and permanently possible that it be misconstrued. Point 16. But it is not enough to affirm this possibility simply as a possibility. Heidegger goes further. There is a dynamism within the being that reveals itself for what it is to reveal itself as what it is not, sc as a being that seems to be. Furthermore, this seeming to be is of such a nature that it conceals the fact that it is only a seeming and creates the impression rather that it is the being of the being in question. It is because of this compound concealment that seeming to be is said to deceive, and the realm within which this takes place is what Heidegger calls errance. There are several observations to make about all this. In the first place, point 1 has the impression that there is a jump somewhere. The author began by saying that, because beings reveal themselves to some other being, their being, of course, it is possible for their being's view of them to be inadequate. Fair enough. But this implies, does it not, that the reason for any given failure would be some deficiency in the their being that views. When we advance into the matter further, however, we discover that the ground of this failure lies not only in their being, if there at all, but in beings themselves, in the fact that their self-revelation is at once and necessarily a self-concealment, indeed of such a nature that the concealment itself is concealed and this concealed concealment masquerades as the being of beings. But why? This is supposed to be an intrinsic consequence of being scpug. So that being and seeming to be. Introduction to Metaphysics 265. Are inextricably intertwined. Point 17. Yet how does it follow simply from the fact that being is that by reason of which beings reveal themselves? One suspects another premise here that is as important as it is unannounced. We can discern it perhaps when we see how Heidegger interprets fragment 123 of Heraclitus, being inclines to conceal itself, plaid. Precisely because being is an emerging from concealment, there can be no emerging unless there be concomitantly a concealment whence it comes. This is true not only for the primal obscurity that precedes emergence, but also for the process of self-revelation itself. Concealment impregnates it at every moment and in every way, in order for it to be what it is. Unless there is a veil, there can be no unveiling, revealing. This irremovable veil is the congenital concealment that permeates every self-disclosure, and concealment lies in the essence of being, of self-revelation as such. 18. This is partly an answer, to be sure, and concords nicely with what we have seen already in WW about the precedence of non-truth to truth. Yet something more should be said, for why does Heidegger not consider the possibility of some being of untrammeled luminosity, without shadow of darkness or concealment of any kind, transparent self-disclosure as such? The answer apparently is that such a being would not come within the compass of his problem, for he is concerned only with beings that are finite, and it is finitude that comports obscurity. For a being is that which comes to stand on its own in abiding fashion by revealing itself in the light of truth. To take up a stand thus is to define the limits, therefore comports the finitude, of that being. Now this finitizing of a being is not a constriction from without. Still less is it a deficiency in the being by reason of some detrimental defect. On the contrary, it is the being's restricting of itself to its own confines, its self-containment, hence the being of the being by which it is what it is in distinction from what is not a being. For a being to come to stand on its own, then, means for it to establish a frontier for itself. It is the sense of frontier that the Greeks gave to the word end, tf.oc, so that this end meant not simply the point at which the being ceases to be, but the ending, indung, of the being in the sense of coming to perfection, Vollendung. So it is that the limit and end are not that point at which a being ceases but where it begins to be. It is from this point of view that one catches the import of that term which for Aristotle expresses being in the noblest form, and v. Eamstoke, sc. self-containment, self-conserving, within one's confines. Point 19. The point is clear, being is that by which beings stand on their own in the light of truth. To take a stand is to be self-contained within one's limits, sc. to be limited. All emergence into non-concealment, therefore, is finite, sc. limited by continued concealment, and this in virtue of being itself, by reason of which emergence takes place. The fundamental reason why poesy necessarily conceals itself in revealing itself, and therefore why being is inextricably intertwined with seeming to be, is that the being in question is finite. b. The nature of their being. Being, then, is emergent abiding power that always hides itself in seeming to be, because it is intrinsically finite in its manifestation. Now if being is to emerge out of concealment, sc make an appearance, so that non-concealment, truth, comes to pass, then there must be some place, stit, where this happens, some breach in the darkness, some sudden eruption, or incident, zwischen/all, where being opens up in light. This place, where truth takes place, is precisely what Heidegger understands as the there of being, and insofar as it is, sc is itself a being, it is called with all justice there being. 2. It is our intention now to precise in more detail what the present analysis tells us about the there being. The argument is tortuously elaborated in a series of interrelated text analyses that are interspersed with reiterations, allusions, and digressions. We shall follow an order of convenience and try to sift out what best suits our purposes by formulating, as we have done before, a series of propositions. Either there is necessary for the sake of being. That the there is a necessity may be inferred from what we have just said. Here we need only insist on the fact that the necessity is dictated by the nature of being itself. It is the overpowering that needs, not, sc is in want of, braucht, the sphere of openness 21 that necessitates being gathered together in some place of disclosure, that forces the incidence of there. Why this should be so is a question that is posed parenthetically but not answered. One is left to infer that such is the nature of being, and that ends the matter. Now it is only one step further to say that, if there is a necessity of being, then it takes place for the sake of being, in order that emergent abiding power may come to presence as itself, sc as the apparition of truth, oca and eloc. Here we may see in what sense being, although it cannot come to presence without there being, nevertheless maintains a certain primacy over it, dominating it through and through. Likewise we understand how there being properly finds itself only insofar as it finds itself in the midst of the overpowering, sc the being of beings in the ensemble. Finally, we have, 2, a sense in which being may be said to throw down, were feet, there being into the condition in which it finds itself. Point 22. 2. In the there of being comes to pass the primordial struggle into truth. The nature of their being is elaborated principally in that section where the author endeavors to make the distinction between being and thought. Now what modern philosophy calls thought, the science of which is logic, is generally taken to correspond to the Greek notions of vov and myelv. Such an interpretation, Heidegger claims, disregards the original sense of these terms, sc the sense they had for the Greeks when philosophy took its origin. Let us return, then, to the origins of Western thought and determine, if we can, how the Greeks understood these two terms. The author first examines a6 as found in Heraclitus, then vosvi, as used by Parmenides, endeavoring to show the fundamental concordance of the two. It is to explain the Parmenidean conception of their being that Heidegger introduces the lengthy textual study of the first choral ode of Sophocles' Antigone. The chapter concludes with an explanation of the devolution of the original conception of aeis elvivadv into what is now the commonly accepted interpretation of the nature of thought. 2-3 Let us try to disengage the essentials. A. Presupposed, aboriginal discord. Heidegger's meditation on Heraclitus seems to have had an especially strong influence upon him, for the conception of 76 as F10c, sc some elemental conflict out of which beings emerge into presence, appear, permeates his thinking at this time. Point 24 What is the nature of this conflict? In the lecture entitled The Origin of a Work of Art, delivered in November of the same year, 1935, the author explicitates by saying that the primordial struggle is the contention between positivity, revealment, and negativity, concealment, in the coming to pass of non-concealment, and and s licks. Point 25 At any rate, most of the terminology in M is derived from this dominant image. For example, being itself must be overcome, subdued, indeed, by their being, whose task is to do violence to the overpowering. By reason of this struggle is made manifest the previously concealed being of what appears as a being, a struggle that involves at the same time a battle against the power of mere seeming to be. By a strange paradox, still to be explained, the supreme triumph of the there over being is to be no longer there. 26. The conflict character of Heidegger's conception of there appears rather strikingly in his initial explanation of Voiv. The term for Parmenides, he claims, means primarily to accept or to receive, vernehmen. This can be taken in a double sense, to accept the self-manifestation of some being that appears, to accept the word of some witness with regard to a being and in view of this testimony determine something about how the being is. Both senses are combined in accept as we are to understand it here, the acceptance of a being's self-revelation, connotation of passivity, and the taking of a position with regard to it, connotation of activity. It is in explaining the second nuance that Heidegger resorts to a military figure. When soldiers take a position in order to contain the enemy, their intention is to receive the enemy in such a way as at least to bring him to a standstill, if nothing more. No IV here, then, means to draw up a position of resistance to the overpowering in such a way that a being which appears is brought to a standstill. 11.27 We understand this in the above sense of giving a being its constancy, of enabling it to stand forth on its own as being, manifest for, what it is. With this, however, we are at the heart of the problem. B. To accept and to be, co-relative, Heidegger elaborates his conception of there by meditating the Parmenidean nome, fragment 5 ro yakpo curo voivea rev recok.te, voc.l. He rejects, of course, the common translation, thinking and being are one and the same, insisting that being is essentially repuel, emergence into non-concealment, that voiv, as we have just seen, is essentially to accept or contain a being by helping it stand on its own as a being, that roocuro here means not sameness but cor relation. His task is to examine the correlation. 28 To do so, he undertakes the Antigone analysis, the keystone of which is the designation of man. We retain the term der Ebing, as Roaelv 6 Rockrove, the strangest of all beings, das Unheimlichsein. Point 29, J.elv 6v has a twofold meaning. Heidegger claims, it says awesome or awful, das Furchtbare, sc. filling with awe. In this sense, it pertains to the overpowering, being, which inspires anxiety and reticence, sc. awe, scu. Secondly, AELV 6v says awesome in the sense of filled with awe. Here it pertains to that being which is open unto this awe-inspiring power and takes up a position with regard to it in such a way as to gather it into openness. This taking of a position is a resistance, contentious in character, it brings force to bear, it does violence to the overpowering. When Sophocles calls their being the most awesome, sc the strangest, of all beings, then, we are to understand this for a double reason, because, by its very essence, their being is in the midst of the total ensemble of beings and exposed unto being, the awe-inspiring overpowering mentioned above, because it does violence to the overpowering by gathering it together into a place of openness. And this prerogative is unique in their being. Briefly, their being is the strangest of all beings because, in the midst of the overpowering it brings force to bear upon it. 30 All three pairs of strophe-antistrophe in the choral ode articulate, each in its own way, this contention between the overpowering and its there. In the first, the focus is on those beings which are completely external to their being and surrounded, v.g. the sea, the earth, the animal kingdom. In the second, the focus shifts to those beings which bear direct relation to their being, v.g. language, comprehending, working or building, commerce with others, etc. In both cases, the overpowering holds sway over the there and is forced into manifestation by reason of the there. The difference is that, in the first type of being, the overpowering is conceived as simply surrounding their being, but in the second, it has the sense of permeating it as that which their being, since it is the kind of being it is, must itself assume in its own right. 31 But what is essential to note is, that the function of the force which the there brings to bear consists in rendering open these beings as such, sc as being what they are, as sea, as earth, as animal, etc., that the beings of the first type mentioned above, earth, sea, animals, are disclosed by reason of the beings of the second type, language, comprehension, working, etc., for the latter are the subduing and ordering of the power by reason of which, insofar as their being penetrates them, beings disclose themselves as such. 32 That this disclosure of beings is a power that their being itself must master, sc assume, if, through the force that it brings to bear in the midst of beings, it is to be completely itself. The concluding strophe expresses again the same contention between being and its there, but in a new terminology. Here the overpowering is acx.yj and that which forces it into openness, rex y. We have already considered the former, our problem here is the latter. What does rex yj mean? Heidegger describes it as not only a seeing beyond, hinausehen, but a being beyond, hinausein, what lies at hand as a mere entity, setting it to work as a being, indeed setting being itself to work in this being and as this being. So it is that rex y opens up the being of beings by its victorious struggle against the concealment that previously enshrouded it, hence renders it possible for being to shine forth in beings, that which appears, enabling them to take their stand as being what they are. Heidegger translates rex y as to know, wissen. 33 The overpowering, acx.yj, and that which forces it to shine forth in beings, rex y, are in a state of continual tension with one another in the sense that tex.vyj breaks out against the overpowering, which in turn dominates tex.v1. It is this mutual interchange that is. Now it is this mutual interchange, Wechselbezug, which constitutes the correlation between to be and to accept, contain. 34 For by vot is meant pakten, emergent abiding power, and by vov is meant that concentration by which this power is forced into emergence, from concealment. They are correlative, for it is by reason of vov that this emergent power can be itself, sc can emerge by shining forth in beings that appear. On the other hand, it is by reason of this power that the there can be itself, for dominating the there through and through, it enables vov to be what it is. It is in the dynamic tension between these two contentious factors that truth comes to pass. 35. J. Characteristics of there, transcendence, finitude, temporality. We have just considered the function of the there of being, we wish now to enumerate its principal characteristics as suggested by the present text. To facilitate the exposition, we shall polarize it around those characteristics which in SZ we saw to be fundamental to their being, transcendence, finitude, temporality. A. Transcendence. On this point we need add little more to what has been said already concerning the function of their being. For by transcendence Heidegger understands the passage beyond beings to being, sc the manifestation of beings as beings, therefore the disclosure of the being of beings. How better describe the process of containment, vov? For it is a seeing beyond and a being beyond the mere entities that lie at hand, opening them up in their being and keeping them open. The total ensemble of beings, then, discloses itself as such simply because the there, being, penetrates them, abides in their midst. This is possible, insofar as the there, belonging by its very nature to being, is exposed to being. It is because of this indigenous exposure to being that the there, being, is called the strangest of beings, sc because it is estranged from the other beings with which it dwells. It is simply not at home among them. Its true abode is beyond them. It transgresses the ordinary boundaries which first of all and for the most part surround it, and, indeed, precisely in the direction of the awesome, in the sense of the overpowering, sc of being. 36 Their being's only proper function in dealing with beings is to break through them so as to break out in them the same overwhelming power that dominates itself, being. In an individual case, this happens when their being projects for the first time the being of a being hitherto unrevealed, sc a being that has not yet come to presence as manifest. When this takes place, then, beings are disclosed for what they are, and, for that matter, being as well. For in this process the total ensemble of beings as such is opened up, and this opening up is the coming to pass of truth. 37 It should be remarked that in all this the term transcendence has disappeared completely. Yet how else can we conceive it? And how better summarize it than with the author's own formula, which describes his conception of their being at the beginning of the way. Their being is a being in the midst of beings in such a way that the beings which it is not as well as the beings which itself is have already always been manifest to it. This manner of being, we call existence. With man's existence, comes to pass an eruption in the total ensemble of beings of such a nature that for the first time beings in themselves, sc as beings, become manifest. 39. b. Finitude. In all of our previous studies we have insisted on the importance for Heidegger of the problem of finitude, and in sc we saw how the phenomenological analysis offered certain indices of the principal ways in which the finitude of their being manifests itself. Their being is thrown among beings and referentially dependent on them, it has a dynamic tendency to lose itself among these beings, fallenness, as a process it must inevitably come to an end, which is death. All three of these aspects of their being's finitude return in M with a striking correspondence to the first work. I thrownness, that the their being is thrown forth, sc not master of its own origin, will be clear from what we have said of it already as a necessity dictated by the nature of being itself. Being throws, feet, or sets forth its own there. It is for this reason that being can never abandon its primacy over the there, dominating it in its very depths, preserving the there in the being by which it is. That is why the there, for all that by its very structure it brings force to bear upon, sc does violence to, the overpowering, can never succeed in mastering it completely. 40 When all is said and done, the overpowering overpowers even its own there. We have here clearly in other formulae what the major work called thrownness. What distinguishes this present analysis from the earlier one is the primacy of being over its there. Perhaps this is the best time for an important parenthesis. There is thrown, to be sure, but we must remember that it is a thrown there, sc disclosure of being, existence. Now it is this disclosing of being accomplished in the there by reason of the being which permeates it that one may call project, for it is in illuminating the being of beings that their being, projects something new, that which has not yet come to presence as a being. 41 The there enjoys the prerogative of luminosity because it is the there of being, which penetrates it to its very depths, making it what it is, yet the there does not dispose of this prerogative, as if it were its source, simply because it is itself thrown. 2 Fallenness, the there is the most awesome and strange of beings because, open to being, it is constitutionally estranged from the beings amid which it dwells, sc which first of all and for the most part are its habitual milieu. And yet, how often it fails to get beyond this milieu and appreciate being, thinking beings are only beings and nothing further, taking what it most easily can put its hands on, sc beings, as that which by its nature it is meant to grasp, sc being. This condition of immersion among beings is the natural habitat of the there, where being itself lies hidden, and the seeming to be of all that is habitual, ordinary, and vapid remains in command. 42 Is not this what sc spoke of as everydayness? This spontaneous absorption with the beings about it is the inevitable condition of there, for it not only enjoys a privileged access to them, but it can never escape dealing with them. Not, indeed, as if their being were fenced in by some external barrier, but in the sense that by its very nature the there is, continually thrown back into the paths of access to beings that it itself has made, insofar as it becomes stuck in them, caught fast in its own beaten track, and in this captivity draws around itself the circle of its world, becoming so entangled in seeming to be that it shuts itself out from being. 48. Now this inability to escape the captivity, rather captivation, of beings that comes upon the there, whose nature is to be open to being, is a decadence, verb. 44 The affinity with their being's fallenness, as delineated in sc, is clear. Yet it is equally clear that there is a new emphasis here. For decadence is not simply the result of some individual failure of there being to reveal being, in fact it is not grounded in the there as such at all. Rather this decadence itself holds sway and is grounded in the mutual opposition between the overpowering and that which forces it into manifestation. The author adds here, as if in explanation, the violence that is brought to bear upon the overpowering might of being must be dashed to pieces upon it, if being is to hold sway. As itself, sc, as, puac, emergent power. For and the structural decadence of their being is rooted in the same necessity that dictates its ultimate disintegration, zerbrechen. But how and why? Let us leave the obscurity for a moment and remark simply that here, as before, the chief difference from the problem of fallenness in sc lies in the primacy of decadence over the there. 3. Being unto death. In the existential analysis of death, we saw how the end, death, of their being penetrates it thoroughly so that from its first moment their being always is imminently ending. This is the eminent form of their being's finitude. The same theme returns here. The there is without escape from beings, to be sure, but the supreme form of its captivity is death, for this, ends beyond all measure all ending, limits beyond measure all limits. 46. And the inescapability of death does not affect their being for the first time when it is on the point of dying, but constantly and by reason of its very essence. Insofar as their being is, it stands before the ineluctability of death. 47. Stated in this way the remark seems natural enough and perhaps need not call special attention to itself. However, let us consider a similar remark made later, when discussing the inevitable necessity of their beings being dashed to pieces by the overpowering, which we have mentioned already. Their being does not have this potentiality as an empty escape, but it is this potentiality, insofar as it is, as their being, it must, for all its violence, be dashed to pieces all the same by being. 4b We infer that the imminence of death and the imminent necessity of being dashed to pieces represent for the author in different formulae one and the same characteristic of their. Now what is significant here is that the necessity of the there's ultimate violent disintegration is dictated not so much by the nature of the there as by the nature of being. The violence that is brought to bear upon the overpowering might of being must be dashed to pieces upon it, if ing is to hold sway. As itself, sc, as cp6alc, emerging power. 49. We interpret this to mean, being is emergent power, but emergence as such implies concealment out of which, or within which, it takes place, so that this concealment, non-emergence, negativity, finitude, is intrinsic to the process, not only in its inception but in its duration, when the emergence comes to pass in a place of disclosure, therefore takes place in a there. This, too, must be permeated by negativity, finitude, and therefore comes to an end which permeates it at every moment. From the very beginning, this always imminent ending may be characterized as death, when there is considered in a more anthropological context, or as being dashed to pieces, if the context remain ontological, where being is considered as dynamic power, and language varies accordingly. Briefly, the there is potentiality unto death, unto violent disintegration, because being's emergence unto troth, which takes place in it and through it, is ineluctably finite. What distinguishes this conception of death from that of sc is simply the explicit primacy of being over its there. Let us now try to think together the different aspects of their being's finitude. The initial premise again is that being needs a there as a place of disclosure in order for it to come to presence as itself, sc as emergent power. Being, of course, can never abdicate its dominion over the there, and reciprocally the there is irredeemably finite, for it is a place where being emerges into troth, therefore where shadows are as essential as light. To be sure, the there does violence to being, forcing it into openness, but this violence never comes to pass in such a way as to master being completely, dispelling all shadows of concealment. Now it is this disproportion between the all-overpowering being and its finite disclosure in there that ultimately grounds the decadence of there. plunged into the midst of beings as capable of disclosing being, yet radically impotent to master this being which overwhelms it, the there, by the force that it brings to bear, which originally makes the paths of access to beings, engenders in itself its own non-essence, which per se is powerless to escape beings, and this so profoundly that their being closes to itself the path of meditation upon seeming to be, within which it is itself caught up. 50. Finally, it is the ultimate consummation of this disproportion between being and its finite disclosure in there that the there comes to an end and breaks apart. This ultimate dissolution belongs to the very nature of the there of being. Der Ebing means, to be set forth as the breach in which the overwhelming power of being breaks into appearance, in order that this breach itself be shattered on being. 51. We can see, then, that what characterizes the finitude of there, thrownness, decadence, dissolution, is grounded in the inevitably finite character of the emergence of being into truth. It is subject, then, to the same law which dictates that being necessarily conceal itself in revealing itself, sc that being be inextricably intertwined with seeming to be, all emergence is finite. The full import of this will appear as we proceed. For the moment, notice, we can see already why the forgottenness of being will be able to be attributed sometimes to the withdrawal of being, sometimes to the decadence of their being, yet without inconsistency, for both express under different aspects the same phenomenon, the finitude of being's emergence. We can understand more clearly, too, what Heidegger means by errance. It is the realm that is opened up in the intertwining of being and seeming to be in the coming to pass of truth, therefore. Simply the emergent power of being as finite. If it be said to be intrinsic to the structure of their being, the reason is that being as finite emergence dominates its there through and through. And the there must suffer the consequences of this finitude, v.g., the fact that being yields itself only in its non-essence, sc in negative fashion, to the there, the fact that the there is tossed about hither and thither in this tension between being and its negation, sc by being in all its finitude. 52. See temporality. The question of time as such enters only obliquely into the argument of M, yet it is everywhere present. 53. The muddle interchange between being and there is. It is, only insofar as the most awesome of beings sc the there comes to pass, insofar as the there as history comes to presence. 54. History itself is first opened up, therefore begins, when the there forces being into openness, so that it is as history that being first emerges into presence in and through its there. 55. For to be the there of being is the essence of man. Up to now, we have spoken only of the there of being and of the there being, without calling it man. The reason should be clear enough. We wish to avoid as much as possible an anthropological conception of this phenomenon, growing gradually into what for Heidegger is a metaphysical interpretation of what is most profoundly proper to man. 56. We must see, however, how Heidegger conceives here the relation between the two. That the correlation is intimate is again quite clear, for the author speaks innumerable times of the human there being and the there being of man, sometimes even simply of man, when the context warrants their being, as we for the most part have translated it. The most explicit formulation of this comes in the concluding summary: man is the there whose nature is to be open. 57. Yet once more it would be excessive to identify their being and man without reserve. For to be there is not simply a property that man possesses but rather a coming to pass that possesses him, in which he appears and enters into history, comes to be, wherein he finds himself and which grounds his essence. That is why man may be said to stand in their being and thereby, as we can see in the case of Parmenides and Heraclitus, to stand in the being of beings, for it is in the there that the being of beings is disclosed. 58. What distinguishes man, then, is his relation to being. More exactly, the essence of man manifests itself here as that relation which first opens up being to man. 59. And can be characterized only in terms of being as it comes to manifestation in its there. This relation to being is what we have seen already as the seizure of being which constitutes man's ontological structure, sc his comprehension of being, by reason of which in the midst of beings he comprehends, sc discloses, their being and can enter into commerce with them as beings. It is his transcendence, existence, by reason of which beings disclose themselves as such, insofar as man penetrates into them. 60. It becomes clear, then, that the distinctive feature of man is the uniqueness of his appurtenance to being, a profoundly Greek conception, Heidegger claims, of man. When philosophy comes to define man as rational animal, it is already a sign of decline. When all is said and done, this definition is a zoological one. Man is animal like the rest, but better than all others because equipped with the faculty of reason. The originating sense of maic, however, is not reason but gathering together into collectedness the emergent power of being. The proper definition of man, then, understands Paktan, as maic, and v and pw1 tov x.wv, sc. Being. The overpowering process of appearing, makes necessary a place where it is gathered together, a place which possesses within it the being of man and thereby grounds it. 61. But if it is this appurtenance to being which grounds the essence of man, how are we to conceive his selfhood? It must be understood in the same terms. The selfhood of man means this: his task is to transform into history the being which opens itself up to him and thus bring himself to stand on his own as a being. 62. In other words, selfhood consists in achieving transcendence, whose ultimate meaning is time, therefore history. Now the being which opens itself to man is not simply his own being but the being of beings as such. This is underlined in a remark inserted into the text dating from its final redaction, R 953, where in language reminiscent of SZ he describes the there as, concern for the being that is ecstatically disclosed in this concern, for the being of beings as such, not simply of the human being. 63. Their being is constituted as itself, therefore as a self, simply by this structural relation to being as such, Bezug zum Sen. What of the individual ego? Or, for that matter, of the community of men? For several times the author suggests that their being belongs to a whole people. We are told quite clearly that the selfhood of the there is not primarily an I, any more than it is a we, community, and, in explaining, R 953, the mine-ness of SZ, Heidegger says that it is not be understood as if restricted to an individual. 64. Who, then, is there? Is it some third estate that is neither singular nor plural? Or is Heidegger simply insisting on the fact that the ground of man's essence is prior to all consciousness, whether it says I or we? No explicit answer is forthcoming in M. We must be patient. But the question is not gratuitous, for we must know who it is that is to think being. We must content ourselves for the present with what is certain, sc that the there is the coming to pass of truth that is to be achieved in man and by him. His concern for the being of beings is such that he is to transform it into history by assuming it of his own accord. 65. But what precisely does it mean for man to assume his there, or for the there to assume being? How is it brought about? By original thought. See nature of thought. Up to now, in examining the relation between being and thought, we have focused our attention on vo-iv, interpreting it to mean that process of receptive containment by reason of which pu'el is forced into the open in a place of disclosure. In a word, it is the coming to pass of the there of being, of the there being, which grounds the essence of man, which it is his task to assume, übernehmen, and thereby bring to full, if finite, achievement. It is the achieving of their being, then, which is the coming to pass of thought, vo-iv. We wish now to explore the implications of this, determining first of all, however, in what way /io corresponds to vo-iv. We conclude the section with an enumeration of the methods by which such thought can be brought to pass. I thought as a.6 yo. In the discussion of being, we have seen already how myo is to be interpreted as a gathering together, implying both collecting and collectedness. The author identifies it purely and simply with pu'el. So intimately are the two intertwined that the question arises as to how they could be separated, so that myo could be conceived as distinct from and opposed to puel. The differentiation, he concludes, must be as original as the identity. 66 The solution appears when myo is identified with vo iv, which, recall, is necessary for the sake of being, in order that it be able to emerge from concealment. Even for Penenids, for whom maic plays far less significant a role than for Heraclitus, AD and LV, is named along with vo iv as a coming to pass of the same character. 67 It signifies, therefore, that force that is brought to bear upon being by reason of which being in its gatheredness is gathered together. 68 Now to gather together means to bring into some type of unity what was scattered. What is considered scattered in this case is the dispersion of the inconstant and the confounding wiles of seeming to be. To gather being together, then, is to bring beings into constancy and let them stand forth as beings, as what they are and not merely what they seem to be. This is the function of maic, as also of vo iv. If they are to be distinguished at all, then we are to see maic as the more primary of the two, giving to vo iv its cohesive power. However that may be, it is this function that grounds the essence of man, constituting him as fundamentally estranged from all the beings confounded with seeming to be that make up his everyday world. 69 So it is, then, that the being of man is in its very essence maic, the process of gathering together and receptively concentrating the being of beings. 70 As the collector of being, he assumes and brings to its achievement his stewardship over the dominating might of the overpowering, a task which consists in opening up a domain of non-concealment for beings by forcing being into disclosure, thus permitting it to be itself. 71. To yo, as decisoren. To gather together being into disclosure means to illuminate being, see what beings are amid what they merely seem to be. The coming to pass of truth comports with it inevitably the struggle versus seeming to be. It is by this struggle that the aboriginal discord is sustained in history as history. 72 The struggle consists fundamentally in distinguishing being amid seeming to be, hence in making a size Zion, Shadung, between them. It is, then, decisoren, and skydung. 73 How exactly describe it? Let us distinguish three components by resorting to the figure that the author takes from Parmenides, fragments 4, 6, of three paths that the thinker must follow: the path unto being, the path unto non-being, nixen, the path unto seeming to be. A. Path unto be 1 ng, Heidegger does not explain this beyond saying, that it is the way unto non-concealment, that it cannot be bypassed. 74 We interpret this to mean that this path represents the radical relation to being that constitutes the there, makes the process of their being to be what it is, the coming to pass of truth. It is unavoidable, simply because it is the ground of man's essence, and even if it be forgotten, nevertheless it is this alone that enables man to enter into comportment with beings as beings in the first place. B. Path unto non-being. This path, as Heidegger reads Parmenides, is inaccessible but must be recognized as inaccessible, and, indeed, precisely because it does lead to non-being. 75 We interpret this to mean, non-being is inaccessible to the ordinary processes of thought as they function in science, for these are always concerned with beings, with precisely what non-being is not. Non-being can be discerned, however, by their being and meditated in itself as inaccessible to logical thought. Because it is non-being, the true thinker, therefore, must make the poignant experience of non-being. 76. See path unto seeming to be. This path is, indeed, accessible to man, so much so that he may lose himself on it completely. His task is to recognize it for what it is, to realize that seeming to be is a correlative of being. 77 We interpret this to mean, being, as the process of emerging into non-concealment in its there, is insuperably finite, therefore negatived, therefore a non-emerging, or concealment. At the same time that it is a revelation, this law of concealment affects different beings differently, the beings with which their being deals, so that they are hidden as much as they are manifested and therefore seem to be what they are not, and their being itself, whose special prerogative is first of all and for the most part hidden from itself in its everydayness, so that their being seems to be what it is not, a being no different from the rest, but it is the same law of concealment, sc. of finitude, that pervades both. It is this law of finitude that accounts for seeming to be, and it is because being as emergent power is finite that seeming to be is a necessary correlative of being. To experience seeming to be as such is to recognize this correlation of being and seeming to be as necessary and inevitable. Sc. To comprehend being as finite, the true man of thought must achieve this comprehension, in order that amid seeming to be and despite it, being may be revealed. 78. The thinker, then, is he who has assumed the way of seeming to be as an abiding necessity of being. 79. This, then, is Desizeren, Entscheidung, not a judgment or arbitrary choice that man may make, but a Sein in the forementioned complex of being, non-concealment, seeming tobe and non-being. 80. Let us note at once that it was Desizeren of this nature that the early Greeks understood to be the process of thinking. The opening up and fashioning of these three paths is the process of thinking at the beginning of philosophy. 81. More precisely, how does Desizeren come about? Not without some violence, to be sure. Their being must be delivered from the entanglement of everydayness, dislodged from its normal habitat amid what is most close and most ordinary, wrested from the habitual compulsion of its preoccupation with beings. Briefly, it must be liberated from the consequences of congenital decadence. This does not mean, of course, that the there is delivered from all commerce with beings, but only that it recognizes itself for what it is, its normal habitat with beings is disclosed as such. Simultaneously, the overpowering is disclosed as such, the whole ensemble of beings as such is opened up, non-concealment comes to pass by reason of that awesomely strange process of their sc. Yet for all the luminosity that Desizeren brings to pass one it remains itself finite, bound by the inexorable law of seeming tobe. The there simply cannot overpower the overpowering, it cannot force being to manifest itself exhaustively, the place of disclosure remains closed up by its finitude, sc. permeated through and through by concealment. And their being achieves the ultimate refinement of Desizeren when it comprehends its own being as finite. If this calls for a certain courage, the truth is that it is their being's supreme acknowledgement of what it is. It simply says amen to the overwhelming might of the overpowering, not because of any sense of inferiority but simply because their being accedes to the fact that this is the manner in which the being of beings is disclosed. There is one portentous consequence to this, however. For their being to consent to its own finitude is to consent to the negation of itself, yielding to the necessity of ceasing to be the there of being. This potentiality of ceasing to be the there of being does not face their being for the first time at the moment of its dissolution, but their being is this potentiality from the very first moment, because ultimate dissolution is simply the consummation of finitude. The there as a coming to pass is simultaneously a coming to end, in terms of man, whose essence their being grounds, it is being unto death, and the reason is that their being must be broken to pieces on being, because there is irredeemably finite. 84 To comprehend this and to consent to it is the crowning moment of their being's luminosity, the transparence to itself of a there whose whole essence is to be in contention with being. The supreme triumph over being is to cease to be there. 85. 3. Desizeren as resolve such, then, is Desizeren. It is for their being, in complete transparency to itself, to consent to be what it is, the there of being which is consummately finite. But is not this exactly what SZ called the achievement of authenticity as brought to pass by resolve? Desizeren and resolve are one. To resolve is to will, it is to choose authenticity, it is for their being to let itself be itself, it is to become free for the exigencies of what it is to will its own congenital freedom by which it is there and to will it as finite, it is their being's willingness to be open unto being to the very limit of its power. Who wills, he is resolved. 86. To forestall any misconception, Heidegger adds to the original text, 1935, an editorial remark, 1953, the essence of resolve lies in the non-concealment of the human there being for the illumination of being. 87 Hence in there being's acceptance of its relation to being already characterized as freedom, letting be. But in the concrete, how does there being go about this willing of its own, finite, openness to being? By willing, not merely wishing, to know, wissen wollen. Knowing for Heidegger, however, has as radical a sense as thinking. We have met already this term in discussing his interpretation of Rex_VL, which he translates as knowing. It means the power of setting to work, disclosing, the being of beings, of standing within the revelation of beings. 88 If resolve is there being's willing of its own, finite, openness to being, then it is a willing to stand within the revelation of the being of beings, it is willing to know, wissen wollen. To will to know, however, is to question. To question is the forementioned willing to know, resolve unto the power of standing within the revelation of beings. 89 Resolve is accomplished, then, by asking a question. But what question? At this point, we move into another problem, which concerns itself not so much with the nature of thinking as with its method. 4 methods of thinking: A. Interrogation, decision, resolve and, therefore, thought are brought about by the posing of a question. It can arise under different circumstances, but it is always the same. It is the question which gives warrant to the entire book: why are there beings at all and not much rather non-being? This is the first of all questions, not, to be sure, in time but in importance, the broadest, deepest, most original question of all, so comprehensive that it even questions itself. Why, ask, why? For the question itself is a being. For Heidegger, the posing of the question is the proper function of philosophy. 90 Now upon analysis, this question really asks why it is that a being is rather than that it not be at all, hence the fundamental meaning is, what about the being of beings? Such a question forces us into the open, opens up and maintains open the total ensemble of beings as such, in their being, indeed even in their instability that wavers between what they are and what they are not, nix und sen. By questioning, their being's comprehension of being is delivered from its fallen condition of everydayness, from the consequences of its finitude, the chief of which lies in having forgotten being. 9 The question, however, is an eminently historical one, for the posing of this question and its decision are the essence of history. 92 It is only when being opens itself up through this question that history comes to pass. This will be evident when we recall that history, as time itself, of which it is but an explicitation, is the coming of being, future, to a self that already is as having been, past, thus rendering present, as beings the beings with which it deals. Now the posing of the being question is this very process, for it opens up the coming to pass of the human there being in its essential relationship, to beings as such in the ensemble, according to its uninterrogated potentialities, those which are still coming to be. We interpret, the being question brings into the open existent there being's openness to the being of beings with which it continues to deal, and therefore whose being continues to be disclosed, to come, future, to their being through the continual interrogation. Thereby the interrogation immediately conjures their being again with its own origin that still is as having been. We interpret, the origin of the there, of philosophy and of history took place with their being's initial decision in the form of an interrogation of the being of beings. It is by reason of this beginning that their being is what it is, therefore is what it has been, therefore is as having begun to interrogate beings. To pose the question now is to assume itself as what it has been, as what it is as having been, the past. This is the genuine sense of the assuming of the self in order to achieve the self as what it is, the there of being, and thus makes more incisive and more grave its comprehension of being in the present. 93. We interpret, it is because their being guards its openness to being, future, by continually assuming the openness to being which has made it what it is, past, that its comprehension of the being of beings with which it deals, present, is all the more luminous. Evidently, the being question is an historical one in the deepest possible sense. It will be clear, too, that in this process of assuming the self, the return of their being to its own origin plays a central role. This is exactly what is meant by the process of retrieve. To ask, how about being, this means nothing less than to retrieve the origin of our historico-spiritual there being in order to transform it into another origin. 94 This is, indeed, possible, not insofar as we simply reiterate what we know already about being, but, insofar as the origin originates all over again more originally than before, and, indeed, with all the bewilderment, obscurity, and insecurity that genuine origination comports. 95 It is just such a more original beginning that Heidegger himself seeks. This explains why the major part of the present work attempts to make again with a new profundity the experience of Parmenides, Heraclitus, and, for a reason we shall see soon, Sophocles. It is all retrieve, historical interrogation, decizuren, resolve, thought. The words more originally should be underlined. The meaning is that retrieve seeks to get closer to the source from which the first beginning arose, sc the concealment of being. Only insofar as their being continually seeks new light on the being of beings, can it conserve its beginning, mute testimony to its own ecstatic nature. This has an important consequence. It suggests again why every interpretation, whether of a philosopher, a poet, or even of a word, must do violence to the original. It must throw light on what is no longer present in words and yet somehow or other uttered. This is simply to repeat in different context what was said about their being itself. It does violence to the overpowering and forces it into openness, so that what was unexpressed, or even unthought, in the initial text, and therefore d.id not appear, is brought to light by retrieve. 96 Of course, retrieve, like their being itself, is subject to the consequences of finitude, just as every origin, the self-disclosure of being, contains within itself its own end, sich Verbergen. Hence the necessity of continually renewed retrieve. This, too, is the fundamental reason why the question about the essence of man, sc about the process of their being, inseparable from the being question itself, never can be answered. It is and remains essentially a question. So it is that the fundamental way in which their being brings about decizuren, resolve, which is, after all, the achievement of the self, is by posing indefatigably the being question. For resolve is willing to know, and the passion for knowing lies in questioning. That is why the author may say that the there being comes to itself and is a self only insofar as it poses the being question, and why the being question is, a hidden ground of our historical there being. 97 Yet even here we must not forget that the spontaneity that opens itself in question does not find its ultimate ground in their being. The primacy belongs uniquely and exclusively to being. Only where being opens itself up through questioning does history come to pass, and with it that being of man by reason of which he ventures to enter into contention with beings as such. 98 It is being, then, not their being, that is the grounding process. It is, above all on this ground that historical there being is conserved in the midst of the total ensemble of beings that is opened up. 99. b. Analysis of language. Clearly for Heidegger the fundamental method of thinking is to question, sc to question the meaning of being. All other methods are but variations of the same theme. We wish now to mention one modality which will play an important role in the subsequent Heidegger, even though reductively but a form of questioning, the analysis of language. That there is a profound relationship between the interrogation of being and the origin of language will appear from an oblique remark in the opening chapter to the effect that the posing of the being question is a serious effort to bring being into word. 100 How is this to be understood? Recall that the term Mayat, though conventionally translated word or speech, is for Heidegger collection or gathering together. The author's problem is to show how Mayat, collection is transformed into myo, speech. Discussing myo, collection, we distinguished gathered togetherness, SC. Being, and the process of gathering, SC. There being as acceptive containment, VOLV, that forces being into disclosure. Now this process of the there, which as mio, discloses the being of a being, expresses that being, in its being, as a word. A word, the forming of a name, establishes in its being a being that is opening itself up and preserves it in this openness, constriction, and constancy. 101. The giving of a name, nnan, then, is not something subsequent to the discovery of a being and therefore a purely arbitrary procedure which fashions a conventional sign, but is itself formed in and as the very process of discovery. In original utterance, the being of a being, in all its original collectedness, is opened up. 102. Note that the original word that expresses a being, sc its name, not only is integral to the process of discovery but preserves the being in its discovered openness. In words, in language, things become and are. 103. So profoundly are the emergence of being and the origin of language identified that, under the impossible supposition that being had no meaning and their being had no comprehension of it, the result would not simply be one less word in our language but no language at all. For words and language name beings as beings in what they are, and unless being had a meaning that opened itself up in and through language, it would be impossible for language to achieve its task. Likewise, unless their being comprehended beings as beings and therefore their being, it would be impossible for their being to address beings or discuss them at all. The converse is also true, unless their being had the power of speech, all beings as beings would remain closed to it. 104. Language takes its origin, then, along with the eruption of their being, for in this eruption language is simply being itself formed into word. It follows that in the rise of language, as in the emergence of the there itself, being retains its primacy. Language, as the overpowering itself, is a might within which the there finds itself, that dominates the there through and must be subdued by it. 105. It follows, too, that language will be subject to the same law of finitude, sc of seeming to be, as being and its there. From the point of view of being, the dominating power of aboriginal language is disclosed to their being only in its non-essence, sc in a coming to presence, wesen, that is profoundly negatived, by finitude, i.e. the concealment of itself as dominating. The result is that language will seem to be at the disposition of their being, when actually the reverse is true. Their being will seem to have invented language by itself, when the fact is that it has discovered itself only in and with language, for language transfuses their being. From the point of view of their being, the language of their being is only a finite containment of the overpowering, original utterance is contaminated by negativity that covers being up at the same time that it discovers it, and therefore is irresistibly drawn to the inauthentic condition of mere loquacity. Their being's task is to walk the path of seeming to be and, by decision in its use of language, to find its way to authenticity. L06. But the speech, read, of their being in everyday living can come to the truth that is proper to it only when talking and listening are orientated toward the maic, out of which, as the gatheredness of being, language first springs. A 6 yak, is the determinative criterion of the essence of speech. 107. This orientation is called, in connection with the interpretation of Heraclitus, attending to maic. Heraclitus, the author claims, distinguishes between attending, hlaren, tens and a mere listening, blasen hlaren, harum 01n, to words. Genuine attending has nothing to do with the listening or talking of ordinary everydayness but signifies, docility toward that which is maic, the gathered togetherness of beings themselves. 109. Talking and listening are authentic only when there has been an antecedent attending to being, and it is only when being has disclosed itself that verbal sounds become a word. If anyone cannot grasp being, he is incapable of enabling his own there being to take its stand in the being of beings. No sc cannot authentically achieve itself as the there. Only those who can do so are really masters of the word. These are the poets and the thinkers. N1. The essential here is, a 6 yak, being, is a coming into the open that can and must be attended to. It is only by attending to, therefore docility toward, maic, that the there being can be authentically itself as the there of being, maic. It is only this docility to a six yak, that grounds the authentic use of words. The true poets and the true thinkers achieve this docility. Note in passing that in this conception of attending to maic, through talking listening, we have all the elements of what will appear later as dialogue, Gespräch. There are two major consequences to draw from what we see here about the origin of language. In the first place, since language comes to presence along with the disclosure of beings and preserves in itself this disclosure, then their being, by properly discerning the original sense of words, may interrogate being itself, sc that which renders possible all disclosure. This Heidegger does in M by examining the sense of is. 112. This will become more and more characteristic of his method as he unfolds after 1935. We should keep clear from the very beginning, that there is never a question of engaging in mere philology for its own sake from the scientific point of view, that the process is an effort to retrieve the primal freshness of language more originally than before, that therefore a certain violence is necessary in the interpretation of the meaning of words in order that it be an interpretation, sc adicizuren, resolve, that brings language from the ineluctable concealment of every data. Cadence.ns. Secondly, if language in its essence is the coming of being into words, their being's primal orchestration of these words enjoys a privileged affinity with being. This orchestration Heidegger calls a primordial poetizing, Erddichtung, whereby a whole people captures being in song. This is the wellspring of poetry. It is the first great utterances of poetry that give a language its initial cast. For the Greeks, this original experience of being in language came to pass through the poetry of Homer. For we shall not pause here to remark the reappearance in this context of a familiar problem: what is the relation between Homer, presumably an individual, and the whole Greek people, a plurality, in the coming to pass of the there which first gave rise to the language of the Greeks? Let us simply note, that since the language of a genuine poet discloses being as authentically as the writings, therefore language, of a genuine thinker, then poetry is as legitimate a domain for the interrogation of being as philosophy, that henceforth the poets whom Heidegger considers authentic, v.g. Pindar, Sophocles, Homer, Hölderlin, etc., have as much authority for him as the great thinkers, v.g. Parmenides, Heraclitus, etc., that this explains why it was possible for us to glean the data of the foregoing research without distinguishing whether or not they came from poets or philosophers, that we find affirmed here clearly the close affinity between philosophy and poetry, and the problem from now on is to see how they are distinguished, that we understand. Long before they appear that the interpretations of the poets in general and of Hölderlin in particular pretend no more to be literary criticism than the etymologies pretend to be scientific philology. Both are profoundly philosophical efforts to retrieve the aboriginal questioning of the being of beings with which philosophy began. Resume. With M, Heidegger too has taken full possession. To be sure, he is as much concerned about grounding metaphysics as ever. The title itself makes this clear, but if the essential elements of SZ are still unmistakable, structure of their being, transcendence, finitude, temporality, the accent is different, for now being maintains the primacy over there. To think being thus conceived is to bring to pass what the early Greeks meant by, point 6 yacht, and vo iv. The there is opposed to being, but is not separated from it in subject-object fashion. Its function is to gather into concentration the overwhelming power of being and thus contain, vo iv, its dynamic advance in such a way as to force it into the disclosure through which the non-concealment, truth, of beings comes to pass. The whole process is permeated with negativity, whether we consider this negativity in terms of being, as comporting a seeming to be, or of their being, the finite there of finite being, sc being unto death, and, in forcing being into disclosure, their being must let be, manifest, the negativity as well. With regard to beings, this will consist in wresting being from seeming to be, with regard to itself, it means freedom unto death. That process may be called decision, resolve, willing to know or thought, but the structure is always the same. Their being assumes itself as the finite thereof finite. Being in its negativity. But in all this we have been considering thought in its most authentic form, as it was in its origin when philosophy took its origin. If philosophy no longer considers it in the same way, the reason is that thought has been separated from its source and has fallen into decline. As to how far this decline affects Western man, perhaps Nietzsche is the best witness. How is the situation to be ameliorated? The misunderstanding and misuse of thought can be overcome only by a thought that is genuine and original, and nothing else. 115 SC by a thought that is foundational. We have more here than a succinct statement of the later section of M. In these simple theses Heidegger strikes the fundamental chords that through all of Heidegger to unfold into full diapason. We wish now to follow this development. As the same chords return again and again, one will be tempted to say that it is always the same old tune. But who will criticize a fugue of Bach by saying that it is nothing but the same old tune? Every thinker thinks but a single thought. 116 we are told, and the difficulty of his task lies in being faithful to this thought, in finding adequate ways to express it. Some may find unsatisfying this single thought that possesses Heidegger, but as we watch him develop through the succeeding years, few will deny the prodigious virtuosity with which he restates his theme. The nature of the problem with which we now must deal warrants a slight change in method in order to avoid tedious repetitions. We propose to divide Part 3 of our study into two sections. The first will deal with Heidegger's critique of thought in its decline, the second will examine his own effort to retrieve a foundational thought. In Section A, we disregard the order of composition and follow the order dictated by the history we are meditating. All evidence points to the fact that since SC there has been no basic change in Heidegger's conception of the history of metaphysics, beyond, perhaps, preciseness of expression. In Section B, we return to the method we have followed thus far. Part 3. From being to there. Section A. The devolution of thought. I sat upon the shore, fishing, with the arid plain behind me. T.S. Eliot, The Waste Land. Chapter I. Plato. For Heidegger, the devolution of Western thought began with Plato, for it was with him that Volv ceased to have the sense of containing the advance of overpowering Puckn and began to assume the special relation to Teoc, which evolved into what the tradition would call reason, Vernunft. We discern the transition best, however, by examining not Plato's use of Volv but rather the implications of Teoc, for it was thus that he understood the being which his predecessors had understood as Pum. It was Plato's conception of being rather than of thought which was decisive in the birth of metaphysics. If we recall that Pua, emergent abiding power, was for the pre-Socratics the process of truth, then the transformation of Pua into Teoc may be discerned by examining what Plato understood by truth. This the author disengages by an essay upon the famous metaphor of the cave, Politeia 7, 514a, 2-517a, 7. A. Truth as non-concealment. I metaphor. The details of the story are familiar. Socrates imagines with Glaucon a situation with 4 successive moments. A. World of shadows, a group of men dwell in a cave. Daylight does not penetrate the long passage leading from the outside. Entrance and the only light comes from a fire kindled in the cave itself. But the men themselves cannot see the fire, know nothing of its existence. They are chained facing the rear wall, with no freedom of movement even to turn their heads. All that they see are shadows cast upon the wall by figures of various description that move to and fro upon a small, wall-like proscenium in front of the fire but behind the men. Inevitably the cave dwellers would take the shadows to be the only beings that are true, sc unconcealed. B. World of fire, if one of the group were freed from his chains and allowed to look at the forms which had cast the shadows, The forms would seem so strange that the man would feel at first that the shadows to which he had been habituated all his life were more true, unconcealed, than the forms. If forced to look directly into the fire, the pain of the unaccustomed light would make him yearn for his shadows again, which would be, after all, clearer to his feeble vision than a light which blinds. C. World of Sun. Socrates then postulates that a cave dweller be led up the long passage to daylight illumined by the sun. It would take a period of adjustment before he could accept the beings on earth, illumined by the sun, as genuinely true, unconcealed. It would take still longer, and a gradual pedagogy of looking at the sun first in reflections, v.g. in water, etc., for him to be able to look upon the sun itself and recognize it as the source of all that he had experienced in the cave. But once the adjustment had been made, he would be glad of his liberation and prefer immeasurably the new experience to life in the cave. D. World of Shadows. Once he returned to the cave, readjustment would be necessary, for the sudden darkness would leave the cave dweller's eyes incapable of seeing anything at all. He would be a laughing stock to those he had left behind, who would jeer that he left the cave only to return with worsened eyesight. They would say it was pointless to go up into daylight and would kill anyone who tried to free them. 2. Plato 303. 2. Interpretation. Plato's own interpretation of the metaphor is clear enough. The world of shadows is the world of everyday experience, whose illumination comes from a fire enclosed within the cave itself. The world of ideas is the world of essences that are encountered in daylight, themselves illumined by the sun, the supreme idea. The important point, however, and Heidegger insists upon it, is not so much this parallelism as the passage from one sojourn to another and the adjustment that is thereby made. This adjustment is what Plato calls 7tl8e pound. 3. Now Heidegger claims that, according to the first interpretation of the metaphor, 7tl8e, can be conceived as a schooling in the nature of non-concealment. For in each of the 4 moments of the narrative there is question of an openness in that which comes to presence. In the first stage, that which is open, unconcealed, to the cave dweller is the shadows themselves. For in the second stage, although the light of the fire should make the parading figures more unconcealed, the fact is that it so blinds the cave dweller that the shadows still seem clearer to him, more unconcealed, than the figures. In any case, that is more true which is more unconcealed. We come now to the third stage. The things that are seen in the light of the sun are the ideas themselves which constitute the essences in whose light individual beings manifest themselves as what they are. It is in this self-manifestation that the beings are unconcealed and accessible. But since it is by reason of their essences, the ideas, that this manifestation in beings takes place, it is the ideas themselves that must be considered unconcealed in an eminent way. The ideas derive their own power of illumination from the supreme idea, which in the present context is expressed by the sun. How are we to understand the sense of T-O-L-I-E. and 6v, supreme idea, rendered ordinarily in easy, but perhaps misleading, translation as the good? For the Greek mind, T-O-L-I-E. and 6v is that which is or makes efficacious. 6. Of course every idea performs this function for those beings of which it is the idea, but whence does the idea itself derive its own efficacy? What is the idea of the ideas? What is it ultimately that renders it possible for everything that comes to presence to appear in all its visibility? 7. It is that power which renders efficacious pure and simple, to and 6v. To and 6v is ultimate, teautoc, OC, because in it, ultimate source of all efficacy, the essence of idea achieves its fulfillment and therefore takes its origin. It may be called supreme idea simply because it grounds the possibility of all other ideas, because, 2, catching a view of to and 6v is for man the most difficult task of all. Yet in another sense, to and 6v is everywhere and always in view, wherever any being whatsoever manifests itself, for it is the ultimate source of luminosity. This is the case, even for those beings that are encountered in the world of shadows where daylight does not penetrate, For the fire that projects the shadows on the wall is itself only a shoot, spross, of the sun. Within the cave the sun remains invisible, and yet even the shadows feed upon its light. 9. The eminently unconcealed, then, the ideas, are themselves grounded in the idea of the ideas, 2 and Yak and 6v, which is the most luminous and most unconcealed of all. Lo, in the fourth stage of the narrative, we have no mention of non-concealment as such. Here the cave dweller is back again in the world of shadows. Heidegger interprets this to mean that the entire doctrine on truth is to be taken from the cave story as an ensemble, and the final stage of confinement in the world of shadows is as intrinsic to the coming to pass of non-concealment as the experience of light. For the dark world of the cave symbolizes the privation of light, the negation of non-concealment. Non-concealment is negatived by concealment, not only initially but throughout the entire process. Perhaps we should say that non-concealment means simply privation of concealment. Once more we are told that the force of the alpha-privative in Cx-T and E lot is that the non-concealed must be wrung, torn away by an act of robbery, from concealment, which, indeed, may be of many kinds, v.g. any type of occlusion, elusiveness, dissimulation, dissemblance, obscuration, disarrangement in beings, and always remains referred to, therefore permeated by, the negativity from which it is liberated. In all this, Plato remains faithful to the original experience of truth which the early Greeks had had, sc. that the very essening of being is penetrated by concealment, self-concealment, with the result that every being is affected by an abiding concealment both in its presence and in its accessibility. We understand Heidegger to mean here that if we take the 4 stages of the cave metaphor as a whole, the essence of truth does not consist in man's dwelling forever in a world of light, but rather in his dwelling in a world of darkness, endowed, however, with an antecedent comprehension of light, so that man is able to discern the beings that are accessible to him as accessible, and, indeed, by reason ultimately of the source of light. According to such an interpretation, the 4th stage is as essential as the other 3. That privation, the laborious wresting of the non-concealed away, from concealment, belongs to the essence of truth. The 4th step of the metaphor suggests in a manner all its own. 12. 306 From being to there, the devolution of thought. b. Truth and conformity. I. Truth and idea. All this is very well, and one would think that Heidegger could accept the whole of it, interpreting Ro 6 and 6v as ontological truth, being, and the ideas as ontic truth, identifying them somehow with the beings of daily experience so as to suppress the cleavage in Plato between shadow and idea, and with it, presumably, the whole problem of participation. But the decisive point has not yet been made. This consists in the fact that what dominates the conception of Plato is not that the idea must be conceived as non-concealment, truth, but that non-concealment is conceived as idea. 13 It was suggested already in M that idea is a form of appearing, shine. Here the matter is elaborated. Heidegger makes appeal to the importance of light in the cave metaphor, fire, daylight, sunlight, sun. Everything is concerned with the shining forth of that which appears and with the rendering possible of its visibility. 14 The different levels of non-concealment are distinguished only in order to explain what makes accessible as such that which appears, visible that which manifests itself. This is the function of idea. The T8x is pure shining forth in the sense of the expression the sun shines. 15 Hence the essence of idea lies in appearing and visibleness, and it is thus that it accounts for the coming to presence of beings as what they are. Coming to presence, however, is precisely what is meant by the essening of being. That is why for Plato being consists properly speaking in whatness, the quidditas of which the schoolmen spoke, hence essentia rather than existentia. Whatness, idea, is the visibleness of beings. It renders beings accessible insofar as it makes them able to be seen. Actual access, however, is had only by a seeing, T8EIV, to which the accessibility, non-concealment, is therefore intrinsically referred. Here the subtle chemistry is at work. The idea, offering. A view, ordered thereby toward a viewing, is for this viewing the non-concealment of what is viewed. Thus it happens that the non-concealed becomes understood as that which is perceived in the perceiving, vernehmen, of the idea, as what is known in the process of knowing. It is here for the first time that VOLV and VO assume an essential reference to idea. Henceforth this reference to the ideas determines the essence of perceiving and subsequently the essence of reason, v Ernunfeed. Even the supreme idea, although it is itself the yoke that couples both viewing and viewed and therefore not only grounds the visibility, luminosity, of the ideas but grounds the power of vision to respond to them by perceiving this luminosity, is still idea, something seen, something viewed. 16 Briefly, non-concealment has become idea, something seen, pound 8 ELV, E180, by a view. To be sure, seeableness is an intrinsic consequence of being gas non-concealment, but in Plato, Heidegger argues, this seeableness is more than a consequence, it is the unique sense of being. The next step follows immediately. Once the essence of a being's being consists in its pound 8 EOC, its whatness, then it is the whatness of the being that most authentically is. Hence the \8 EOC is raised to the level of what alone authentically is, ISVTWLV. The things of experience properly speaking are not, they only participate in that being which is pure whatness L7. 2 Idea and conformity. Henceforth all comportment with beings is grounded ultimately in vision, pound 8 ELV, of the beings which are ideas, D81J. Hence it is of supreme importance that the vision be the right one. As the liberated cave dweller passes from one stage to another, his vision becomes more and more right, SC correct. Upon Op N 6T1. The correctness of the viewing, everything depends. 18 The viewing takes its sight from that which is to be viewed, SC beings insofar as they shine forth by reason of the ideas. The result is that the viewing conforms, O, Ju pound WCN, to the viewed, and truth becomes not the non-concealment of what appears but conformity between viewing and viewed. Thus springs from the primacy of T8EO and T8E, V over and A dot and E lot a transformation of the essence of truth. Truth becomes OP and 6J, correctness of perception and expression. 19 And not only is the essence of truth changed but its proper domain as well. As non-concealment, truth resides in the being itself. As correctness of viewing, it becomes a characteristic of human comportment with beings. If in Plato a certain ambiguity remains, so that truth suggests sometimes the non-concealment of beings, sometimes conformity, sometimes both, this is only another proof of the subtlety of the transformation. A case in point is the situation where 2 and yacht and 6V is the source of possibility for both the luminosity of the idea and the power of vision in man, therefore ground for truth both as non-concealment and as correctness. Decisive is the fact that here non-concealment is subordinate to 2 and yacht and 6V, which is itself supreme idea. 20. Resume. In Plato metaphysics in the traditional sense takes its rise, for it is he who first conceives of thinking being as a going beyond the beings of experience to their beingness, which he conceives as their whatness, their seeableness, their idea. Such a conception is possible only because a consequence of Pakn, process of shining forth, is taken to be the essence of it. Hence Puel, itself becomes for him that which is to be seen, a being, E8OT. Being thus becomes conceived as a being. Likewise truth, no longer non-concealment, becomes correctness of view, conformity with the ideas. Chapter 2. Aristotle. Since being is for Heidegger the process of truth, then the thinking of being and its devolution from the original VOIV is inevitably intertwined with the thinking of truth. We have just seen how Heidegger understands Plato to have thought the nature of truth. Knowing that Aristotle has influenced him more profoundly than any other thinker, we are led to suppose that he has meditated this problem in the Stagirite at great length. And yet, he has given us no Aristotle's doctrine on truth. If we are to understand Heidegger's conception of Aristotle in this regard, we must piece together into unity many indices, all of a minor order. If we do this, however, we are fully aware of how provisional our conclusions must remain. Perhaps the sharpest formula that the author has given us comes at the conclusion of a seminar, 1940, on the essence and conception of 6alc, in Aristotle's Physics B. I. 1. In itself, the remark is parenthetical and, presumably, not intended for the members of the seminar. Perhaps it was only a hasty draft, to be elaborated in one way or another later. Be that as it may, the remark is more than ordinarily enigmatic, and if we are to make any sense out of it all, we must first familiarize ourselves with the principal themes that the seminar had brought to light. Aristotle's Physics is for Heidegger a work of cardinal importance, not only because it serves as the fundamental book of subsequent philosophy in the West, but because in its own way it is the consummation of all previous Greek thought. Point 2. Especially significant, of course, is the conception of puelar, itself. Admittedly, Aristotle's use of the word is not always uniform, sometimes it is used to designate the beingness, oua of beings in the ensemble, meta. 4. 3. More often the beingness of one particular domain of beings, sc those which have in themselves the source of their movedness, and pxxlfgcr. Physical 2, I 92 bi 4. The first sense returns later when puelar is interpreted in terms of beings in the ensemble, and in this case it is a clear echo of the earlier conception of puelti, in Heraclitus as being itself. Point 3. The second sense, although more restricted in compass, retains none the less more clearly than the first the genuine sense of the word in Heraclitus, for whom puelar is inclined to conceal itself, sc it is a coming to presence, and wesen, that is negatived, abwesen. 4. It is to this meaning of puelar that the author devotes his attention in the seminar. Aristotle's understanding of puelar, then, is clearly a transition between the conception of the early Greek thinkers and that of subsequent metaphysics. It is as such that we wish to understand it. A. Ambivalent nature of $UALT. IO, as apps KT, BW. The seminar culminates in the analysis of the ambivalent nature of puelar, and it is this which most concerns us. In a first delineation, we are told that puelar is the end px of xvl, alt, in individual beings which have this end px nv avoutot, physical 2, I 92 bi 3 i 4, here, and px must be understood as suggesting both origin and domination over that of which it is end px, xevlr, is not simply movement but rather movedness, sc that by which the klvu, j and vot, beings that are moved, are as moved. Hence it comports not only movement but the repose of that movement when the movement is gathered up in the end, tsa.or, sc residing in this being as having arrived at its end, ftea.el-xel. fteix_elix. As a matter of fact, movement continues only until this point of repose, sc end, is reached, chetsi, hence repose is the culmination of movement. Point 5. As for the phrase in themselves, evi, su tolc, this is what distinguishes beings whose end px_ is ualc, from those beings which have the origin of their movement outside themselves, 7 to lou, lnv1x. For the beings we are considering, the self-unfolding emergence is in itself a returning into itself. 6. The essential in all this is to realize that the movedness of beings that are moved is the manner in which they come to presence, hence characterizes the beingness of these beings. 7. And since ualc is the end px of movedness, it is ualc, that is this beingness, oua_1x, itself, that by which beings take their stand, tm6 a tixotc or lie forth, tmox_, levof, in the presence that we call non-concealment s. 2. Jf jaw, as popki j. A. Lopist. Y. Aristotle offers a second delineation of ualc, sc as, lop, physical 2, I 93 bis. Correlative with, lop of course, is ist. y, both of them complementary components in the single process of presenting called UALC, but, LOP enjoys a certain primacy, for it brings the presencing process to fulfillment more fundamentally than IYJ. Why? Because ISI. YJ connotes a certain reserve, a not yet unfolded character of the beings emerging into presence. MOP, however, connotes precisely this emergence, for, LOP must be understood as posing the individual being in its DOC, physical 2, I 93 AG. We see here at once Aristotle's continuity with Plato, yet the radical difference between them. For Plato, the EOC is, of course, a shining forth that offers its visa and to be seen, but is conceived as somehow coming to presence for itself as a being in the authentic sense and as common, XOLV6V, to all the individual entities of experience, which entities, therefore, could not be called beings in the authentic sense at all. For Aristotle, however, individuals are authentic beings simply inasmuch as they take their place, Gestelion, in the radiance of this shining forth by reason of which they are what they are. It is, J.op that places a being in the sphere of radiance, hence poses the being in the shining forth process, AO, by which it appears as what it is. Consequently, if we consider the being that shines forth in terms of J.op, we see that it is precisely by J.op that it is constituted as shining forth, whereas if we consider it in terms of UAYJ, the shining forth must be considered in that moment when it has not yet taken place. Now since it is by shining forth as what it is that the being comes to presence, J.op plays a more fundamental role in the presencing process than UAYJ, indeed to such an extent that the presencing process itself, POCN, may be designated by that component, SC. J.op, which makes the being come to presence as what it is. 9. BCRR and P1JCRL, of course, the presencing is a movedness, and in the context this movedness is thought of as generation, SC movement that is still underway toward repose in the AO that already has begun to shine forth in the being but has not yet reached its fullness. At this point another element appears in the presencing process, SCCRR and P1JCRL. The Latin translates it as privatio, but by association with negatio, saying no, this risks interpretation as simply a type of saying, hence a judgment about the process. At all costs, we must understand GTEPY, CRL as not simply a judgment about the process but an element in the process itself. The English privation permits this sense very clearly, v.g. the flood victims suffer great privation, and we may retain this translation of the Latin, which Heidegger presumably rejects, to translate the German Beraubung. What is important for the argument, however, is to understand in what sense CRR and P1JCRL is a type of Deo, physical 2, R, 193 BRG 20. As Heidegger sees it, the reason is that every coming ta presents, Anwesen, through, J.op, SC through placement in Deo, involves ipso facto a going from presence, abwesen, as. For example, the appearing of the fruit necessarily comports the disappearing of the blossoms on the fruit tree. This disappearing, interior to the process of appearing through E8o, is what Heidegger interprets Aristotle to mean when he says that privation is somehow or other, 7t, J, E8o. We understand this in the sense that privation is Aristotle's term for describing the negativity intrinsic to the process of coming to presence as such. This, then, is why, LOP, as the placement of the being in the radiance of E8OC, is ambivalent, it comports negativity as well as positivity. And the same must be said, of course, for POCN, 10. 3 PV, 1T as apps P.op Pj. If by way of conclusion we endeavor to think both delineations of CPUOL together, SC as and Pj, Xlvij OEJ, C, and as, LOP, in generation, we discover a profound unity between them that gives us what for Heidegger is the definitive sense of Aristotle's CPUOLC. Lop is the essence of CPUOLC, as NPX. And NPX is the essence of CPUOLC, as Lop 11. We understand this to mean that the origin and dominating force, NPX, of the movedness of beings whose nature it is to be moved, exlvu, levik, consists in their placement in the radiance which lets them shine forth as what they are, E8OC. Moreover, the process is intrinsically negatived, for every moment of the self-unfolding comports a privation proper to itself. B. UOLC, and truth. All this is very nice, but what has it to do with truth? Let us come at once to the closing remark, to which we have referred already. In all its tortuous convolution, it reads, because F, LUALC, in the sense of the physics is a type of OOA, OC, and because OOA, OC itself in its essence derives from the original sense of PUALC, therefore and, J and ELOC pertains to being, and therefore the presencing in the open. Itself as one character of OUA, OC, therefore for Aristotle the essence of XVL, ATC, as Bneemstok and Vpiatok becomes something visible. 12. What we understand Heidegger to mean is this: the original sense of T, in this sense is also called OUA, CX. With Plato, being comes to be conceived as DOC, a being that is seeable, when truth as non-concealment becomes truth as conformity. But the original sense of OALC, as non-concealment perdures in Plato to the extent that the seeableness of OC, consists precisely in its shining forth, SC in its radiance as a domain of openness, Fen. In Aristotle, the meaning of OC, changes, to be sure, in accordance with the new conception of Flop. But what remains constant in OC, is the notion of a radiance that can be seen, in which the being is so placed by Flop that the being becomes visible as what it is. 13 here, too, then, to the extent that DOC, is an openness in which beings come to presence, appearance, Heraclitus sense of OALC, as non-concealment persists. Moreover, although Heidegger does not mention the fact in the remark we are discussing, we can see how in Aristotle the negativity of this non-concealment also comes to expression under the guise of privation, a no longer dash, and one wonders, although the author does not explicitate, if we might not say the same of IJAYJ, insofar as it is a not yet dash dot. These, then, would be the Aristotelian forms of the negativity that for all the Greeks, as Heidegger reads them, permeated the process of emerging into presence. 14 In all of this, the essential for us is to see, that in meditating the notions of OALC, and OUA, CX even in Aristotle, we are still at grips with the problem of truth as non-concealment, that even though the negativity of the process still has its essential place in the problematic under the guise of FL op and O replace, RDC, the negativity is not attributed to truth as truth. This can be expressed only when we speak of and J and ELIX as a self-concealing. We grasp the forte of this, if we examine another piece of evidence. In the principle of ground I955 S6, Heidegger returns in a completely different context to the notion of CPUOLC, as negative truth. 15 He speaks of Aristotle's conception of being under the guise of CPUOLC, and of beings as Rapukrial Virach, physics. I. 184 AR6FF. Aristotle distinguishes Ra, Levi Gokpo T epoch and Ra Kroch Pekaripok Tijcpuol. The sense is that beings are more manifest to us, being, Pukra LC more manifest in itself, Ra and .1 TJWC, Oak Pekaripok, therefore less manifest to us. The way of philosophy leads from a comprehension of the former to a comprehension of the latter. As a result, we never get a view of being with complete immediacy. What is decisive is the reason why all this is true. It lies not in the nature of Pukra LC, but in the nature of man. It lies in the fact that our eyes are not able without further ado to glimpse being, therefore by no means in the fact that being withdraws. 16 Now for Heidegger, it is precisely the nature of CPUOLC, as OCJ and ELOC to withdraw, SC to conceal itself, and even to conceal its own concealment, mystery. To the extent that Aristotle conceives pucker LC, as that which makes itself manifest, he remains faithful to the original sense of this word, but to the extent that he ignores the law of CPUOLC, by which it conceals itself and conceals its own concealment, SC the intrinsic negativity of pucker LC, he is oblivious to the genuine meaning of OCJ and ELOC. If Aristotle forgets the sense of truth as non-concealment, how does he conceive it? To understand this, we must turn our attention from Pum to Maic, and see how this word has been transformed when it emerges in him. We saw how originally Maic, as the gathering together of beings, opens these beings up and simultaneously forms into a word the name by which they are to be called. This is the origin of language, which in turn preserves in itself the primal openness of beings. Now what is uttered initially in language can be said again and repeated over and over, so that the original truth, openness of beings, can be communicated from one speaker to another without any experience of the being itself in question. But there is a risk involved, for the expression by repetition can get farther and farther away from the original openness, until it becomes mere hearsay and loquacity. In this case, the decision about what is true depends upon distinguishing authentic utterance from mere hearsay. This means that the place where truth resides is not, as originally, in the being that is rendered open, but in the expression. The place of truth has changed from beings to expression, with it the essence of truth has changed once more from non-concealment to correctness. Point 17. In all this, the essential is clear. If traces of the Heraclitean conception of UAL remain in Aristotle, its end.-1s- and LCX character is forgotten. Through the transformation of mu, truth comes to reside in the expression, or in the understanding, reason, that articulates the expression, and consists in the conformity of judgment, expression, to judged, expressed. If presentative thought as such does not evolve until Descartes, certainly the seeds of it are planted in Aristotle. Transition, Middle Ages. Between Aristotle and Descartes, however, there is a long period of maturation when Western thought passes through the epoch of medieval scholasticism. For Heidegger, the most significant characteristic of this period is the recurring question about the relation between essence, SC that in beings which accounts for the fact that they are what they are, their Wasein, and existence, SC that in beings which accounts simply for the fact that they are, their de sen. To understand how Heidegger interprets the significance of this problematic, we must remain for a moment with his analysis of Plato and Aristotle. With Plato, as we saw, being comes to be conceived as idea, SC as a being. By that very token, an idea is the only being that genuinely is, ISVTWC, ISV, so that what a being is and the fact that it is are hardly to be distinguished. The world of ideas, then, is the genuine, true, world. What of the world of sense experience? It is the non-genuine world, the world of seeming, wherein the phenomena of sense participate in and manifest the genuineness of the ideas but in themselves are not genuine beings. Yet beings of some sort they are, even if non-genuine ones, fluid ISV. Thus it becomes possible to distinguish in such beings the fact that they are at all, no matter in how non-genuine a fashion, from what they are through participation in the ideas. In Aristotle, the dichotomy of whatness and thatness emerges out of an ambiguity in the sense of beingness, or when this is understood as Europai or. We have seen already how in the case of a being that is moved its beingness is conceived as the repose that comes after the movement is gathered up into a fullness within the being when it has reached the end of its movement, FTEMXE or. Now a being that has thus achieved a certain fullness of movement is a work, Piof. Its beingness consists in its coming to presence, in its shining forth in the radiance of some idea as a work, in its workhood, Europai or. EPIQ, evne.exeq, ISV says the very same thing as FTCJETE, vor. 19. The being of beings, Ukra, OC for Aristotle, then, consists in their Evropi or. But in the 5th chapter of his tract on the categories, v. 2a2 ff. Aristotle distinguishes a double sense according to which Ukra, OC can be understood. Primarily it is to be taken as the concrete singular being in all of its individuality, v.g. this man. Secondarily it may be taken to mean that refulgence itself, by reason of which singular beings offer their visage to be seen as what they are, v.g. man as such. The primary sense connotes beings in terms of their thatness, existence. The secondary sense suggests rather the whatness, essence, of beings. But in each case the word signifies only a different manner in which the presenting of a genuine being takes place. Thatness and whatness reveal themselves as ways in which beings commito presence, but the basic structure of this process is evapilot. So far, so good. But when Aristotle's evapilot is translated into the Latin actus or actualitas, there is a transformation in the meaning of it as well. Whereas Aristotle understood the pyof, whose being structure is evapilot, as that which shines forth and offers its visage to be seen, the Latins conceive it as something which is produced by work, as the term of a doing, as the result of activity. The essence of a work is no longer workhood in the sense of the special process of coming to presence in the free domain of the open, but the actuality of the actual that is controlled by the activity of work. 21. The being of beings, then, becomes conceived as their actuality, and a being can be genuinely a being only insofar as it is actual. Correlative notions, v.g. potentiality, in fact even the notion of necessity, would have to be understood in terms of actuality. At this point, it is easy, even natural, to conceive actuality as esse actu, existence, and to distinguish it from esse potentia understood in the sense of essence. 22. Notice, however, that, whereas for Aristotle, according to Heidegger, essence and existence had been two different manners in which the being process, iv pilot, comes to pass in beings, now, with the transformation of evapilot into actus, the being process comes to be interpreted in terms simply of existence alone. 23. But actuality, actus, implies activity, agira, and Heidegger finds a close correlation between being as actuality and the notion of cause. This accounts for the importance of causality in the medieval problematic, he claims, both in terms of man and in terms of the uncaused cause, who is at the same time pure act and sheer existence, ipsum esse, sc. Being itself. 24. Now the medieval philosopher is, of course, profoundly a man of faith, and this conception of being as actuality, together with that of the Supreme Being as the uncaused cause of all finite actual beings, enables him to articulate in metaphysical language certain elements of doctrine, such as the creation of the world, that he already has accepted by faith. 25. But as Heidegger reads the evidence, there is still another way in which religious faith profoundly influenced the medieval mind. This is to be found in the slow metamorphosis of the conception of truth. For medieval man not only possesses what he considers to be the truth, but this truth carries with it a certain guarantee, and guaranteed truth is what is meant by certitude. The guarantee could be considered both as supernatural and as natural. From the supernatural point of view, one could say that supreme actuality, pure act, has endowed man with a special kind of actuality, completely gratuitous, which is supernatural life, and which may be called in a general way faith. Now the nature of faith demands that the believer accept not only the truths of salvation but the guarantee of these truths, hence certitude with regard to them, from revelation. So it is that, because of the certitude that the faith offers, the medieval thinker gradually begins to think of truth itself in terms of certitude. 26. The second guarantee of truth might be called a natural one. By this Heidegger means that medieval man has supreme confidence in the natural light, lumen naturale, which illuminates his mind in thinking about God and the rest of the created universe. Such confidence, rooted ultimately, of course, in the acceptance of God as the creating cause, guarantees to medieval man the reliability of his thinking faculty and thus gives him that confidence in his possession of the truth that we call certitude. Point 27. In more than one way, then, the notion of certitude colors the medieval conception of truth. Resume. During the Middle Ages, Aristotle's evapirl, which for him still guarded traces of the original experience of being as non-concealment, is translated by the Latin actus or actualitas, sc that which is the result of some activity, agira, or work. Thus the Aristotelian sense of evapirl is completely lost. A genuine being is that which possesses se actu, and being itself comes to mean primarily existence. Correlative with this development is an evolution of the problematic of cause, wherein the uncaused cause is conceived as pure actuality, sheer existence, being itself. Such a metaphysics finds strong confirmation in religious faith. Since faith, too, can not only articulate truth, understood, of course in the sense of conformity, but guarantee it, medieval man begins to think of this guarantee as characteristic of truth as such, and thus begins to conceive truth in terms of certitude. Enter Descartes. Chapter 3. Descartes. A. The origin of subjectism. With the advent of modern times, the conception of both thought and being is profoundly influenced once more by the conception of truth. Truth for Descartes is more than simply conformity between knower and known, it is a known conformity, sc certitude. The discourse on method makes this abundantly clear. How this triggers a philosophy of subjectism we can see best, perhaps, by formulating three propositions. Descartes, by his effort to discover the fundamentum inconcussum veritatis, seeks to determine the absolutely primary subject of certitude for modern man. By modern man, we understand man as he begins to conceive himself with the advent of modern times. What characterizes him most properly, perhaps, is the vindication of his own liberty, whereby he makes his declaration of independence from the ties of faith that bound his medieval forefathers. The universe becomes for him, by and large, an anthropocentric rather than a theocentric one, or, as Heidegger expresses it, he frees himself unto himself. This has momentous implications, of course, not least of all for the problem of truth. For medieval man, as we saw that Heidegger maintains, received his certitudes, whether the teachings of dogma or the assurance of eternal life, from the faith. 3 Once he chooses independence in the name of liberty, how is he to replace these vanished certitudes? It can be only in and through himself. This is possible only to the extent that self-liberating man guarantees for himself the certitude of the knowable. For the new liberty, then, must be a self-determination that is certain of itself and by itself. The ground of certitude must be self-certitude. What does this imply? It means that man must decide for himself what for him is knowable, what is knowledge and what is certitude. It is the proper task of Descartes to elaborate the metaphysical ground of the new anthropocentric liberty by suggesting an answer to this triple question. The ground obviously must be itself certain. What is more, it must bear its own credentials, justifying in itself the basic, position that the freedom in question lies in self-certitude. Finally, it must ground other certitudes. Now a certitude that grounds itself and other certitudes is obviously the fundamentum inconcussum veritatis. What is more important for us, though, is that it is also the subjectum of certitude. For subjectum, tmoxdf.levof, is that which of itself underlies all modalities of any phenomenon. In this case, fundamentum and subjectum are one. 5. This he accomplishes with cogito ergo sum. In what sense is the cogito this fundamentum, subjectum, inconcussum? In the first place, it is itself certain. Here, at least, knowing, sc that I am, is known to conform to known, I am, for both knowing and known are simultaneously present to each other in and during the act of cogitation. But the cogito also justifies the position of the newly declared freedom that certitude is grounded in and by man himself, sc that it is self-certitude. In the first place, it implies a decision as to what is human knowing, For knowing, too, is included in the thinking of which Descartes speaks. Like thinking, knowing too must be a process of proposing to itself what is known. Proposing is the progressive, controlling process of objectivizing. 6. Secondly, it implies a decision as to what is humanly knowable. For the sense of cogitare is expanded to include the whole gamut of man's relationships. The terms of these relationships are opposed to him and therefore proposed by him, inasmuch as the relation is the proposing. The humanly knowable becomes understood as whatever could be a term of this proposing, therefore any object. 7. Finally, it implies a decision as to what is certitude. For it suggests that conformity of knowing to known can be gained by controlling at once both knower and known, hence by closely calculating, rechnen, their correspondence, as, for example, the correspondence between proposing and proposed. Certitude, then, comes to be understood not only as truth that is guaranteed but as truth whose guarantee is an exact calculation. How does it happen, now, that the cogito grounds all other certitudes? Insofar as it is not only a model but a condition for them. For one cannot think at all, propose an object to oneself unless one know oneself to exist as the self-proposer of what is proposed. This proposing of the self to the self by the self, which we normally call self-awareness or consciousness, is interior to a proposing of any kind that can be called true. 9. That is why the cogito is the fundamentum inconcussum of all truth and for that very reason the subfectum of all certitude. 3. And the presentative subject, as consciousness, determines the being of beings. Now Descartes is certainly not the first to recognize that any conscious act includes an awareness of the self which performs it. What is distinctively new with him is the fact that the self-awareness plays a decisive role in determining how the being of beings in question, whether the one that proposes or the ones proposed, is conceived. 10 For the therefore in the Cartesian formula does not signify that a conclusion is being drawn but serves simply as an expletive. As Heidegger reads it, the formula means, I think, and of itself this means or, and therein consists the fact that, I am. Thus the being of the proposing, or presentative, self is considered precisely in terms of the function of proposing, or presenting. Correspondingly, since the beings that the conscious self renders present are a correlate of this presentative function, their being, too, is considered in the same terms. The being of that being which in the very process of presenting objects to itself certifies the self is the measure of the being of the objects presented, and, indeed, as such, we understand, then, how it happens that for Descartes consciousness becomes the domain within which all beings find their significance, for consciousness is, the presentative collocation of what is objective together with man who does the presenting, both in a single compass of presentedness which man himself sustains. 12 As far as Heidegger is concerned, the Cartesian formula says effectively that, the presentative function, which essentially is rendered present to itself in self-consciousness, poses being as presentedness. 13 All beings are, have a meaning and presentness. Presens, 14 Only insofar as they have a place within this compass of presentedness. So it is that every being is such only insofar as it is magnetized by this subject-object polarity, it is either an object or that which objectifies. This objectifying relates the being as object to the conscious ego, and in this relating the ego recognizes itself, at least implicitly, as lying at the basis of the relation, as subject. The recognition takes place in a process of reflection. The reflection, the reflecting ego, must be taken as the ground for the relation posed, the presentation of the object. According to its very essence, representation is grounded in reflection. 15 That is why the being of beings is determined in terms of objectness only with the new trend toward reflection that begins with Descartes. Every being, then, is either object of a subject or subject of a subject, in either case it is what it is only in reference to the self-conscious subject. This subject reference of all beings whatsoever is henceforth designated subjectness, subjectitat, and constitutes the objectivity of objects as well as the subjectivity of subjects, sc the being of beings as such. Now subjectness for Heidegger, and this is important, means something different from subjectivity, subjektivitat. The latter word implies that the presentative subject is the individual human ego, as we have seen to be the case with Descartes himself. Point 16. But the presentative subject need not necessarily be conceived in this way. All that subjectism requires is that the human phenomenon propose to itself the beings with which it deals. How the human phenomenon is interpreted, whether in terms of an individualism, collectivism, absolutism, etc., is for the present argument a matter of indifference. Strictly speaking, subjectism in this radical sense has been latent ever since metaphysics began, when Plato first conceived being as something to be seen by a someone who sees. With Descartes it only becomes explicit, but the explicitation is important enough to give man himself a new status in metaphysics. He no longer thinks of himself as a creature, now he is a subject. As far as Heidegger is concerned, subjectism is the decisive characteristic of all modern philosophy and reaches its consummation in Nietzsche. L7. b. Consequences of subjectism. We understand, then, what the author takes to be the entire difference between medieval and modern man. For the former, all beings were interpreted in terms of their relation to a creating God, and man himself had only a privileged place among the rest of creatures. With the rise of subjectism, however, man himself, not God, becomes the point of reference in terms of which beings have sense and meaning. The import of this is far-reaching. For example, the world becomes a picture, Weltbild. The world is conceived as the ensemble of beings proposed to man as subject, which, like a picture, he can behold. Opposed to man and proposed by him, the world has its sense only with regard to him, and his task is to conquer it, to reduce it to submission. The fundamental movement of modern times consists in conquering the world as picture. 18 beings are submitted more and more to man's control, made victims of his calculations, his designs, his cultivation. Scientific research becomes an indispensable form of the general conquest. L9 This is the drive of technicity, whose origin may be found in Descartes. 2. Philosophical anthropology is born. By anthropology, Heidegger means that philosophical analysis, which explains and evaluates the whole ensemble of beings by taking man as both starting point and center of reference, sc as subject. 20 It is no accident, then, that humanism comes in the wake of the new subjectism, he claims, for humanism can pretend to be nothing more than the moral and aesthetic dimensions of anthropology. The 18th century quest for a Weltanschauung is likewise consequential, for what else can one expect, once the world has become a picture, than that man should seek a way of looking at it, sc a worldview? Coming to the 19th century, we find the emphasis placed upon a philosophy of life force, but the basic pattern is still the same. A being attains status as a being only to the extent that it is absorbed in some way or other into man's life, sc becomes a living experience. In all this struggle of man to find for himself a place in the world, he is locked within the circle that he himself describes, for he continues to conceive of himself as a subject. And the only weapons at his disposal to win for himself a Weltanschauung that would satisfy serve to confirm him all the more in the very subjectism from which he suffers, sc his own calculation and endeavor. It is in such a favorable climate as this that science in the sense of research Bergians and technicity comes to full flower. 21. J. Man begins to seek values. When beings become objects of presentation, their being becomes mere objectiveness, and being itself, as the process of emergent truth, is lost to thought. Man compensates for this by ascribing value to beings in such a way that it is the value that becomes the goal of all intercourse with beings. Soon this intercourse is understood as culture, the values as cultural values, the goal of all human creativity, which, in turn, is placed at the service of man himself in achieving self-certitude as a subject. From here, it is not a very far step to reduce values themselves to the level of mere objects, SC present ed. By man himself as the goals necessary to sustain his own activity in establishing his place in the world as picture. At this point, they become as feeble and shallow as the mere objectiveness that they mask. Point 22 thus begins to toll the death knell that one day Nietzsche will hear. See post-Cartesian subjectism. I Leibniz. It was only to be expected that Descartes' conception of subjectus consciousness would be precise according to characteristic modes of conscious activity, such as perception, appetition, etc., and Leibniz soon takes the inevitable step. But he takes another step as well, for he so expands the notion of subject that it can apply not only to man but to any being whatsoever in which the process of proposing comes to pass. Since Leibniz, beings come to appearance in such a way that every ens qua ens is a residential cogitans and in this sense a subject. 23 For Leibniz, every monad is a subject, for it proposes to itself in the manner of perceptio and aptitus operations that constitute the essence of life itself. But it is not necessary that this be a conscious life in the sense of an individual conscious ego. Perceptio is understood in a broad, indeed metaphysical, sense, for it signifies any interiorly spontaneous expression or representation of the universe, even if this be in the form of a correspondence with the universe of a purely structural, therefore non-conscious, order. The aptitus, on the other hand, is the tendency of the monad to pass from one perception to another in the quest of more and more adequate, clear and distinct, perception of the universe. Both are types of presentation, of proposing. Perceptio proposes, presents, the universe, aptitus proposes the perfection of life toward which the monad strives. Both are profoundly unified in a single dynamism. Here we have the Cartesian conception of a proposing subject expanded to the whole universe of beings. Remark, 2, although we cannot go further into the matter here, that Leibniz's conception of truth as conformity is not independent of his monadology. Point 24 But these remarks see Leibniz in relation to Descartes. Heidegger sees him, too, as having a special affinity with Nietzsche, for the Nietzschean becoming, Werden, corresponds, he claims, to the movements that Leibniz calls in the monadology, too, the changements naturals which permeate ens qua ens, ens percipiens et aptens. Point 25 The precise point of contact between the two can be seen in the correlation of will unto power with ens qua aptens, for in meditating appetition, Leibniz is the first to discern the being of beings as essentially a willing, even where the willing does not reach the level of consciousness in a human ego. Nietzsche's becoming can be called will, then, because in its essence it is an aptitus. Every aptitus, however, presents to itself that for which it is an appetite. If every being is appetitive, determined by a drive to come forth, to manifest itself and to achieve thus its fullness, then every being proposes, or poses, setzt, for itself that toward which it tends. In posing thus, the being sees the direction of its progress. What is seen is an aspect, Gesichtspunkt, therefore an object, of its vision. Point 26 How this will be transposed into Nietzschean terms we shall see subsequently. To Leibniz to Hegel. The evolution from Leibniz to Nietzsche is slow, but its direction can be discerned clearly. With Kant, as we know, metaphysics becomes transcendental philosophy, which in turn evolves into a theory of knowledge. For since, after Descartes, the beingness of beings to be known consists in their objectness, the function of transcendental philosophy is to interrogate the conditions which render it possible for beings to be objects for a subject. This is tantamount to investigating the conditions by which objects can be known, hence a 6e, j, p.ot of meditation upon knowledge. But theory of knowledge, or even metaphysics of knowledge, is a term that easily misleads. In truth, Kant is concerned with a metaphysics of objects, of beings as object, of objects for a subject. 27 Furthermore, we know that this metaphysics of objects, once the first critique has thrown light upon the inadequacy of pure reason to ground it, evolves into a metaphysics of will, SC of practical reason. Fichte carries the philosophy of willing still further than Kant. As for Schelling, whatever his later evolution, at least in the early years he can write, R8 og, in the last and highest instance, there is absolutely no other being than willing. 28 Hegel is for Heidegger the culminating point of modum subjectism, if, that is, we may distinguish between culmination and consummation, Nietzsche. As a matter of fact, the one introduces the other. For Hegel, too, the metaphysics of absolute knowing, Wissens, is also a philosophy of spirit as will. But Hegel warrants a chapter all his own. Resume. When with Descartes truth becomes certitude, only that is true which can be verified in a manner analogous to the knowing subject's certitude of itself, SC by guaranteeing the conformity between presentation and presented. All beings have sense, then, SC. are, only in terms of the subject-object relationship, and the being process as emergence into truth, non-concealment, is profoundly forgotten. Chapter 4. Hegel. I. The argument. A. Absolute awareness. Perhaps the simplest access for us to Heidegger's interpretation of the Hegelian absolute is to reflect for a moment upon a text uttered by Hegel in one of his lectures on the history of philosophy, WW 15, 328. After speaking of Bacon and Bohm, he continues, now we come for the first time properly speaking to the philosophy of the New World and begin with Descartes. With him we enter upon a philosophy that stands on its own feet, a philosophy which knows that it comes independently from reason, and that self-consciousness is an essential moment of the true. Here we can say that we are at home, and, as sailors after a long voyage upon stormy seas, we can cry land. In this new period, the fundamental principle is thought, thinking that proceeds from itself. 1. For Hegel, Descartes' discovery of the subjective constituted a new beginning for philosophy. We recall from the previous chapter how Descartes had sought a philosophy which stands on its own feet, a fundamentum, subfectum, inconcussum, absolutum, veritatis. Yet Descartes never fully explained the absolute character of the certitude, ego cogito sum, at which he 332 from being to there the devolution of thought arrived. The absoluteness of this absolute fundamentum is neither doubted, nor interrogated, nor even in its essentials so much as mentioned. To heir to the medieval tradition, Descartes still took the ego to be a creature, and he felt compelled to ground the absoluteness of its certitude by going through what Heidegger calls a backdoor, SC by first proving the existence of a creating God. 3 But was this not effectively to abrogate the declaration of independence with which he had begun? The most that can be said for the Cartesian achievement is that, having once engaged himself in the search for an absolute knowing, Descartes succeeded in discovering the type of presentation that admits of absolute knowing, SC consciousness of the self. Since truth means certitude, he saw that self-consciousness plays an essential role in attaining the true. After him, Kant explored the nature and limitations of consciousness, but it is left to Hegel to probe the absoluteness of this knowing, the absolute as such. Heidegger sustains the Hegelian metaphor by saying that, if Descartes sighted new land, Hegel takes full possession of it. 4 Taking possession of the new land consists in exploring the absolute character of knowing, Wissen. Yet how are we to understand the term absolute? Heidegger returns to the word's Latin origin, absolvere, to give it the radical sense of that which has been loosened, therefore released from another, whose bonds of dependence upon the other are solved. In terms of the Hegelian problematic, from what is absolute knowing released? From dependence upon objects in assuring itself of its truth. The plausibility of such a conception is clear enough, if we recall the conception of truth that came into philosophy with Descartes. As long as truth was conformity of knowing to known, the object played an indispensable role in it, for the knowing subject depended on its object in order to be true. But once truth is conceived as certitude, then the focal point of concern becomes the knowing itself, which verifies itself to itself and for itself. In order to be true, the knowing depends not only on its object but on its own assurance of itself. Thereby the knowing is loosened, absolved, from its complete dependence upon the object in the process of truth. The more we explore the nature of self-assurance, the more the object, if it remains part of the process at all, becomes a matter of indifference. To the extent that knowing is released from dependence on the presentation of objects and becomes more aware of itself as knowing, the knowing becomes absolute. We may distinguish three aspects of the process: absolvance, sc the general tendency of knowing to release itself from dependence on objects; absolving, sc this tendency in its dynamism, striving to make the release from objects complete; absolution, the actual freedom from objects that is thus achieved in the process of knowing. The distinction is Heidegger's, not Hegel's, and its value is only expository. Heidegger claims, it is the unity of absolvance, releasing from the relation to an object; absolving, the completeness of this releasing; and absolution, liberation by reason of this completeness, that characterizes the absoluteness of the absolute. 5. How successive absolvance in the coming to pass of absolute knowing proceeds, beginning with the spontaneous certitude of the sense order and continuing through sense perception, understanding, and the unconditioned self-awareness of reason, spirit. This it is the principal function of the phenomenology of the spirit to elucidate. Such is the genuine sense, according to Heidegger, of the absolute in knowing, of knowing as absolute, the dissolution of dependence on objects in knowing's knowing of itself. If we recall that, for Hegel, knowing, wissen, and being aware, Bewusstsein, are but 1,6, it is perfectly understandable how the search for absolute knowing is elaborated in terms of being aware and being self-aware. Before we proceed, however, we must add two explicitations to the interpretations of absolute, not mentioned as such by the author, but having their warrant in the text. In the first place, knowing that is absolved from dependence is not conditioned by objects. Whatever conditions are imposed upon it are imposed by its own nature. Absolute knowing is therefore unconditioned; unconditioned absolute knowing is absolved from dependence on objects.